Nobody cuss about Starfield for 5 seconds.
I don't even know what that is. Look, I've never been that big of a fan of Bethesda. I'll be real.
That's fair. My personal takeaway is I'm getting a little tired of people being like, but the mod scene will be great. Okay, but they're producing a AAA game that's going to cost you like $70. You're going to pay $70 for somebody else to fix it? And if you're not, then why are you excited that the mod scene's going to fix it? Don't spread false hype just because 5 years from now other people will fix Starfield. That's weird. That's a weird attitude. Don't buy into Todd Howard's weird meme machine. Especially if it's a single-player game, it doesn't matter if it fucking fails. That's okay. We've been doing this for 45 minutes. I can swear now. Hello, chat. Sorry, we were talking about Starfield because apparently Bethesda can't stay quiet. They've already had to delay one game, and we don't know when Elder Scrolls 6 is coming out, but they're going to let you know Fallout 5's after that.
I'd rather they just give it... I'd rather just start lending their IP stuff to people.
I mean, I've always said that. I'm a staunch believer that I've always been nettled that I feel like Bethesda is not happy that some people correctly believe that New Vegas is the superior Fallout follow-up.
And maybe they should let Obsidian handle Fallout 6.
I guess if you got Troy...
So Loth, by the way, is here with us on mobile currently. His PC is taking a chunky time to boot up.
Hot take, I actually think Fallout 3 is a shit game.
I mean, in retrospect, I think it's kind of a clunky game.
I think 4 is better than 3.
That's an interesting opinion. I haven't fully played 4. I've heard a lot of people complain that it's got a lot of the same problems, which sucks.
Well, it has the same problems, but I at least liked the setting and a lot of the mini stories. There's nothing in the, 8 hours I played in Fallout 3 that grabbed me. Hell, parts of New Vegas I found rough.
That's fair.
Oh, Qui-Gon Jinn is your father.
I hate Chosen One plots. Maybe that's part of it. But...
I mean, for Fallout 3, it makes sense, though, because that was Fallout 1 and 2. Not literal Chosen One, but definitely hey, we need you to go do the plot thing. Goodbye, sucker.
It's the same reason I hate Skyrim, and...
That's fair, and I know that some people complaining about for Starfield, they're, really hoping... Hey, but, maybe we don't be the chosen one. Maybe we're just part of an organization.
As a dumb thing, is that my first run of Skyrim that I've been going through, on and off last week, and I think I still have running on my computer at the moment, is that...
Shut that down. We're going to be here for a little
Probably. I have it on my phone. But for me, it's how I started was always the mod where you don't start as the Dragonborn until you actually want to fight dragons. So you're now just a random dude for a while until you actually want to start the main quest.
No, I understand that, but I'm just saying, like Omega said earlier, I don't want to rely on a mod to fix a game.
Yeah, I think it's. I honestly think all that stuff's cool. What do they call it? I think it's A Tale of Two Wastelands, that mega mod that literally merges Fallout 3 and Fallout New Vegas. Because they're both in the same engine. That's cool. That's neat.
Yeah.
That's a passion project that other people did doing that. That's cool. But that's not... I would not call that a selling point for 3 or New Vegas.
Let's be very fair here, Omega. Obsidian aren't exactly kings of, how you say, polish either.
No.
Fallout New Vegas is a buggy mess.
I mean, that's because the engine's also trying to fight you and everything.
The bugs are probably just as much due to the engine limitations as Obsidian's own problems. I would have to double check if they were
also only had a few
rushed.
months.
I'll say this.
If you want to talk about lack of polish, there are quite a few, plot threads and sub-story content that basically... got cut and doesn't go anywhere.
No, I know that. I'm not blaming them for that.
Some of which got turned into DLC.
I'll say this. The game that I was the most frustrated by bugs that involved Bethesda project at all was New Vegas. It didn't have the most bugs, but every bug I encountered was CTD, which is a very annoying
That
that.
may
I
have
had
just
a
been
lot of CTD bugs.
poorly optimized for PC at the time then, because I played on
I think it
console and I
was.
didn't have... I had way more crash to desktops on Fallout 3 on a PS3, which is saying something. Not to say that I occasionally didn't get hard crashes in New Vegas, but it was rarer.
For reference, I have not played all the way through Fallout 3, so if that's more buggy, I don't know. But
That's
I
fair.
played through Skyrim, Oblivion, Fallout 4, and New Vegas, and the one I had the most, like I said, the most frustrating errors, not the most bugs, because that's still probably Skyrim, but they're usually just graphical rubber banding bugs, and I don't care.
Yeah, there's a lot of bad textures. There's a lot of
I'm just
like
more talking about bodies flying into the air, and I'm like, okay,
yeah, weird ragdolls, weird textures, that kind of stuff.
I only remember that always like causes your game to crash, honestly, but that's just me.
You have a shit PC then. No, that's why the Fallout New Vegas thing frustrated me. That is because I have a very good PC.
Yeah, I will say that is something I believe from the time what people said about the engine that 3 and New Vegas were on was that it was just so bad that it didn't matter what kind of PC you were on. It was just glitchy.
Like the only game I had there are 2 games that I had worse experiences with than New Vegas. One was the PC release of Arkham Knight, and if you don't remember that, it was very, very, very bad.
It was notoriously bad.
It's one of the only games I've ever refunded and then bought on PS4, and it's fine. It's like 100% completely fine, which is hilarious.
Yeah.
But, no. And the other was Saints Row 2, which I believe is still irrevocably broken on PC to this day.
Interesting.
Like, it's unplayably broken.
All right, Loth, are you really here? Have you left the tunnel?
Hello?
Okay, he's out of the
Hello?
tunnel. All right.
Is it me?
Let's get started then.
I
Okay,
did have
so
one...
go ahead.
never mind. I did have one thing I want to bring up, because it's something I've been thinking over the last couple of days.
What's
After having played 2 other card games, I think I found the reason I hate control decks in Yu-Gi-Oh!
why is it?
And it's because in a non-resource-based game, I don't know how you make a control deck without making it unfun to play as or against.
Yeah, without making it basically smothering or
Because the
very
thing
heavy
about
stun.
control decks in most other card games is it's about using your resources to negate your opponent's resources. And it's a game of cat and mouse, and I find that very fun.
It's
Whereas,
the closed loop, though,
because
yeah.
there's no
Yeah.
resource in Yu-Gi-Oh!, it's about stopping your opponent from doing anything.
Yeah, Yu-Gi-Oh is the resources card advantage. How many cards you have that you can use, whether that's in hand, in grave,
I think
whatever.
that's why I've always liked hand looping. I really do in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I feel like that's the only aspect of control that even works without making the game just unbearable by like just floodgate, 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 floodgate.
You cannot resolve.
Yeah.
But okay, let us get ready to go on this because we counted up before we went live. There are 54 entries on my list in my notepad document.
Good lord.
So what we're doing is thank you so much everybody for getting us over 3,100 subs. I think we're at 3,104 right now. Obviously, keep going. I'll come up with other dumb things. I've had other ideas.
What do you want 3.2 to be?
I don't know if we'll do something specific at 3.2. I might want to push for like
325?
Yeah, 325. I was gonna say 325, and I'm like, that's slightly misleading. Stuff like that. I'll work on that. We got a little bit to go, but if you push up the numbers very rapidly, you'll have to make me think of dumb things sooner. I'd love to go for 4K numbers. I joked about it being 10K, but 4K is much more likely.
We could do Utopia. We could do the Utopias.
Oh God, we could. Let me think
I mean,
about
there
that
are
one.
less Utopias than Dimension Dragons.
It's true. That probably is true.
No, it ain't 100%.
We could. I mean, we're gonna do DDD separately from the counter, so. But I think we'll have fun with DDD though.
Yeah, I'm sure we will, but that will also be a long haul episode. There's a lot of those fuckers. Oh, don't worry, Zed. You haven't missed anything. We jawed about Starfield for a little bit, and I'm just now doing the preamble.
Yeah, I think there are more DDDs than there are Dimension Dragons.
we can't do the Abyss storyline yet because it's not over, because they keep adding to it. I think there's yet another one of those lore archetypes even after Splite they did. Like, they just keep adding to it, so there's only so much we can do.
I think it's reaching the last part. It's reaching, like, the final acts, but yeah.
Also, Hulk and Toad are gone. Rip Bozo.
Rip Bozo.
Rest in
Bozo
peace.
over here. And also some other funny things, but we may talk about that later. We got a lot of work to do tonight. So let me define for you what we are doing. So this is meant to be the Dimension Dragons, technically the 4-Dimension Dragons, but as you know, I just said, there's a lot more than 4 actual cards. There are indeed 4 basic dragons, but it gets very complicated from there. Also, you could argue there's not 4 basic dragons, because technically there is Odd Eyes Dragon and then there's Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, and they are slightly different.
Can I do a slight primer on what these are?
Yeah. If you want to talk about lore, we can discuss that.
I will. So basically, the 4-dimension dragons, basically there is a super evil demon dragon god, and then they split him into 4 babies across the multiverse.
4 boys with the same face.
With the same face and all dumb haircuts.
I mean, that's
as
most
is
people last
tradition in
season.
Yu-Gi-Oh.
Yes.
But
Very stylistic.
each of them have one of the dimension dragons and hail from its specific dimension: Synchro, Xyz, Pendulum, and Fusion. Also, the Fusion people are literally just Nazi alligators.
And so that is also what our baseline is. So we are doing all Odd Eyes Dragons, and thus all Pendulum Dragons.
Yes.
Most of whom are just either Odd Eyes monsters or other X Eyes monsters.
Which means Performer Pal shall be a separate thing.
Yes, no. There are a couple of Performer Pal cards in here, but we are not mainlining Performer Pal.
Well, yeah, because some of the Odd Eyes Dragons have Performer Pal in their name.
But I would also point out, I said only Odd Eyes Dragons. There's also like another dozen Odd Eyes monsters that are not dragons and are not otherwise covered that we're not adding to this because this is already long enough.
I don't think there are that many non-Performer Pal, non-dragon Odd Eyes monsters. I don't think that there are many.
Yeah, there might be. There might also be a decent amount of Performer Pal overlap.
There's probably just a handful of them.
Well, yeah, because most of the Odd Eyes monsters I can think of are Performer Pal Odd Eyes.
That's fair. It might be a double archetype thing. But also that means all Fusion Dragon / Starving Venom, all Synchro Dragon / Clearwing, all Xyz Dragon / Arc, because the naming convention for those dragons is very bad. It's funny how Futures Word has really doubled down on the Raid Raptor Phantom Knights overlap rather than actually trying to figure out making Dark Rebellion consistent.
Fun fact.
Also, all of the Magician forms and all Supreme King monsters. This includes Gates and Dragons. And at the very bottom of my list is Supreme King Zark.
So, fun fact, Omega.
Yeah, what's up?
There are no non-Performer Pal Odd Eyes non-dragon monsters.
Okay, so they're all Odd Eyes Performer Pals. So we'll just cover that
all
whenever
of the non-dragon Odd Eyes monsters are Performer Pals.
Also, because this is going to be so hecking long, we're probably going to focus on the art first.
But we need to talk about some of these.
Some of the effects we need to discuss, because some are like bullshit crazy good, and others are just anime bullshit. So we're going to have some fun. So we're going to begin at the beginning. We're not even Pendulum yet. I want everybody to behold Odd Eyes Dragon.
Odd Eyes Dragon.
Basic ass Odd Eyes.
This card is so bad.
And, boy,
this art is so bad.
Lost said basic, but there's already a lot going on here. He doesn't have an excess of them, but you already see the Konami orb problem. You're going to hear that a lot.
The Empreg orbs are here.
Yeah. He's got his weird Blade Wing arc things. Now, the Odd Eyes is all these guys have heterochromia, red and green.
Yeah, spoiler, that's why he's called Odd Eyes.
But also, his hands and feet are horribly fucked up.
Well, no, Omega, he has 3 eyes.
Oh, does the blue also count as an eye?
So under the horn, there's a blue eye.
I mean, that looks just like a Konami orb. Is that supposed to be his
I'm
eye?
fairly sure that's supposed to be an eye.
We
I always
circle
assumed
back
that
around to
because it's
that
called
one.
odd eyes.
Well, yeah, it has 2 odd eyes because they're oddly colored.
Possibly.
But yeah, the feet and the hands, the feet and
Yeah.
hands. Get ready to see a lot of that theme, because whoever did I presume the art design of the anime first, but whoever worked on these themes, they really made that poor guy draw those hands and feet over and over again. And I don't like looking at those hands. It's
I love Odd Eyes' hands. They're so creepy.
fucking non-Euclidean. Like, I think they're supposed to be, like, hex-shaped? But he's got 5 digits, so they're definitely not symmetrical.
And they're all pointed in different directions on both hands.
Yeah, it's the weird mix of being like, I don't know how to put it, but it feels like it's. I have to take a time to like put this into words, but I feel like this is a recurring thing of, this feels like someone's trying to make like a statue that then turned into a golem that then became flesh. If that makes any
I don't
sense.
think there's any
This
flesh
looks
with
like
this
a-
thing.
I think Chris in chat sums it up pretty well. This is a Digimon.
Actually, yeah, it's a mechanical.
Yeah,
living
which
organism.
I would say you may or may not have, if you're in the Yu-Gi-Oh community, you may or may not have heard some people lament about Yu-Gi-Oh having certain design themes. Usually they call it robot dragons and waifus. I don't actually think waifus are always that consistent in Yu-Gi-Oh. Like, there are certainly
They're
waifu
getting
archetypes,
worse.
but it's not always that way. And certainly they still do. They do characters who are female but have non-standard body types. Like, if you've looked at have you looked at an Amazoness recently? They are still drawn really fucking
I'll say
ripped.
this. And people might shit on me for this, but I don't care. I will 100% take every Arc 5 Dimension Dragon over any of the Vrains Dragons. Holy shit, I hate those designs.
Yeah, we should probably look at Firewall Dragon sometime, but
It's
that's not today.
Firewall, that's the big problem. It's Topologic and fucking World.
Oh, all the Dragon Link dragons. Those are
Yeah.
also like, they are an extension of this robot dragon problem. But I'm fairly certain people started leveling that criticism at Yu-Gi-Oh during Arc 5 because you saw earlier from the screen grab, all these guys were CG in the anime, and I assume that their blocky mechanical design is to make it easier to develop and rig the models.
Base Odd Eyes does not look very good. I will say that
No.
immediately.
Um,
Base Odd Eyes might be the worst Odd Eyes design.
And I think it's because he really does have this weird thing where, like, you can tell
Looks like a
this is
chicken.
supposed. Well, so you can tell this is supposed to be a basic dragon, right? Like, he actually is fairly unembellished. He's only got armor plates in some areas. He's got kind of a little bit of a back thing. So there's room to, like, expand this design, but also he's already over-designed. Because of, like, the back blade wings and the extra colors with the eyes and the orbs, and it's just like, okay, you tried to go minimalist, but somehow you fucked it up. And the only thing you need to know about this guy is he has a protagonist ace monster stat line. He is a dark dragon, and he has a flame wingman effect.
Fun fact, I don't think the protagonist used him for longer than, like, an episode.
Makes sense, because I assume I haven't actually watched Arc V. I've only played the Legacy of the Duelist, but I assume that he transitioned to Pendulum relatively quickly.
Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, I think it's either in the first or second episode, he got evolved. It's very bad. I can't remember the very first bit of Arc V very much because it's the least interesting part.
Zed in chat said half an episode, and I'm inclined to believe.
Yeah.
Because, like,
I believe.
even effect-wise and stat-line-wise, Odd Eyes Dragon is the archetypal protagonist
he didn't
monster.
Even summon this.
Yeah, it was just in his hand and then transformed.
That's right, it evolved in his hand. I forgot about that.
Yeah, so, like, that's how basic this is. Which is going to make our next Odd Eyes Dragon a jump. Behold... Oh, I did not copy correctly. I'm in the wrong window. Hold on.
Pendulum?
No. The pendulums are technically separate. Let's do all the effect ones first. Odd Eyes Lancer Dragon.
Oh, Lancer Dragon.
Gosh.
I irrationally hate this card because I've been farming it for like 2 months in Duel Links and it won't drop.
A terrible shame.
I don't actually hate this art that much.
Dallas, I have one contrapposto.
Is it the penis sword?
Yes. Spear penis.
Okay. I mean, it is a very awkward place to have a spear.
I don't think these things have genitalia.
Like, I'll
Well,
say
this one's I mean, he's got a blade right in his
compared to
codpiece.
I'll do a callback. Compared to some of the Dragoonity designs, Dragon as a weapon, I actually don't think this is that bad.
Okay, Dallas' second
especially like the
contrapposto.
wings.
Look at his feet.
I mean, Omega, it's gonna get worse.
I know.
Those are like, why are they like weird?
But hey,
like,
this is probably the most normal Odd Eyes looking hands I've seen.
Yeah, I mean, he's only got 3 digits, but like he's got hands. In
They're
fact, I think
hands.
he's looking at his hands. He's like, dude, I got hands.
I'll be
Dude, my
real,
hands are normal. What the
honestly, I really see this as a toy where you could just kind of like unscrew all the blades.
So,
I really like the
thing,
wings.
weird thing I'm noticing is that he's got the green and red eyes, but he's also put that on his wings on the opposite sides that
Yeah.
those.
Also, his
I think
wings
it's on
are
purpose.
in the card art. His wings are jet boosters.
So
I really like that though.
I'm now.
No,
having
I
a
don't think
weird-
that's necessarily a negative. That's just I noticed that's a detail.
I'm now reaching the weird conclusion that it feels like all of these things were that like Z-Arc in human form put these all together like action figure model kits or something.
No,
I mean, honestly,
Spiridon
with the way that Arc V kind of works, I could see that for some of these as like model kits, because like at least in the Pendulum dimension, dueling is like a mass entertainment sport.
Also, I could see Ziyark doing that because at least in the English dub Ziyark voice is the best thing ever, and by that I mean he is a gremlin.
Yeah, they gave
Like
him
they
a
took
gremlin
this
voice. I've heard some clips.
supposedly a like omni-powerful god, and they just made a face out like, yes, and this is my evil plan.
Hey, how you doing? I'm Ziyark.
No,
I'm gonna destroy all your monsters.
Spiridon sums it up pretty great, which is he's looking at his hands like, what are those?
What are those? Yeah, he doesn't know. Like honestly, I would say compared to Odd Eyes Dragon, this is actually like it has a lot of detail, but at least most of it makes sense. I think there are some bad decisions, like the way his tail spike is drawn keeps drawing my eye. The feet are weird. I think he has normal feet and he's just wearing weird Vajra shoes or something. But it's still like, why does he have these extra blades on his feet? And obviously, like, everybody's gonna make the joke about the cock spike. But it's not the stupidest, right? I'm gonna hunt a monster.
Yeah,
That's
Aaron,
funny.
you'd hunt this guy to get the rocket-powered greatsword.
This one also is weird. You probably don't see him a lot because he doesn't make any goddamn sense in this deck.
No, his
This
effect
guy
is
is
awful.
a light dragon with 3k attack, 2k defense, 8 stars. He's like got a rival monster stat line. If a pendulum monster you controlled is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can tribute one monster to special summon this card from your hand. Because you're not going to be able to special summon it in an Odd Eyes Pendulum deck because he's level 8.
It feels like, it just feels like them trying to like better than Blue Eyes, and I guess it's like during early Pendulum where it's the idea that you pendulum a bunch of weenies that you can then tribute fodder with.
So
Yeah,
that-
I guess. It has
no,
further
his fir-
effects. It has
Yeah,
it has an Ancient Gear effect. When it attacks, your opponent can activate spell traps. And then if an Odd Eyes card you control would be destroyed by battle or card effect, you can destroy one Odd Eyes card in your hand, Monster Zone, or Pendulum Zone instead. That is
So
actually
this
a
was
decent effect.
Yeah, the third effect is the only one I've ever seen used. He has one glaring problem that is what makes him a lot of the time not play in Odd Eyes.
Is it the 8?
Yeah, he's level 8.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
It's the same problem with Supreme King.
You do with
Odd Eyes,
7,
but
yeah, I guess, so because you rank 7.
like,
Yeah.
obviously, I think I see what they were going for. They were trying to do an upgrade, right? You know, and probably he was summoned in a one-off in the anime to do something.
Yeah, I think so.
So that's okay, but it's still it's a little counterposto to the deck, but you know it works. It's not
Well,
awful.
it works with it. Ironically, it works with a lot of the cards that came out later. Like it works a lot with Odd Eyes Arc Pendulum, like and that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
Where
Arc
you're blowing
Pendulum
up
is
your where you're blowing up your own shit to get advantage.
Yeah, and
Yeah,
you can kinda work
Omega
around
has come across that a lot.
it. Yeah. But also, I know from some of those later decks that, like, Loth tried to make an actual Supreme King deck, and the fact that the Odd-Eyes Supreme King Dragon is 8, like, does make it hard to work with. So it kind of depends on what version of the deck you're doing.
Yeah.
I'm pretty sure Lancer was in the anime. Do you want me to dig up his? I think he's both also in the. Might also be in the manga, but I'll double check the gallery.
God.
I'm pretty sure this has a render in the anime though.
I love and defend the Arc V anime to death. The Arc V manga is one of the worst things ever.
Here, before we move on, I will show you the screen cap from the anime. They even put the swing on his dick. I don't know why.
Swing!
But yeah. His hands look slightly more fucked up in the anime, but I'm going to blame the animators on that, not himself. They gave him a fourth hand. They gave him a fourth finger.
Yeah. I think it was when he was fighting that dinosaur guy.
But let us go to our next Odd Eyes Dragon.
Oh, please tell me it's what I think it is. Oh, no,
Saber Dragon.
Okay. Oh, it's Saber? Okay.
Which probably should have come before Lancer, maybe, because he's 2,800, but, yeah. Guys, this did not improve Odd Eyes Dragon.
No, this looks even more like a Digimon now.
His hands and feet have gotten worse, I think. Actually, no, his feet
I'm not gonna lie, I actually like this the most out of the ones we've seen.
The feet,
I actually do like this.
Yeah, I think the feet are better.
I do like this over Lancer Dragon, I'll be honest.
Here's the thing. Well, I like it over the base Odd Eyes, too. Like,
yeah, that.
I know what Pendulum Dragon looks like, so compared to that, yes, it's worse. But compared to what we've seen so far, yes, it looks like a Digimon. I happen to like Digimon.
Yeah, I guess I'm thinking
I like
about
Digimon
this.
too.
There's a lot of details in here that I think are a little weird and stupid. Like, notice he's got... Not only does he have, like, sword-shaped armor, but then he's got extra swords on his armor straps, and his wings are swords. And I like swords. Welcome to Corneria. But like, the details are a little goofy, but as a whole, actually, I'm thinking about it, I'm like, no, his joints are, like, weird and, like, insectile and whatever, but actually, that's an improvement. Like, having his feet be all, like, weird and multi-jointed, but having all his toes in front makes it way better than whatever the fuck was happening with regular Odd Eyes' feet. Like, I actually think, yes, there's some improvement here. His central orb is covered up more. And they have non-orbs, like he's got these, like, diamond-like gems in his wings.
And because it looks like he's wearing armor, you can actually pass his orb off as part of the armor, which makes it better.
Yeah. Like, this is a better integration of the what I think they were going for with, like, basically what I'm trying to say is this looks like we took a basic dragon and we bolted some extra shit on him. The problem is that Odd Eyes Dragon itself doesn't look like this guy if you took off all his armor.
No, because he's an upgrade of Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, who he does actually look like a lot.
Yeah, he looks a little bit more like that. Though, obviously, like I said, this one is Saber Dragon, not Pendulum Dragon, so it's a little...
No.
It's a little
he's
funny.
He's an upgrade of Pendulum Dragon.
Yeah.
Because, once again, base Odd Eyes lasted for literally a scene in the hand.
Also, I think this one is slightly better synergy than
this card is good.
Lancer. So this is a level 7 Light Dragon. It's got 2,800 attack, 2k defense, so it's got, improved stats. If this card is in your hand, you contribute a light monster. Send one Odd Eyes Dragon from your hand deck or side of the field to the graveyard if you do so summon this card. Though it's a 7, so you don't need to worry about that if you're playing Pendulum correctly. And then when this card destroys one monster by battle and send it to the graveyard, you can destroy one monster your opponent controls. So it has better stats. It can summon itself, though obviously you have to be playing regular Odd Eyes Dragon for that because it's not an Odd Eyes Dragon monster, so it's only the original Odd Eyes Dragon.
I think that's the only thing that sets it.
Yeah, and even then, like I said, it's a 7. So if you're playing the Odd Eyes deck correctly, you can already pen summon
and it
this.
can send from deck, which helps.
Yeah. Yeah, so even if you have to play an Odd Eyes Dragon as a Garnet, you can just be like, nope. No, it's not a Raigeki like it's only destroy one monster your opponent controls, but it's still pretty good.
No, and this card got a lot better once Pendulums got nerfed.
So let's let us turn to another, but much later, regular Odd Eyes Dragon. Not technically a Pendulum Dragon. But this is the card I used as the promo for this. Because it exists for some reason.
Oh, is it advanced?
Yeah. Behold, everybody. Odd Eyes Advanced Dragon.
Why does this look like a Phoenix of Nephthys monster?
I look at a lot of things, honestly.
They took the dragon dial and dialed it way further.
So, I mean, on the one hand, yeah, this is certainly rated to Odd Eyes Dragon. He's got weird big wings now. He's grown some extra Konami orbs. His hands and feet are once again immensely fucked up.
Again,
Oh yeah. Oh.
it's a biomechanical organism, and
I think his
weirdly
hands
has,
are fine.
It has a weirdly gesture like. Its
I
hands
mean,
are
I don't
kind
think
of
his
the
hands
same
are fine
thing.
because I don't think he can close them very well. And he doesn't have a thumb.
I mean, do dragons have thumbs?
I mean, it depends, but some of these dragons have definitely had thumbs.
I don't know. The hands don't bother me that much. However, this is the worst his feet has looked.
Yeah.
Weirdly enough, I'm not a fan of his face as well.
I mean, it's very weirdly beak-like.
Yeah.
Also, they've done it in profile, so you can't quite tell. I think he has, like, 3 separate horns. He's got, like, a crest in the middle. He's got horns in his cheekbones or whatever, like, right at his jaw joint, and then he's got horns at the side of his head. It's weird. Like, on the one hand, yes, this does look like an upgraded form of regular Odd Eyes Dragon. That is not necessarily a good thing. Also, look at all those extra spikes. He's got spiky shoulders, he's got spiky knees. Why does he have spikes?
Because, remember, we've discussed this. Konami just likes putting random spikes on things.
Yeah.
I'm just glad it's not me just bitching about it.
Yeah, he is a long boy.
His shoulders and knees have spikes.
Yeah.
His scales look kind of like armor for some reason.
Yeah, there's a lot going on here. And even though this card came out later, you probably haven't super heard of it. I don't think it's super popular because it's another 8 Dark Dragon. It is 3K25, so it's literally the Blue Eyes stat line.
I mean, it is in some different builds of Odd Eyes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it does have it's got a decent.
It's a very good card for a very specific build.
It's got a decent effect, so you can summon this card by tributing 1 level 5 or higher monster. It's basically got like the Big Monarch stat line, or Big Monarch type effect. You can tribute a large monster you presumably tributed or specialed. If this card is tribute summoned, you can destroy one monster your opponent controls, and if you do inflict damage equal to that monster's original attack. When this card destroys a monster in battle, special summon a level 5 or higher monster from your graveyard in defense position, except Advanced Dragon. You lose each effect once per turn. So, there are certainly ways to do this. The fact that this allows you to tribute high-level monsters is a lot better than Lancer, because you can Pendulum summon a big Odd Eyes Dragon and then tribute to get this guy, and he can clean up the board. It's not a great going first card.
No. But honestly, compared to some of the other cards we're going to see later, like,
I will say, this card wasn't printed until 2019. This is definitely
no, I don't think 2019 is too late for destruction, because
no, it's not too late for. No, I'm not saying it's too late. I'm saying I think this monster is, especially because it's monster destruction. I think this guy makes sense as a later, like, this is, mid to late Vrains era design. This is definitely like, okay, we, even when we're designing weird, like, anime legacy support, we can make this monster at least, like, consistent and useful.
He's also fairly good at giving Odd Eyes access to Hope Harbinger Dragon.
Yeah, I guess if you wanted to do an 8s strategy for rank 8.
I mean, never say no to Hope Harbinger. Oh, do we get to go to my favorite point next, I think? Yes. This card is so dumb.
Alright. I will prepare the arts for... yes, this guy is in Master Duel. It's right here. Okay, I just looked at this up close.
Yeah?
This is Odd Eyes Wizard Dragon.
Yo.
He has a little hat.
He does.
Like, I'm not really, I'm not upset by that. I was just very surprised.
You know, again,
Yep, this looks like a wizard dragon.
again, it's some off-brand, with off-brand bionicle feet. I feel like that's the best way to describe it.
I'd like to point something
It's
out,
just-
though.
What's up? What's up, Dallas?
Why he a hammerhead shark now, though?
I do actually believe there are some Odd Eyes monsters with some, like, big heads.
Once again, similar to Lancer, the weird wing orbs, different color than his eyes.
Yes, but also he has, we're starting to see, by the way, this guy was not until, Legendary
is
Duelist
the most
Magical
recent.
Hero. This is a very modern card. This was a couple of years ago.
I kind of hate
Yeah.
how I don't hate this, but it's like this is one of the first ones I looked at this. It's like I just feel overwhelmed looking at this.
Yes, this guy's got a lot fucking going on. Like, he's got so many extra Konami orbs. He's got, like, a cape wings. His feet are something. You can see he does have 5 digits now. He's got a thumb on the bottom of his hand. It's creepy. But yeah, anything else anybody wants to point out about all this?
Yeah, this card is a mainstay 3 of the Odd Eyes decks.
Oh no!
Honestly, I would expect that. I haven't actually read his effect yet, but he came out in
Effect
Magical
is
Hero.
Stupid.
Magical Hero is a phenomenal Legendary Duelist set. That's also where Magician's Souls came from, kids.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of good shit in there. We should be very glad they have finally announced Legendary Duelist Season 3. I do believe, though, the date on the wiki is wrong. There's no way that's coming out in July. There's been, like, 4 delays this year.
Yeah. Magical Hero is one of my favorite sets of all time. Because it comes out with, like, 8 of my favorite cards.
But yeah, like, I don't want to say this art is bad, per se. Like, I certainly don't think it's worse than Odd Eyes that have come before. It's just, this is a very modern card. Like, it's got a lot going on.
Isn't Magical Souls Zuba Babancho Gagakukot?
Oh yeah, the bridge.
What?
The card that bridges all the.
Zuba Babancho Gagakukot.
No.
That's what
I
it's
think
called.
so,
Did
yeah.
I stutter?
Same with like Dwarf.
I know
or
it
something?
sounds like I stuttered, but no, I didn't.
No, that's what it is. Yeah. It's the.
Well, I mean, you don't need to confirm that. Lost
it's
the
the
one
card
asked
you
that
need to-
question.
It's the card you need to play automat. So.
No, Dragoon was not in that set. Dragoon was exclusive to the...
No.
Red Eyes Dark Dragoon was exclusive to the tins.
I don't know how.
Does that mean it's a card bank card for us?
No, because it's randomly in the tins.
Oh.
It was not a promo. And it does get reprinted at, like... I think it's been reprinted, like, 2 or 3 times? I need to double check.
Also, no.
But yeah, he a wizard. He's a dragon. He can be a wizard.
He's a dragon wizard.
He can be a wizard now.
Look, he is the second best dragon wizard I've ever seen.
I don't see a lot of dragons wearing wizard hats, that's true. So this is another dark level 7 dragon. He's 25-25, so we're evening out the stats. If this card is in your hand, you contribute a dark monster, send 1 Odd Eyes Dragon from your hand, deck, or field face up, and if you do special summon this card, if this card is destroyed, if this card in your possession is destroyed, I should say, and sent to the graveyard by an opponent's card, you can special summon 1 Odd Eyes monster from your deck or graveyard, except Wizard Dragon, and then add 1 Spiral Flame Strike from your deck to your hand.
Spoiler, that card is very good.
Yeah. Now, he does have to be destroyed by your opponent's card effect and sent to search. But still, that's very good, especially because Spiral Flame Strike is technically Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon's signature attack, but the card just is, do you have a Odd Eyes card on the field? You can pop 1, or you can search a level 7 Odd Eyes monster and recover your pen zone. It's a very crazy good card. So, wizard.
Yeah. Like, this card obviously isn't, like, a auto-include in every deck, but it's great for Odd Eyes decks.
Yes,
Because Spiral
if
Flame
you are
Strike is
specifically
a-
playing Odd Eyes, Spiral Flame Strike is a good enough card that you will want a searcher for. And even then, this guy has a decent stat line. You know, he's 25-25. If you really want his special summon condition, you can play Odd Eyes Dragon as like a Garnet to sack from your deck.
And spoiler, most of the good Odd Eyes cards are dark. That's the other reason
Yeah.
why Saber Dragon doesn't see much play.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Because it means you can
But
treat it
also,
like-
he is level 7, so you can easily Pendulum summon him as well. Your whole deck is built around that. Okay, so we will once again journey into the realm of the original timeline. Because for some reason, we decided that even though there wasn't a ritual dimension, we needed Odd-Eyes ritual monsters.
Oh, Jesus Christ, yeah.
So much. If you ever hear me do that, by the way, that's I have opened the full card art, and I'm just
Yeah, this one is
flummoxed.
bad.
This is Odd-Eyes Gravity Dragon. He is a rock.
He is the ritual one.
Yeah.
Why does he look like pencil shavings?
That, but also like weirdly engraved metal. It's like the metal's intricate, but like
This art looks so bad.
It's just so
What
weird.
just
What
so
is
much.
coming off of at the bottom of his feet?
Gravity Loth.
Gravity.
He's the Gravity Dragon.
No, his face is what kills this one.
No, that's
Like-
why I went ugh, because I looked at his face and I was just like, ugh.
Like the feet, the body, the hands, I'm fine with that. It's the face that
You
I'm
should
just
now
like,
be fine with that. Why are his feet spiders?
I mean, at
Don't
least
know,
he's
man.
projecting something out of his feet, so it makes sense.
True, he has a reason to have his weird fucked up feet for once, but is just
No, his face is just.
his face is kind of derpy. Like they've given him like nose armor for some reason.
He has a beard.
Yeah, he does look like he has a beard.
Wait, let me look
And
at this.
I really don't get the aesthetics. Like, admittedly, I haven't watched Arc V, but I don't get why this guy is like orange and like Axe pointed out the like polished metal and stone, and I'm like, okay, that's interesting, but why the fuck is this an Odd Eyes card? Like, and the ritual to summon
Again,
this is just Odd Eyes Advent.
Again, it feels like you. Because originally they were gonna do a ritual dimension. They got cut because of back behind the scenes nonsense.
Chad, I'm
So,
gonna need
like-
a citation on that. I need you to fact check Axe for me. Oh, is he not in the anime? It's very interesting because he was published pretty early.
Again, I think all of the designs of those movies like are supposed to like tie into what the dimensions they're referencing are to some level, and it's also the whole thing of the way it's designed. It looks like it's the innards of the dragon, but they took out all the outside and replaced it with like magic rock, with like weird reforming rock and like engraved like fancy ritual metal.
You're just making some shit up.
Nah, this.
I'm
art
just saying
is
what it looks
awful.
like.
Okay, it's weird. You like Axe. I get you're just saying stuff, but you're just saying stuff. You're like throwing adjectives on things, and I'm just like, yeah, okay.
All right. Just stay over here.
The funny thing I found out is I double checked the gallery to see, because in fact there are no anime renderings. This card was advertised on Japanese TV, I think, as part of Breakers of Shadows commercials. They put this in the ad for that set. This guy in his full blown up art. Konami, why?
Yeah. Yes, the card people remember from Breakers of Shadow. Odd-Eyes Dragon, not what else came out in Breakers of Shadow. I know it was Cyber Dragon.
I remember being a lot of
Infinity.
good shit in that one.
Like, I mean, I'll say I think it's a fair space. It's just the aesthetics are really weird. I know they wanted to go with an Earth because there are actually like Odd Eyes has a sub theme of being elemental. There is an Odd Eyes, not necessarily extra deck, but like special summon version that are in all the different attributes because there's like
No.
dark light,
Yeah. No, in the set that included
Gravity Dragon.
Cyber Dragon Infinity, Performer Pal Monkey Board, Draco Face Off, Twin Twisters, the Cosmos, Solemn Strike, Interrupted Kaiju Slumber.
Hell, even
Neptibus, the
even in
Atlantean
Breakers of
Prince.
Shadow, the headlining card is Enlightenment Paladin, who probably may have seen more play than this guy.
Oh, I'm not even. Yeah, Trap Trish Rafflesia, Fiendish Rhino Warrior,
Hey, Breakers was a good set.
Destruction, Buster the Destruction Swordsman, like, the Shiranuis, like, you know, the one I remember is definitely Odd-Eyes Gravity Dragon.
Yeah. So it's weird. Now, like I said, conceptually, the rest of this card aren't actually that strange. It's a ritual dragon. It's Earth. It's level 7, so it works very well with the cards you're already putting in your deck. It's 2,825. You can ritual summon this with Odd Eyes Advent. When this card is specialed, you get to one-sided Trunade your opponent. They return all their spells and traps.
Yes.
Which would include their pen scales.
Yeah.
And your opponents cannot activate effects in response to this card's activation. You can only do Odd Eyes Gravity Dragon once per turn, and then your opponent must pay 500 LP to activate card effects.
However,
I have done this in test games against Omega.
Yeah.
There are 2 problems with this card.
Which ones?
2?
One, it's that protection effect is actually terrible. Because you can still just negate the ritual.
Well, yeah, you can negate the ritual. That's different. But it's once he's summoned, your opponent can't activate. Basically, once you're trunading them, your opponent can't activate any trap spells or traps, so they get to activate them before they get destroyed.
Yeah.
I don't think it's perfect, but at the very least, it is a usable effect that I understand. And in some decks, you might actually want to do it. The 500 LP to activate card effects also works really good with the bounce, putting them under an effect. I mean, I would say if you're playing actual Odd Eyes Dragons, you're already doing level 7s, you can just make Red Eyes Flare Metal. He does the same thing. But it's still okay. In fact, I think this card's very similar to Flare Metal. I believe Flare Metal is also 28.
Yeah, but I'd say the only reason why, because Odd Eyes extra deck space is very tight.
True.
So
and I will say, the ritual levels, work out really well. I assume there's probably going to be a card to search an Odd Eyes spell card?
Well, yeah, the field spell.
The Odd Eyes Advent also lets you use Pendulum monsters in your extra deck, I believe.
Yeah, that's also really good, because I've seen Loth play some variation of these types of decks enough to know that, that's a very incredibly normal turn 1 play is to pen scale Odd Eyes Pendulum, who we're about to see, and then blow him the fuck up in the end phase. If you did that and then you get an Odd Eyes Advent, you can just spin that guy back to summon Gravity Dragon.
Yeah. The other fun thing about Odd Eyes Advent is that it's just summon a dragon monster.
Yeah, it's a weird generic one. There's nothing to talk about the card art because it's just a weird table with some pendulums and some Konami orbs.
Well,
yeah.
They made a second Odd Eyes Ritual monster.
Yes, but that is a pendulum monster, so we'll be talking about him way later.
Yeah, ritual pendulum monster.
We've got a lot of Odd Eyes pendulum ass monsters to dig through, my dude, because it's time to get into pendulum type dragons. So we're gonna begin with the classic. We're gonna see if I can find a decent card art for this because the gallery function on Wikipedia is really weird about pendulum monsters. God, I'm scrolling through so much shit. Okay, Master Duel card artwork. All right, so we have the default card art of Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. Notice he's also got the weird hammerhead thing.
He's got a weird crest.
Yeah, I don't like his default card art at all.
Yeah, let me see, because there's... How many different arts are there? There's that one, there's that one, and that one. Okay, there's 3, yeah, so...
Yeah. There's the mediocre, which is his base one, and then the good and the bad alt arts.
Okay. Please speak about this normal art while I look to see if I can grab his alt arts.
I mean, in comparison nowadays, I cannot. At least it's odd. It's never going to be a great design, but at least I understand it's now just the baseline design compared to everything else.
When it's a small card art, it isn't so bad, but when it's blown the fuck up, you just tend to notice things like his neck being bare, and it's just that feels weird compared to everything else. It really does look like his scales somehow formed in some way to be actual armor.
It's a very unflattering pose.
Yes.
Yeah, I get what they're going for. They're doing the art from the front type stuff.
Yeah.
It just doesn't look good.
He is the only one with no wings.
Yeah, he has the weird arc blade effects, but he's got the odd eyes, and everything's asymmetrical and stuff. Okay, so...
Yeah, I do like that. The asymmetry is on purpose.
Wait, hold on. I just realized with the
So
On our right, his left, the claw has like it's two of the fingers are like
yeah,
right next to each other.
they're flipped upside down. It's very weird. This
Ah.
is one of the two alt arts. It's not perfect, but you can see they've got
I
the
really like that
ass
art.
shot. I mean, it covers up his
I don't
front.
think
That's
it
where
has
most
I
of the
don't think
bad
this
shit
thing has
is.
an app.
So I think that's better. And obviously, like I said, this is like a truncated, like somebody did a zoom and blow up.
If they somehow managed to like lengthen him and be like this was a back shot and not an ass shot, like
I mean,
You
I
can't
don't
really
think- I don't think
see
this
a
thing-
lot
This
more
thing does not have
in
an
his
ass.
base art.
it's like if they made him seem bigger and like this was a back shot, yeah, but
I don't know. I really like this art.
No, it's all right. Well, first of
Comparatively.
all, I think they've drawn the face like more angular and more dynamic, which is good.
yes.
And the main thing is, this is the rough dimensions of the actual card art. They've obscured most of his hands and feet and his Empreg orb, so you can't really freak out about him. Like, they've covered up the parts of Odd Eye's design that make you go, hold on a second.
Hold
and-
up. Wait a minute.
And now
then
the
there's the
third
old
card
arts.
art, which is, I'm gonna blast you.
Also, I will say the art itself looks way better as an actual card. Do you want me to show you
For which one?
the back shot?
I mean, that basically is the card art that I showed. Like,
Oh,
it's
no, it's a little extended from what I have.
like I'm looking at drawings of him, and it's all basically that.
I posted what I found, but
I mean, that's clearly been doctored, because that's not.
really?
Yeah, that's a mock-up, I think,
Oh, okay.
because it's got like field effects on it. Was there a matte of that second art then that I just showed? There might have been a matte that somebody like transposed that into it. The actual card art, if I can find a like decent scan, is just for Dallas's reference. This is the. So yeah, it doesn't really go much beyond that.
Yeah.
Same with the Blasty
Well,
Boy
then-
version.
Then there's the charging my laser art.
Yeah. Which I think is dynamic, but also I've noticed that when you blow up the art like this, the like lines and lighting effects do make some weird shadows and stuff on him, which unfortunately
This
your boy
looks
Odd Eyes
so-
really doesn't need. He doesn't need weird shadows.
It looks so bad.
Personally, I don't think it looks that bad.
Oh no, I just mean the just random purple coloring everywhere.
Well, yeah, it's because it's like a spectrum effect. I also wonder if that might be because the fact that this card is, I presume, only available in like prismatic double secret promo rare.
Possible.
Which listen, I like shiny foil cards. I also wish to God Konami would like release the official arts in like a gallery so people could see them without the foiling effect, because the foiling
I-
can really fuck up some card arts.
Okay,
As someone
I'm
who
here,
doesn't
finally.
like foiling at all, I agree.
I mean, like, hypothetically, I think that at some
Come
point Konami should make a common reprint of most things. I know that would probably fuck over common charity, but still. Like,
Okay.
having access to cards would be good. Hello, Marth. You have joined us at Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon.
Okay. Cool. I think the one to the right is better than the one to the left.
That's fair. I don't think a lot of people are huge fans of the default card art for Pendulum Dragon.
No, the default deck is kind of bad.
Yeah.
If I had to pick, I don't know if I would go between the Fire in My Laser or the Backshot personally. I think they both have their own improvements.
Yeah.
And so, so this is the first one that's actually a Pendulum monster. It's a scale 4. It's a level 7 Dark Dragon. It's 25/20, normal A stats. So its monster effect is but simple. If it battles an opponent's monster, it does double battle damage. Its pendulum effect, though, is pendulum effects, I should say, are fairly robust. So its first effect is you can reduce the battle damage you take from an attack involving a pendulum monster you control to 0. And then during your end phase, you can destroy this card, add a pendulum monster with 1500 or less attack from your deck to your hand. You can only use each effect once per turn. So, yes, Pendulum
Yes.
Dragon frequently blows his own ass up to add any pendulum monster with 15 or 100 less attack. That's really good.
But the funny thing is, people will sometimes forget about that first effect. So when you actually are able to get it off, it's like, haha!
Yeah. So there's some interesting things. But we also have the only normal monster in this bunch for some reason.
Yeah, it's your boy.
Oh, RP?
Yeah. Okay.
The boy who is specifically better as a pendulum, in the pendulum zone.
I presume that's why they did that kind of retrain, because Pendulum Dragon is kind of weird about it. But yeah, here is Odd Eye's Arc Pendulum Dragon. So
this art.
The main thing my eye is drawn to is the fact that they've done a completely head-on shot of his face, and he's just like, bah! And I'm like, okay, that was probably a mistake.
The thing I'm drawn to is that apparently he's getting a crystal enema.
No, the crystals are on his back. They're in his spine. Because his tail's below that.
They've given, similar to like other parts of his body, they've chained up the Konami orb.
Yeah.
God, I hate this.
I don't hate it, but I definitely feel like I said, there are things that I'm like, that was a mistake. You've made a mistake here.
Arc is a reference to the necklace the MC wears, which is a pendulum.
Yes, no, it's a...
it is.
I understood that the reference here is, hey, y'all understand that pendulums are pendulums, right? You know how pendulums work? And I'm like, yes, I watched the original anime adaptation of Shaman King. I understand how pendulums work. Shut up.
I understand.
I don't get that.
I understand the reference.
You don't? Interesting.
Just
Might be
because
I've never seen
could
that, so
do
I only know
something
parts
does
of it.
not mean you should.
One of the ghost people uses pendulum piloted by a fairy.
That's what I guessed that, but I wasn't sure.
So, the thing I'd say about the oh yeah, we're gonna talk about the card or the art first.
I mean, if you have things to say about the art, go for it.
Oh no, it's gonna be about the card.
Okay.
Itself.
We'll come back to that one then.
Oh, I'm not done yet.
What's next on your list then, Dallas?
The fucking like moon crescent wings.
I mean, that's not any different than any other Odd Eyes. Just now they're crystal.
It's just they took the Odd Eyes pendulum wings and just went, what if crystal though?
Yeah.
This is Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon's New Age phase.
This is like the most peak Konami orb design, except instead of orbs, they're just crystals.
Yeah, I'm about to say there's not actually Konami orbs in this. We're not looking at Venom Dragon yet, Dallas.
But they're spiritually orbs.
Like that's it.
I at least
fair
like.
enough.
I at least like it's like engraved silver and like weird like water-filled crystalline structures.
Yeah, no, I think that the artist did a good job with the textures and the colors. Like this is a decent alternate color scheme. I kind of like the black and purple and blue.
But I think the thing that we're always going to repeat this is that the base design is not good, so no matter what you change it,
no
it's
matter
still
what you
not
do,
great.
Odd Eyes is going to have weird semicircle wings. He's going to have fucked up feet and hands. He's going to have an Empreg orb. It's always going to...
I mean, the
deal
feet,
with those.
hands, and the orb don't actually bother me, I guess.
It
is what
doesn't
I'm
bother
learning.
me, I just don't like it.
That means it bothers you.
I think there's a difference between enjoying something and being insulted by something.
Also, no, I mean, I don't know if the anime called it something different, like maybe in the dub or not, but like it was definitely a dowsing
Stab him through
pendulum.
the internet.
I will stab you too, Australia boy.
How can he reach?
Sorry, you said Australia boy, but my name is Soldier Boy.
So, Odd Eye's Arc Pendulum is another Dark Dragon Pendulum. He is a scale 8. He has a big scale. He also has a decent stat line, probably because he's a vanilla, 2720.
Yeah.
So he is a normal monster, so he doesn't have a monster effect. His flavor text is, made from miracles, this valiant and beautiful dragon has gleaming eyes that reflect an arc drawn in the sky. I feel like several of those statements are lies. But anyway.
No.
Most likely.
Well, the arc in the sky thing makes sense, because that's a big theme in the show.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, this. Well, at least the draw in the sky thing just references the pendulum chant for the regular dragon.
Well, yeah.
But it does have a pendulum effect because normal monsters can have pendulum effects and still be pendulum monsters. If an odd eyes card you control is destroyed by battle card effect, you can special summon an odd eyes monster from your hand, deck, or graveyard. You can only use this effect once per turn. That's fucking amazing. This guy is a great card.
This guy is
he's a scale 8, and once per turn, if you blow up an odd eyes card, you get to special summon an odd eyes from anywhere except your extra deck.
Yeah. Thank fuck it doesn't say your opponent destroyed by your opponent's card effects, because a lot of odd eyes effects destroy their own things.
No. This card came late enough. This was I guess you'd call it like a promo or a special card released in the Legendary Dragon decks. So, it's definitely like they're trying to buff this up. Maybe it would be better from a side shot, yeah. But yeah, no. This is another funny thing. This guy looks kind of derpy. He has a phenomenal effect for odd eyes. If you are playing odd eyes as a deck, you will play this man.
Yes.
You may not be playing some of these future cards though, because let's talk about some other odd eyes dragons who are pendulums, but are not odd eyes pendulum dragons. Though I do believe these next two cards were in the. I think they were in the. Oh, God. Why is there no Master Duel art for this, guys? Do you not care? They probably don't care.
What card is that?
So these cards were also in the Legendary Dragon decks. First is Odd Eyes Mirage Dragon.
Oh, yeah, they don't care about this card.
Yeah, the card we have not got yet.
No, we have.
We do? Oh.
Yeah, it was an ultra printed once.
No, fuck off.
I will say I like this one more than the other ones because I think it's way more smooth and articulate, I guess. Its face is fucky, but...
I mean, I'll say this. I think they did a decent... spoilers, this guy's only level 3. They've done a decent attempt to make these guys look smaller and more minimalist because they are weaker monsters. But... it's still, I think there's still some weird stuff going on. Like, once again, Konami orbs. He's got orbs for no reason. He's got orbs in his knees and orbs in his shoulders. The sword chin face thing's a little weird, like Axe pointed out. I really don't know how he walks. He doesn't even have front wings.
Manga.
Yeah, this was in the manga as well, yeah.
I wonder if
this
the
is
manga
much
is
more of a
even
manga
worse
thing.
appearance-wise.
Yeah, I think this card looked way worse than normal odd eyes.
I don't know if I'd say way worse.
Actually, wait, it's still
Well,
the
he's so
same
thin.
color.
Well, yeah, he's
So
supposed to be
thin.
small. He's not like an ace monster.
Yeah, but it's not like proportioned correctly because then you have the huge jutting Konami orb thing.
I'm just...
I mean, that's not actually... I actually don't think any of his parts are out of scale to him.
The
Also,
downward...
for it.
Giant codpiece.
Oh,
Well,
it does. Baby,
Dallas,
do
you
it.
don't get to talk about the cod piece. You were okay with razor blade penis.
Yeah.
Yeah, because
But
that was
this is-
silly.
Go ahead, Mark.
But this is just a flipped over, pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah, I posted the other panel that appeared in, and it flipped.
Also, yeah, no, this is not a
That's all it
tuner.
is, it
The funnily enough, the tuner support for Odd Eyes is either Odd Eyes Perform Pal Synchron, the weirdest bridge gap I think they've ever done, or there are a couple of Pendulum Magician who are tuners.
Yes, Noble Dragon, harmonizing, tuning.
Yeah. And there is technically the Magician who is also a Synchro Dragon, who we will talk about later, is also a tuner, but that's not an Odd Eyes per se.
Yes.
She
But
is a
this
Synchro.
is, I believe, the level 3,
Yeah.
who is like similar to something that will appear later on, Odd Eyes Persona Dragon.
Yeah, I think that's
One
the
of the
next guy.
weirdly leveled Odd Eyes dragons that are meant to be part of a Odd Eyes package.
Yeah. So this guy's level 3. He's a still Dark Dragon Pendulum. He is scale 8, 1200 attack, 600 defense. Its monster effect is when an Odd Eyes card is in your Pendulum zone, you can target an Odd Eyes monster you control. The first time it will be destroyed. This turn, it is not destroyed. You can only use this effect once per turn. So it's got kind of a weird... It's a quick effect, so that's decent, but it's kind of a weird protection effect. Its Pendulum effect is once per turn, if an Odd Eyes Pendulum monster you control is destroyed by battle or card effect, Destroy one card in your Pendulum Zone. If you do, add a face-up Odd Eyes monster in your extra deck in your Pendulum Zone, except Mirage Dragon. So Mirage just basically lets you cycle out Pen Zone stuff.
Sorry, what is the scale again?
8.
Yes, yeah. Much
I mean-
better 8s.
I mean, you need scale
Yeah,
8 because you can't pen scale 7 with 7.
No,
but
I'm just saying-
unfortunately, Omega, as you pointed out, he came out at the same time as Arc Dragon.
No. He came out way earlier, but no one's got him.
Yeah, he was originally printed in Dragons of Legend Unleashed as a secret rare. He was released in Legendary Dragon Decks as a common, but he will be reprinted in Dragons of Legend the Complete Series as a common. I'm pretty sure I own like 5 of this in real life because I've opened some boxes of Legendary Dragons.
I do own this in our progression series, but I also played a deck that used it. So
Did you actually use it?
Did you?
yeah, I did in Performance Pal before we got better 8s.
Okay, so you didn't actually use it.
Before that in Joker. No, I played Performance Pal once. I got bodied.
But anyway,
Alright,
yeah.
Well,
So,
Oloth mentioned him.
Dino mistook my lunch money.
Dynamis took a lot of people's lunch money. So we mentioned him already, so we might as well go to the one you never saw coming. It's Odd Eyes Persona Dragon.
Odd Eyes S&T spin-off dragon.
But I Shin Megami Tensei Dragon.
I mean, we can keep making those jokes. The real thing, though, this is Odd Eyes the Secret Dinosaur Dragon. Alternatively,
Yeah.
those triple holes really, really do remind me of certain Digimon designs.
You know, this one looks like a Digimon.
Yeah, it does look like a intermediate level.
Wait, I just thought of something. He's the fucking armored up Mewtwo Odd Eyes when they were experimenting on him.
Yeah. So this is weird. I think this design is better than Mirage.
Yes.
True.
I mean,
That
there's
is
still
not hard.
problems because he's got like a flower full of Konami orbs on his back.
Yeah,
Yeah,
his
one-
back is a
That part.
weird.
Yeah, he got what looks like orbs on his shoulders and then weird shoulder back spikes, flower
It looks like
things that
someone just
have an
threw
orb
stuff on his
each.
back and-
So
yeah,
I will say this is kind of one of like the better design, like one of like the best designs we've seen so far. But that's
I don't
what I.
know about that.
But I also it also has a reoccurring thing of that the model. I feel like in the weird model kit sense that its connection bit is not to the back of its like leg frame, but like to the front. So where its crotch is where you would attach the tail.
I guess
The-
what
the-
I'm learning is that weird faces bother me way more than weird other parts. Because
I think it's because you overcomplicate how a face is to you.
The weird thing
I don't think
about
it's wrong with
this,
his face. He's got a weird skull cap.
What does that mean?
the
Yeah, skull cap.
I don't even
weirdest
think the
thing-
part that's weird is his face.
Oh, I do.
the
Odd
weirdest thing.
Eyes Archfiend Dragon.
That's a good shit.
Okay, should I just start counting how many times?
Sorry.
No, that's alright. The weirdest thing about this entire dragon to me is the fact that its tail is basically Dark Rebellion's tail.
Yeah, you're right. That doesn't make any goddamn sense. He has a weird fork tail. Why? I don't know. I want to throw out Chad had a good one. Odd Eyes on Xbox. It's amazing. He is very pink. I don't know why. I mean, actually, no. I think he's supposed to be red with green highlights, and then Mirage is supposed to be green with, like, reddish highlights, maybe. I think he had some red in
I
there.
think
I'm not
so.
going back to look. I think that tracks. Persona is a level 5 Dark Dragon. He's scale 1, so, you know, pretty basic stuff here. It's got 1200 attack again, but 2400 defense.
Yeah, he's there to be in defense mode.
Yeah, his monster effect is quick effect. Once per turn, you can target a face-up monster on the field that was special summoned from the extra deck. It's negated until the end of this turn. That's actually a pretty decent effect. And then its pendulum effect is once per turn during the end phase. If your opponent activate a card effect this turn that targeted an Odd Eyes Pendulum monster you controlled and no other cards while this card was in your Pendulum Zone, special summon this card, and if you do, place one face-up Odd Eyes Pendulum monster from your extra deck in the Pendulum Zone except Odd Eyes Persona Dragon. God
He is-
Christ.
I beg should other people take turns so you don't work yourself out?
No, it's just that effect is bad. That's all one effect.
It's longly worded, but
That
it is
sounds like
pure-
negate me, please.
It's got like 5 different
No.
fucking effects. I don't even think it's
From-
you don't even need to worry about negating it. It's how the fuck would you proc it?
In test games against Omega with my Odd Eyes deck for Prague, he has actually seen this go off once or twice. It's very situational,
Yeah.
but if it works, it works.
Honestly,
this
I
card
think
is-
as a scale 1 and as a monster effect, it's way better.
I mean, this card definitely reads like a one of to me. I don't know.
I mean,
I
we
mean,
haven't in
it
Archetype seen any
depends.
great low scales yet.
Depends on your deck, because this guy is level 5, so if you have him, you can go to Dark Requiem. Like if you get
He's in
2
your
of them in
pendulum
the field.
range.
Yes. He's a good scale 1. And on the off chance that if you have him and Odd Eyes Arc V Rebellion Dragon, whatever the good scale 8 is, if something is targeted one Odd Eyes Pendulum monster you had on the field, you can activate both effects, so you can go really ham. It's just a generally good card, but very situational, which is why it's only good in Odd Eyes Pen decks.
Yeah.
Very niche. I like it though.
Sorry, I was cleaning up some notifications on Discord. Okay, this is another one that nobody has apparently cared to steal the art from Master Duel. It's another manga one. This is Odd Eyes Phantom Dragon.
Oh, that's because. Wait, why haven't they blown that art? That card's fairly important in some ways.
I have no fucking
Yeah,
idea.
hold on. Why is there so much
I-
bottom space?
Well, that's how
This
pendulum
art
arts
is awful,
are.
though. I'll say this. This
I
art
actually like this one.
Oh, okay.
Dallas is going to complain
Appropriately.
about his face again,
I
even though
am-
his face is just a dragon face.
It's just a dragon face.
The parts of it
This
that are wrong with his head are
is-
not his face.
Wait, this is
Oh.
just Dallas just complains about faces 2.0.
Oh, let me rephrase that. I mean head, not face.
That's fair. I think there are some issues with this head.
The
If-
deer antlers.
Yeah, the horn crest thing on his head is bigger. and
Like,
weirder.
weirdly enough, as opposed to Dallas, like looking at hearing the name Odd Eyes Phantom Dragon and then see this guy, I'm like, yeah, that's like a weird ghosty phantom, like Odd Eyes card.
Yeah, I
can see
think they're
that.
going for like a bone texture, which I think at least works.
I could see this guy being a worm.
No,
Oh yeah,
I
that's
mean
reminds. Yeah. That's
the
part
rest of
Venom.
it's fine. I just have a problem with the horns.
I don't like how
I'm-
Dallas said the rest of it is fine. I am looking at his toes, which are circular.
I mean,
I was
those are always
about to
different.
say the one thing I feel iffy about is I just noticed he's got like weird gauntlet launcher looking things with orbs.
See, I'm actually very fine with his hands. I don't know.
These are not the worst hands. I'm talking about his feet. His feet have
Yeah, no,
weird
his
circle
feet are
toes.
atrocious.
That's-
I just
Serenity-
realized that.
Trying
They
saying it's supposed to be like a dead tree. I
They
don't
look
see.
like keys.
I can see the idea of Deadwood, but
Yeah. Just Odd Eyes Phantom, and I'm just like, yeah, okay, seems like an Odd Eyes Phantom, and that's it, really.
I mean, he definitely has a color scheme that, though he is definitely an Odd Eyes, it reminds me of the Xyz Dragon action, right? Like,
Yes.
we've talked about this. There's a little bit of design overlap. This one's. I don't think this is the worst. This one didn't make me go, huh. But it's definitely like, I wouldn't want to look at this guy too long up close. He's got a weird chin spike. His toes are stupid. His antlers are dumb. I don't think they're, like, offensive or anything, but it's like, God, they're big. And
yes.
asymmetrical.
And similar to Persona Dragon, this is a guy you'd love to run in pure Odd Eyes decks.
Yeah,
This
no.
is only pure eyes.
So this is another Dark Pendulum Dragon level 7. He has the normal stat line 25-20. He is a scale 4, so he's kind of like a different Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon. He even has a P in his name. His monster effect is when this Pendulum Summon card inflicts battle damage to your opponent by attacking, you can inflict damage to your opponent equal to the number of Odd Eyes cards in your Pendulum Zones times 1,200. You can only use this effect once per turn. So, an alternate take on the extra damage effect of certain Odd Eyes monsters. Then his Pendulum effect is once per turn when an attack is declared involving your face-up monster and opponent's monster, like there's any other kind of attack that can be declared.
Well,
Sorry, that's
directly.
just... Yeah, I know, but like, I think they could just say your face-up monster and a monster. I don't think there's any way you can actually attack your own monsters, like, a sideways. Anyway, if you have an Odd Eyes card in your other Pendulum Zone, you can make that monster you control gain 1200 attack until the end of the battle phase, even if this card leaves the field. So this is yet another attack modulation effect in Odd Eyes. It's okay. The scale 4 is a little weird. If you're playing pure Odd Eyes, I suppose that's fine as a low scale.
Yeah. Like, if you're not running Mirage, which is a level 3, you probably have Persona, which is a level 5, so it should be alright.
And it is a scale 1, so if you... That Persona itself is a scale 1, so if you really need the low scale, you could do that. I think it's got decent effects in both categories. They're not, like, home run effects. But, I mean, if you're playing a pure Odd Eyes deck, if this card... if it inflicts battle damage to your opponent by attacking, so that includes direct attacks, that monster effect, you could do an extra 24. That's pretty good.
Like, to be honest, with the way you probably use this guy in the Pendulum Zone is have basically he's there as a placeholder until you get like a good scale 1. Blow him up. Hopefully you have Arc Pendulum Dragon in the other zone. You get advantage off of that, and then you just put down the low scale.
Yeah. And also, like I said, I think this emphasizes something. We haven't really discussed like what the actual strategy for Odd Eyes is. Odd Eyes is absolutely an OTK type, like, make one or more big dudes blow your opponent the fuck out.
We love dragons.
Like, it is a protagonist type deck where on the last minute the protagonist summons one or more monsters that get lots of extra attack and your opponent loses all their life points. And I don't actually know, do the mangas usually do the like 4K life point thing?
Yes.
Okay, because if they do, this card's a great winner in a manga or anime scenario where he does an extra 24. That's basically probably an OTK.
Yeah.
Usually you're beating over some other big monster.
Yeah.
The Pendulum, the manga arc feed chapter says like Pendulum themed.
So it's I think a decent one.
Yeah, no, he's a good card to have in a pure Odd Eyes deck. In fact, I have 3 of him in my pure Odd Eyes deck.
Okay, why do you have 2 of these? Is one of these bigger? No, they've fucking double uploaded the same card art from Link Evolution, but not the Master Duel card art? Wikipedia, I have questions about your gallery function. Anyway, hey, I hope you liked Phantom, because we're gonna do Phantom again, but different.
Oh, yeah.
This is
This guy.
Odd Eyes Phantasma Dragon!
Oh, that card art.
Phantasmagoria! I mean, I can't say I hate this one, because I can't see, like, more than, like, 10% of this dragon.
Yeah, his I can't tell if he's also got, like, the wing jet boosters, or if that's just actually his wing is covering up a lot.
I think it's, like, a jet boost effect where he's flying towards the screen. Like I said, I don't think this is the worst design we've ever seen, because you can't see most of his body. His wings are neat. I think he's got a little too much going on his head. I don't know why there are also these yellow and blue orbs. Like, there is definitely a thing where you can overcomplicate the color scheme.
Yeah.
The actual, like, weird orbs on like, the big part of the wing and his crest is not, like, Odd Eyes. It is green, and then red, and it's like, wait a second.
Yeah, it's green, red, and then yellow, blue. And he has a purple orb in the center of his forehead. That's a few too many colors.
Yo, what?
Orb.
What was that, Dallas?
I also don't like the shade they chose for the body. I don't know why. It looks weird.
I assume, once again, this is a lighting effect, because, like, obviously this guy I think is supposed to be the same kind of bone or dead wood color as Phantom, because he is Phantasma, but I assume he's also been drawn to be backlit by his weird CMYK.
I'll be honest to you. As much as I like the color green, I think this background doesn't do him much favors.
No.
Yeah, I don't know why he's got this is like a Vrain's background. Why does he have a Cyber background?
I don't know why, but I think silver is a good base color for all the other color, I guess, accessories they put on the thing. So I think that's an improvement. I mean, probably my favorite colors are silver and orange, so
I just think the whatever shade of silver this is, he's bad.
I honestly
It
do
It does
think
look
if
a
they
little
had-
dull. Like, it looks a little tarnished.
If they had a little less orbs, he'd look actually better. but
Yeah, because
from what we can see so far, I do believe that this is a good card to have again in the Pure Odd Eyes deck. 'Cause he is
Yeah,
a scale
so
0?
yes, this is a 0 scale, which is phenomenal.
I mean, I don't know about this one, Loth. This.
Okay,
I don't wanna
no,
get
no,
too
no,
into
no,
it.
Dallas. This card is actually quite useful. It's a 0 scale, and it's a level 8, so you got to be careful about that. But it is another 3K 25, Blue Ice Scat line. But its pendulum effect is discard a card, add a face-up dragon pendulum monster from your extra deck to your hand. You can only use this once per turn. So it is a 0 scale, and it lets you recycle your extra deck, which is very important when this card came out in 2019. Its monster effect is, and somebody in the chat mentioned this, yes, it has an inherent special effect. If you have 2 cards in your pendulum zones and a face-up Odd Eyes pendulum monster in your extra deck, you can special summon this card from your hand. So you don't even need scales if you do it correctly. Now, you cannot pendulum summon the turn you activate this effect, so it's kind of like replacing your actual pen summon, but you do have an inherent special. During damage calculation, if this card attacks an opponent's monster, you can make that opponent's monster lose 1,000 attack for each face-up pendulum monster in your extra deck during damage calc only. You can only use each effective Phantasma Dragon once per turn. So this is yet another big swingy OTK boy. I do think he has plenty of utility in his scale effect and his pendulum effect, though.
That's fair. I just personally, in the Pure Odd Eyes deck I built, I've never considered using him.
Well, you and I are different because I look at Pure Odd Eyes and go, let me throw in a bunch of Odd Eyes cards. You go, what would work well with Odd Eyes?
Well, no. My Pure Odd Eyes deck is Pure Odd Eyes, but... So, do you want to know the trick to Pure Odd Eyes, or a lot of what I use? The lowest scale I need is 4, because everything else is above that. So, I don't really need a 0 scale.
Doesn't hurt.
I mean, it doesn't, but if I don't need it, I don't know. This is a difference in philosophy, I guess.
So this card has Master Duel card art, I think, because it's very new.
What card is
yes,
it?
okay.
Hold on, I've got it. I'm sorry, we're juggling. Okay, I'll post the card art first, and then because I realize I'm not juggling my tabs correctly.
Oh no, also this is like one of the best cards in the deck.
This is Odd Eyes Revolution Dragon.
Yeah, this card is great.
Yes. I mean, you should be able to tell because this was a secret rare in a 2020 set. So this guy knew. Now I want to say, I mean, I don't think this design is the worst either. It's very over designed though, and immediately my thought was, Odd Eyes Drytron Dragon.
Here's the thing. I know it's over designed, but compared to some of the newer Yu-Gi-Oh archetypes, I don't actually think it's that over designed.
Yeah.
Compare this to Ursa Arctic, and it looks positively normal.
I mean, I actually don't think so, Dallas. I think this is a lot in the similar vein to Ursa Arctic.
I love looking at chat and just being
I like
and just
it.
seeing, look at this little guy.
Also, his hands are finally normal.
Well, that's what I was going to say, though. I do think the artist actually managed to make his hands and feet make sense. He's got, like...
That's the revolution.
Again, I'm still seeing the whole thing of... I'm still seeing, I guess, all of the Dimension Dragons as, like, a weird Bionicle-style Japanese model kit set.
Yes, for some reason you have latched onto they are a model kit, even though that's not based anywhere.
Not.
But that's if that's the analogy
I mean,
you want to make.
it's more just how, like, a lot of them just feel like it's the same frame that they put different pieces on.
Okay,
places
I mean,
and
that's
add
just
layers on.
cards work.
Oh my god, I found a problem.
What's your
Is
problem,
it
Dallas?
Axe?
Well,
I can leave.
why is this dragon wearing shoulder
No, I'm
pads?
joking.
I mean, he's also wearing thigh pad. Like, he's
Are
got
you
weird
really?
armor on him. It's weird. I don't know why he's got weird armor
Yeah,
on him, but he
the
does.
shoulder pads specifically look
In-
weirdly human.
Don't worry, Axe, I was joking. But also, with this card art, I understand it being over-designed, because when you look at its level, you go, oh, okay, I see.
It's true.
Yeah.
This one is supposed to be the big fuck off guy. Like, he didn't
Yes.
actually show up in the anime because he wasn't made until 2020, but, like, this is your equivalent of, like, you know, shooting Quasar or something. Like, oh, this is the big one.
I think they're supposed to be portals to different dimensions.
It
Yeah,
looks like an
genuinely.
angle dragon with 3 halos.
To
Yeah.
answer the question in chat, I think those are literally supposed to be portals to the 3 dimensions.
Yeah.
Yeah,
And they are
true.
color-coded differently, too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
He has a lot of colors. I don't know why he has a chin orb. Like, I will say this. Obviously, this card's very modern. I think there's a lot of clean design here. And like we said, they managed to not fuck up his hands and feet grossly.
Yeah. I don't know.
I don't know why he has, like, a weird centipede tail.
Yeah, Senpitil.
He's got like big sweeping wings. Like I said, he's got an orb in his chin.
Each of his weird crest things is different colored to match the halos.
Yeah, but it's not the worst, right?
Also, to clarify, this was a manga card.
Yeah, it was pretty much the. Yeah, it was
it's
the
the end
manga
boss
card.
guy.
Oh, okay, I see it now.
Yeah, pretty much.
Interesting. They took a long time to print it then.
And this one was just said, hey, my opponent's life points are now my attack points. And I just clear everything from the board so you can't protect yourself.
Omega, actually,
in the manga.
Fun fact, the manga didn't finish until 2021.
Wow,
Yeah.
okay, holy
Or
shit.
22.
There must have been a delay in there or something.
Oh, actually, this manga card is actually from the side manga.
Yeah, it's from the side manga.
Yeah.
The actual manga didn't finish until like last year, which is where they revealed, but it was incest the whole time.
Okay, anyway.
I guess that leaves us hope for even more bullshit manga Odd Eyes cards that I missed. Anyway, Revolution Dragon is a level 12 light pendulum dragon that is also scale 12. His attack and defense are ? His pendulum effect is you can only pendulum summon dragons. This effect can't be negated. You can target one dragon, fusion, synchro, or Xyz monster in your graveyard. Destroy this card, and if you do, special summon them. So he can clean himself up if you need to get out of fusion, synchro, or Xyz. Monster effect cannot be normal summoned or set. Must be pendulum summoned from your hand, or special summoned by tributing 3 dragon monsters, 1 fusion, 1 synchro, 1 Xyz, so that's why he has the 3 rings. You can discard this card and pay 500 LP, add 1 level 8 or lower dragon pendulum monster deck from your hand, gains attack and defense equal to half your opponent's LP, presumably so that it keeps with the scale of like a manga rather than go all the way to, oh shit, 8k. Once per turn, you can pay half your life points, shuffle all other cards in the field and graveyards into the deck.
Yeah.
So, yeah, this is a pretty decent boss.
Spoiler, this is actually very easy to pendulum summon in the way I run Odd Eyes. Because you know what is exactly enough to pendulum summon this?
Pretzel.
The 2 donuts. The donut and the pretzel.
Yeah, no. Which we will get to
I do
later.
consider Supreme King is, to me, Odd Eyes enough.
Adjacent.
They are. It's certainly Odd Eyes adjacent. They're even in our list, so I think that's fair. And it certainly gives you a way to easily pendulum summon this guy. And yeah, this means that you have a fairly big bungus for an OTK. He can fucking shuffle back the whole board.
Wait, Dallas, what are you talking about? It's the donut and pretzel. He just stapled them onto his back.
I mean, honestly, I think they kind of are. Or at least the donut, at least. Because that's basically Dimension Gate.
Yeah, they are very donut-esque. All right, now we're going to play the game of this card is new, so do we have a card art for it? Yes! All right, everybody. Buckle the fuck up.
Because he's good, too.
It's time to be golden.
Yeah.
It's the new ritual guy.
Yes, this is Odd Eyes Pendulumgraph Dragon, because Pendulumgraph is now a monster archetype. He's very golden.
You mean it isn't a band card? Or a reason to get...
No, Odd Eyes just beat the shit out of Eldritch and gilded himself with him.
I turned my Winky into solid gold.
This Odd Eyes Dragon ate Eldritch. That's the ritual.
I actually really like this art, specifically the back piece, because for some reason, it feels like Odd Eyes legitimately took a trip down to South America and was like, "Yeah, I'm just gonna go Aztec themed now," because I really like the back panels.
Yeah, the back panels are good. I think there's some. I'm a little lost with some of his asymmetry. I'm not sure where some parts start and where some parts end, but for the most part, you can kind of tell what's going on, and I like it. He's very clearly wearing armor and doesn't have any weird bits that aren't that look like armor but aren't armor. You know what I mean? I do unfortunately think the hands and feet have gone back to being completely nonsensical, but I can live with it at this point, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, no, this is, to me, is probably the best design we've seen today.
I think his like head thing actually kind of works. It's a little too broad because it goes for a long way if you actually like look at the lines. But like,
But considering his back pieces,
yeah, the forward spikes, the pieces, they're pretty good.
yeah,
It's
it's a weird thing where the overcomplication design works together.
And the Mesoamerican thing doubly works to me because it's a ritual card.
Oh, nice Gilgamesh Dragon.
So, also, side note for Konami, why have you not made a Mesoamerican ritual archetype? That seems like a very slam dunk thing. Whatever.
Yeah, pull this guy up on Master to look at his effects.
No, he's very good.
Yeah.
So this guy is a ritual pendulum monster, the first ever. Yes, that's right, by the way. It took them until 2022. This card came out this year.
This is the second best autos card released in the 2022.
He is a Dragon Ritual Pendulum. He is light, as you might expect from how fucking gold he is. He is a 4 scale. He is 2700 attack, 2500 defense. His Pendulum effect is, during the end phase, you can add a ritual spell from your deck to or graveyard to your hand, then return this card to your hand. You can only use this effect once per turn. So basically, if he's scaled, he can, during your end phase, return himself from the scale and recover your ritual spell. You can ritual summon this card with Odd Eyes Advent. They don't even need to give you a new ritual card because Odd Eyes Advent already did it. Must either be ritual summoned or pendulum summoned from your hand. This is a brilliant work, by the way. I love that you can legitimately just pendulum this guy.
Yeah, don't even ritual.
Each time your opponent special summons a monster from the extra deck, inflict 300 damage to them.
Continuing gravity's effect.
Yes. And also, in the right matchup, very punishing. If your opponent, like, link climbs or recycles, ooh.
Well, there's literally a reason why Despia... This is the reason why Despia became a Tier 1 deck, because it has a fusion monster that basically does... I mean, granted, a better version of this effect, but still.
Yeah.
Of your opponent special summons, they take, I think it's 8k? Or not 8k, lol. No, 800.
That is true. That's better than 300. Once per turn, when your opponent activates a spell card or effect, quick effect.
It's 400. It's just really easy to summon too.
You can place this card in your Pendulum Zone. If you do negate that effect, then if you place this Ritual Summon card in the Pendulum Zone, special summon an Odd Eyes monster from your extra deck. So
yeah, it's that effect is dumb.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
crazy.
so if you
good.
ritual summon him, it's just a free.
It's a free spell negate that
vortex.
turns into a vortex, which is more negates.
Yes.
A bounce and then a negate.
Yeah. And because that immediately sets you up to do its pendulum effect to recycle the ritual spell and put him back in your hand so you can ritual summon him again.
Yeah,
This is 2022 card design in the best way. Like, this card does things that actually matter in the game. It has a conditional negate, like it's only spells, or spell effects, technically. So if your opponent tries to, like, activate their field spell effect after they've already done it. But it has recycling, it flows into your other Odd Eyes cards, it is a scale. You don't even need the ritual spell if you don't want to. You can just pendulum summon him.
Yeah.
And he has a decent stat line. This is a very good card. And he actually looks pretty good.
Yeah, and he actually makes the Odd Eyes Advent card something you'd run.
No, Dimension Force was very kind to Odd Eyes.
So, let us go back though. We're going back in time. We're going back to the shitty designs.
Oh Jesus.
Because now we're going to talk about some Eyes Pendulum Dragons that are not odd,
Oh.
but are Pendulum Dragons, even though they're not Pendulum cards. It's very silly. Hold on, gotta reset the Master Duel. We've done another 40 minutes and we haven't left Odd Eyes. Behold, Beast Eyes Pendulum Dragon. Man.
Oh, this art.
They gave that motherfucker fur.
This is very bad.
I mean,
they made his hands weirder.
They gave him a weird eyeball.
Normal-ish.
I think his feet are functional for once. But then we have the problem of what the fuck is on his back?
I don't know. Yeah, that's the one thing that kills this art for me. The back is just like, what is that?
He's got a weird bone gun tube snorkel thing.
Roots.
And the other side is like it's like he ripped off a even bigger dragon's finger and stuck it on his back.
Here's the thing. I really do like the face design. I think the face design is great.
For something called Beast Eyes, yeah, no, it makes
Yeah,
sense.
it's like it's a dinosaur like dragon.
Yeah,
looking
I don't think it's the
thing.
worst face.
Every time I saw Loft play it, I always thought it was cool looking. So like I don't.
I mean, when you see it in small scale, I think it's better. It's when you blow him up to this size that
Yeah,
you're just
the
like,
hands in the back kill it.
yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I think his giant fuzzy crest looking a little like ears is like, that's a little silly. That doesn't actually, I think, detract from the overall effect of just like, haha, fuzzy ears.
He's got a big head and whittled arms.
Look, Omega, a lot of things that can kill you in 1 second are very
It could
fuzzy.
almost be a dinosaur.
Bears are fuzzy.
But sadly, this is not a dinosaur monster.
No, it's a beast.
Yeah, because you can't search it.
No, this is a dragon, but it's part
Oh,
beast. So if you guys aren't familiar with these cards, maybe you've never watched Arc V, and there's a couple in this series, and haven't seen them because I don't think they're super popular these days because they're very weird. This is Beast Eyes Pendulum Dragon. This is a level 8 Earth Dragon fusion. It has 3k attack, 2k defense. Its materials are 1 Dark Dragon type monster and 1 Beast type monster, which are fairly generic. It's just that obviously if you're not running the Perform a Pal type deck, you can't make that so easily these days.
Thankfully, they made really good Perform a Pal cards. You can do that.
Yes,
Like,
you can run
overall.
that variant if you want. And to be fair, even though there is an Odd Eyes Fusion card,
He is a contact fuse.
yeah, he's a
which
contact
makes him
fuse, so
good.
you can fusion summon or special summon him by
Yeah.
tributing the above cards, which means you don't use polymerization.
Like,
It can't be special summoned other
obviously-
ways, so...
As a boss monster, I feel like this card is power crept now, but for the time, I thought he was pretty good.
Yes, its final effect is it has another one of those do extra damage in the damage step type things. If this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, inflict damage to your opponent equal to the original attack of the beast type monster used to summon this card.
Like, he's great if your opponent has an all defense mode board and you just want to still inflict damage.
Yeah. And it is a contact fusion, which
No.
for Pendulum is a very good feature because you can easily pendulum scale the stuff and then do the thing.
No, Beastars is like.
Also, yes, no, it's any level. It's 1 Dark Dragon type monster.
Yeah, that's the other thing. You don't actually need Odd Eyes one.
No, it's
Yeah,
it's
I-
ludicrously easy to make.
I've summoned this guy by tributing Dark Rebellion Dragon, which is hilarious.
Yeah, that
Oh, yeah,
works
that-
if you've used his effect and you're donezo.
You can mind control opponents' monsters. Spoiler: Dark Dragon is a very popular type.
What's that? You
And
got
I
Starving
would,
Venom?
you can
Yoink.
still fusion summon this card. It's not contact fusion only, so depending on the matchup, this could be a super poly target.
Yeah, I've actually used it as a super poly target once.
It's fun that way.
And
It's
I would
fun because
argue,
unexpected.
like I think all 3 of these fusion Pendulum Dragon monsters have their place. Beast's a little weird.
Ugh.
Obviously, that's supposed to go together.
Oh wait, we're only doing 3 of them.
There are only 3 of them. Of the
Wait.
X Eyes Pendulum Dragon. All the rest are called
Oh.
something different.
I know. Yeah, that's why that's called. That's called Odd Eyes Space Dragon, right?
Yep.
So let me pull up our next one if nobody has anything else to say about this lad.
Oh, I know which one's next. It's awful. Is it Rune?
No.
Oh, not
We're gonna do Brave first. I think Rune has his own. I'm looking at Brave up close. Here
Brave Eyes?
is Brave Eyes Pendulum Dragon.
I've genuinely never heard of this card.
Now,
What?
chat, I'm gonna taking the suggestion it's Brave, but also looking at this card art. What
Okay.
type do you think this dragon is made with?
Okay, Omega, can I say one thing?
Yeah.
This is officially the most Digimon-looking card. What the hell?
Yeah. It's like they fused Odd Eyes and Greymon of some type.
No, this is like a is
Yeah.
like a season 3 Gallantmon fusion.
I can kind of see that. I can see either, honestly.
Like,
Or it's a Vanguard. It also makes me think
Even
of
the-
Vanguard monsters.
even-
Somebody said
but
he
no
is a
one cares about
Megazord.
R5 Vanguard.
Yeah, so I
I-
have 2 people in chat who said machine. You would be wrong. The person who said warrior first is correct because it's Brave Eyes. It's like Brave Neos. But I can
Brave
understand how you would
Toucans.
be confused because this is probably the most robot ass dragon we've seen all night.
Yes.
It is totally a cyborg type.
Like, I think all the rivets and stuff is supposed to be, like, armor plating because he's warriors, but, like, ugh. This guy's a robot.
Jesus Christ.
It's weird. What, Dallas, did you just look this card up for the first time?
I've never seen this. I know why. It was only printed once ever as a secret rare.
Yeah, that's a good super card bank target if you need one.
Along with Dagger Man.
No one's super card
Yeah,
banking
but
for
this is
Dag
a weird
Dagger.
one. So Brave Eyes Pendulum Dragon is a level 8 dragon. And I'm going on to the effect and stuff because I don't have anything else to say about his card that these guys already didn't say. He's a weird robot dragon Digimon man. It's very weird. He's dark. He is 3K, 2K. One Pendulum Dragon monster, which is much narrower. And then one warrior type monster. Though this does mean that you could fuse Beast Eyes to do the thing. This guy can't be contact fusioned. It's just when this card is fusion summoned, you can change the attack of all face-up monsters your opponent controls to 0. Also, for the rest of this turn, other monsters you control cannot attack. Negate the activated effects of monsters with 0 attack. At the end of the damage step, if this card attacks an opponent's monster, but that opponent's monster is not destroyed by battle, banish that monster. So, this is I think, a decent card. I think the main thing is this means you have to be playing... You need warriors. And you need pendulum dragons.
That's harder
Yeah.
than you think in a...
There's not many
yeah.
good warriors in the Performer Power archetype.
And
Beast
you
is
have to be
way
playing
easier.
probably Odd Eyes Fusion to go with it, because it cannot be contact fused. Again, I think this is a decent effect because it turns all your opponent's monsters to 0, negates their activated effects, and if they have a continuous effect like, I am not destroyed by battle, you get to banish them. So...
wait. Oh my god, I do have to pick something up because I
What's up?
just found a pop-up for it.
What's up?
Is an Odd Eyes card that they haven't imported from the manga yet.
Oh? What's it called?
G.O.D/Eyes Phantom Dragon.
Oh, God Eyes. I think I've heard of that, yeah.
Yeah, that's the end.
What's it do?
Does stuff.
I don't know what it does.
It also
Right on the
looks... I don't want to say stupid, it just looks boring.
Oh,
Fair.
actually, it became All Eyes Phantom Dragon. That's what it became.
Oh, okay. They translated it as All Eyes. All right, good. We will cover that, actually. That has been released.
Oh,
Like-
okay.
I guess like Omni.
No, yeah, All Eyes.
All Eyes. Because it was God with one O and one D, so they can't do odd. It's not an Odd Eyes Dragon anyway, so they can just make it whatever. But yeah, this is the Pendulum Dragon boy. That's also very funny. You say he reminds you of Venom monsters. Yeah, it does have a negating type effect, but it's warriors. It's really weird. I think the main thing, like, I think Brave Eyes is an okay card in a vacuum. I think the weird thing is just he doesn't fit well into his own deck,
Yeah, the problem is there is
Yes.
no synergy.
which is
with
probably why
Warriors,
he was
really.
only ever printed once.
Yeah, possible.
Oh,
This card also reads like halfway through the anime, or this reads like a tag duel boss monster. Like I'm almost certain this was fused with someone else's card.
yeah, I think
Oh,
you're right.
From memory,
It appears
from-
in. Sorry, you go ahead.
I was gonna say from memory, because I did watch a video like a while ago about all of Yuya's fucking summoning chants. Brave Eyes is just Odd Eyes and Daggerman.
Oh, okay. That's much less interesting.
Yeah, sorry. Marth.
Anyway,
I
pulled
double.
up the man,
Oh yeah.
the myth, the legend. Rune Eyes Pendulum Dragon.
Oh, this art is
Oh,
AKA
up close
so
his
bad.
Derp Eyes Derp Dragon.
yeah, up close his face is much worse than I thought it was.
Holy
There's
shit.
not a lot that
Wait.
is good about this guy.
Am I allowed to say this card's face is awful?
His
Yes.
cards are. Reminds me of the Covenant faces from Halo.
It's
Oh,
true. He
he-
does. He does
he's
have
an
a very
elite.
yeah.
He's a grunt.
Axe. I want to say. I think this is
Maybe
one of the
the
first
grunt.
dragons I have seen that I think is really toyetic.
Yeah, no,
I think it's the face for you guys in that regard.
no, it's
Well, actually-
No, no.
also
His
maybe
hands
how-
are also very
The
simplified.
hands and feet look very bionicle.
This
They're-
is like, yeah, this is like the cheaper one.
Yeah.
But like
Oh,
I am used to seeing like high end toys which have like a bunch of articulate bits and bits on.
I mean,
so,
that's true. There are, but like I said, this is very toyetic to me in the very
Like
classical
this one's a
sense.
very like $40 American Toy Store thing.
I mean,
God, I
this
would
is
not
the
pay
first
$40
one I
for this.
actually think looks like a toy.
But it would cost $40 in the store though.
You're probably right. It would. I would not want to pay.
I mean,
$40.
think of the price of Nerf guns.
I mean,
Looking
those
at
have
the
like
cost
mechanics
of
and springs in there.
Japanese figures and stuff. I don't know how anyone gets into that hobby without like going broke. It's ridiculous.
But like,
it's a-
there's a lot going on here. Why does he have a complete ring starting at his cheeks, going all the way around his head?
I have no clue.
He cannot tilt his head up. It's physically impossible. He also has a second ring going all the way around his body. He can't walk, and he cannot grab anything. His hands are non-functional. This
do we want to put?
this really
do
is
we
the
wanna
cheap
play-
knockoff toy.
Do we want to play the guess the type with this one?
I
know,
mean, yeah,
never
you should
mind.
go for it. You can probably guess by his name, but
Or
Also,
guess
yes,
the,
this was- I think
guess
this-
what you need to fusion.
Yeah.
Him.
and
Oh, boy.
somebody pointed this out. Yes, this is the cover card on Secrets of Eternity.
Secrets of Eternity was
Kind of-
released.
Meh.
There we go. I figured out what he looks like. He reminds me of a fucking Borok from Bionicle.
Don't know
Yeah,
what
that's
that
a good.
is.
Pull up an image for
But
X.
I'm 23, so whatever.
He doesn't. He
Zygote,
doesn't remember the
I-
old school
I
Bionicle
understand.
shit.
I mean, I vaguely remember them, but I always remember passing out every time I try to watch a Bionicle movie.
I mean, I didn't
You never
watch
watched
movies.
the
I got Lego Magazine as a child and read the comics.
You never watched The Mask of Light?
Oh
I
god,
may actually
that
watch
movie
this.
is
I
so
actually may have
bad.
watched
I think
Mask
I've
of
seen
Light.
stuff about that. It's just been fucking years. I was literally a kid when that happened.
Not watching.
I was an
Bionicle
actual Lego nerd, like I
stuff.
said. I subscribed to Lego Magazine, and I think we still have a lot sitting around somewhere. I would look at Lego kits that were way too expensive that I could never buy.
Nerd.
But yeah, no. So
There you
let's
go,
see,
Axe. It's
chat.
in-
Chat,
in the chat.
have you guesstimated? Yes, we got a couple people have already got it right. It is in fact spellcaster type monster, but the other requirement is specifically Odd Eye's Pendulum Dragon.
Yes.
So this is another weird I think he's
Oh, that thing. Okay.
because he's so like I think he has some derpier stuff going on with him. I don't know if it's necessarily as bad as Rune Eyes, but like Beast Eyes is weird. I think though they made it the best because its requirements are the most generic. It is
I mean-
Beast and a Dark Dragon.
I will give Rune Eyes credit at least. Spellcaster is the most common type in
Yes.
every other card.
Yes, because Pendulum
So-
Magicians exist.
And we're also Yuya's cards, so they support Odd Eyes a lot
Yeah.
of times.
So like
Spoilers.
that makes sense. It's just
Yeah,
making it also
spoilers.
specifically Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon is kind of goobus.
Yeah.
Um,
Although I will say it does make it a viable card to run fusion deployment in an Odd Eyes deck. So
true,
there's
because you
that.
can name check.
Yeah.
That is the weakness of generic fusions is it's a lot harder to support them with fusion support cards because you can't do like
Yeah.
other stuff like that. Though I suppose worst comes to worst, you could probably play fusion tag if you really need to do it. So this is another level 8 Dark Dragon. It's got the 3K 2K again. If this card was fusion summoned by using a pendulum summoned monsters on the field as the fusion material, it's unaffected by your opponent's card effect this turn. Very weird, lackluster protection effect. Apply the appropriate effect depending on the original level of the monster uses fusion material that was not Odd Eye's Pendulum Dragon. If the monster was level 4 or lower, this card can make 2 attacks during each battle phase on monsters. If it was level 5 or higher, this monster can make 3 attacks on monsters per battle phase. Which, again, if you're playing Odd Eyes, some of those Pendulum Magicians are very big.
Yeah.
Yes.
7 is either. If you're playing Odd Eyes Magicians, usually the ones you use more are 7s. So,
Yes, so
Like
again,
Janke and,
this card has a decent effect. I think the protection is
fuck
kind of
yeah.
half-assed.
Dama Eye.
But making 3 attacks on monsters, again, like I said, Pendulum Dragon, Odd Eyes type effects are absolutely like Unga Bunga, crackback type stuff. You go second and you blow your opponent the fuck out.
No, this card is fairly based for when it came out. I
Yes.
think it's a bit power crept now, but for when it came out,
When
I
it came
think
out in Secrets of Eternity, it was good, and it's been reprinted a couple of times, including a common reprint in a structure deck.
Yeah.
So it was all right.
Uh-oh.
All of those
I feel
printings
like
were in
then-
2015, by the way.
I feel like they knew that Brave Eyes was just bad because there's no good warrior targets.
Yeah, they printed him once, like, a couple of years late. Rune Eyes was printed 4 times in the same year. So Konami understood this guy was valuable. Okay. So now we're gonna go to the generic extra deck type Odd Eyes dragons. So we're still Odd Eyes, but we're not Pendulum dragons. We're the other weird extra deck guys.
So the extra deck monsters that are Odd Eyes, but not the Pendulum ones.
Yes, correct. Also, these are the most of these are the different attribute ones.
Yes.
And I've got a couple of oddball ones in this category just because I didn't have any other place to put them. But we're going to start with the core big ones.
Sorry, my phone picked up.
We mentioned him earlier. First, Odd Eyes Vortex Dragon.
Yeah, spoiler, you've seen this card if you play Yu-Gi-Oh! Because
Yes.
this card is in a lot of decks.
It's a good card. Also, I think a decent card art. We talked before about the Mesoamerican thing. He's got some interesting like designs with his wings. The green color scheme is actually green and gold is really good. I think his hands are kind of better. I think it's just the posing. His feet actually make sense though because they're like drawn low down like gripping talons.
And obviously, like, I mean, you'll get into it later, but this is the wind one.
Yes.
He is the sky. So
yeah. In case you couldn't tell by Vortex, you know he is a wind boy. He's green. Yes, he's very dragony. So I think this is just a good card art.
And he's thick.
Yeah. I also like the little lightning bolts on the side of his armor. Anybody else thoughts, feelings?
No, it's solid art.
Oh,
I think it's solid.
actually, I'll just think about this. It reminds me a bit of like Liger Zero whenever it did the armor change thing.
Yep.
Look, the next couple are just going to be, nope, that art's good for me, for a lot of them.
Yeah, I do believe these guys are pretty decent. I think some of them might have some weird details we'll see blown up close, but yeah. So this is Odd Eyes Vortex Dragon. It's a level 7 Wind Dragon fusion. It's a fusion monster, like I said. It's got 2,500 attack, 3k defense, fat booty, thick booty. Yeah, he's got great fucking requirements for fusion. 1 Odd Eyes monster plus 1 Pendulum monster. And then also, it doesn't have the pesky effect that some of those other guys do where they must be fusion summoned or their effects only resolve on fusion summon. So, we've already, I believe a couple of cards we've already pointed out have special summon an Odd Eyes monster from your extra deck. That's also going to be theme of another couple of these cards coming up.
No,
so
this card is run in so many decks.
When this card is special summoned, target an opponent's face-up attack position monster, bounce it to the hand. Additionally, when a spell, trap card, or another monster's effect is activated, quick effect, shuffle a face-up Pendulum monster from your extra deck into your deck, negate and destroy. You can only use each effect once per turn. So on summon, on any special summon, this guy bounces a face-up attack position monster. And there's also a once per turn Omni negate if you have an extra deck monster.
I'm fairly sure this is run in literally every single Pendulum deck that can make 7s.
Yeah, this is a great card. And like we said, there are enough Odd Eyes cards that are just good that you can probably make the materials, and even if you can't, there's other ways to get him out because he has no fusion summoning requirement. You can cheat
Spoiler,
this
card is, this card is even better because of the card I'm assuming we're going to do next.
Maybe. I have to
should
double
do that
check.
next because I can't not talk about it. Like, they come in a set, basically.
Yeah, I would normally do that guy after because Xyz is after Synchro, but we can do Absolute.
But they're just, these cards
Yeah,
are
no.
so linked in
Absolute.
meta.
Honestly, probably should have done Absolute first because he also flows into the other guy, but
Yeah.
Vortex was a fusion. I think he might have come out first.
Absolute Dragon being a generic 7 Synchro allows this card allows Vortex in so many decks.
Yes.
You mean XYZ?
Yeah. Sorry, generic Xyz.
Yeah.
Yeah,
He's a rank
7. I play him in Pure Pen Mages. I play him in Metal Foes because you can overlay double Volflame.
Yeah. You can play him in Red Eyes because dragons that are 7s go well.
Yeah, but I don't know how much advantage you get out of Red Eyes because you don't get the negate because you don't have any pen cards.
For now, anyway, we don't have any pen
Yes.
cards. God knows what misappropriated bullshit they'll
Look,
shovel onto Red Eyes next.
I would love the DM staples getting Pendulum Archetype because it would make UV boomers implode.
I mean, honestly, Red Eyes would love treatment like Odd Eyes. Like, give me an 8, like an in archetype 8 scale and a 1 scale or something, or even like a 3 scale because we got a lot of level 4s.
Red Eyes would love treatment like any of the non-DM.
Correct. Yes, Red Eyes would love modern support that makes sense and is not just, hey, what weird bullshit can we give you? We're decided to bring back Red Eyes Burn, even though we're gonna overbalance that. Okay, fine. Like, I think Red Eyes Soul and Red Eyes Meteor Dragon are okay, but it's just like they're just trying to give us more main deck names that we don't really need. We need extra deck bosses, or we need like coherent main deck structure.
You also need an actual fusion spell.
Yeah, a non-5-year-old fusion spell that's not like limited in the OCG would probably be a good idea. Yes.
It also doesn't lock you from doing anything.
Well, yeah, no. Red Eyes Fusion is arguably a bad fusion spell in modern EDO.
It's compared to the like other fusions, like Fusion Destiny, Neos Fusion.
Like, I think it was groundbreaking because it really paved the way for Fuse from deck. And especially considering you're playing Red Eyes, which is a archetype full of arguable garnets that you want in your graveyard anyway. Like, Red Eyes loves graveyard support. We love the graveyard. We live in there. Well, actually, that's untrue. We don't live in there. We rent space in there, and then we explode out of it. Because that's, like, the one thing about Red Eyes. You can't keep a Red Eyes monster in the graveyard. He will come out. But,
it's going
yeah,
well.
Which is why you can just flip Macrocosmos and the Red Eyes players surrender.
Yes, no, if you Macrocosmos Red Eyes, I mean, with Red Eyes Gearfried, they actually have a decent spell trap removal, but yeah, it's still pretty brutal. They do not have good banish recovery. Anyway, we've avoided talking about Absolute Dragon because I don't think there's a lot to say. He's a chilly boy.
I mean, he has a little bit of a weird head, but not anything.
Yeah, I don't know why they
weird.
decided to make him asymmetrical. It's
Well,
not
I mean,
really.
all Odd Eyes is for the.
I mean,
most
yes,
part,
they're
are
a little bit. They're
asymmetrical.
usually a little bit asymmetrical. This is like he has one big thing with his head crest, and I'm just like, that's a little weird. I don't think it really detracts though.
I actually really like the hand design for this one. I think it's the best the claw, the like weird protruding claw has looked.
Yeah, it definitely looks like he's got more articulation. Like I think his fingers are actually longer.
Yeah.
It's
Also,
still
his feet look good.
the having his thumb on the bottom is still a little weird, but it's not. I think I am no longer shocked by their hands. And you are correct. The feet are actually look like he can stand on them.
Yeah. Also, the back is good.
Yeah, the kind of like the 2 extra splays, which give him kind of a hex theme, you know. Cause
Also,
snowflakes.
this isn't true because I know it's just a naming convention thing, but my headcanon is that Odd Eyes went to the Arctic, found Absolute Zero, murdered him, and is now wearing his skin.
It does look a lot like that.
I could see that being an anime episode in a weird way.
Die, Master Absolute Zero.
Wrong. No, just Elemental Hero. He was not a mask.
Yeah, no.
Look, I can't remember these things.
Elemental Hero Ab-Zero.
Well,
He's
it's not
gonna
like
he's
there's,
gonna
like,
take your
50
opponent's
billion
field
heroes
down
left.
to 0.
But yeah, no. Absolute Dragon is one of the best Odd Eyes cards ever printed.
Yes.
Yes.
He's got a good stat line for a rank 7. He is Water, Dragon, Xyz, rank 7. 2 level 7 monsters. He is completely generic. I think they figured that was necessary considering it was already level 7. 2800 attack, 2500 defense. Again, I think those are the same stat line as Flare Metal. And then when any player's monster declares an attack, you can detach a material from this card, negate that attack, then special summon an Odd Eyes monster from your hand or graveyard. If this Xyz summoned card is sent to the graveyard, special summon an Odd Eyes monster from your extra deck, except Absolute Dragon. You can only use each effect once per turn. Hey, so obviously that second effect, if this card is sent to the graveyard, okay, that's great. That first effect, hey, that activates after the condition of special summon is after you do the detach and negate, so
Yep.
you can just detach an odd eyes, a level 7 odd eyes monster and summon it back.
No,
And as Loth has shown you, you can do that in the middle of the battle phase. You can negate your own attack, detach, get a new guy.
yeah,
Yes.
Possibly even more.
Abdragon is stupid good.
One of the funniest things to do is have this guy have a Vortex Dragon as one of its things detached.
Yeah.
Bring back Vortex Dragon.
Also want to
time.
shout this out. Shout out to Konami. This was a structure deck card first.
No, yeah, Absolute Dragon is one of those cards that.
That structure deck probably went out of print.
Here's the thing, well, it didn't because rank 7 rank 7 pendulums didn't become popular until way after it was released, so it didn't get bought out immediately.
No, not immediately, but even then, Konami understood because this card was reprinted in Pendulum Evolution, and then
Yeah.
also was reprinted as a common and legendary Dragon decks. Like,
No, yeah,
it's been a while since it's been reprinted, but this has common and foil printings. Like,
No,
again,
and-
they understood this was a good card.
And literally, you will see this card smattered about any pendulum deck that can make rank 7s.
Yeah.
Like, if you have a rank 7 capability, it is arguably for a pendulum deck the best thing, because you can go, especially in the Link era, you can make him, link him off into a Link 1. Usually it was, like, this card was played in Dragon Link, this card was played in
Yeah.
all kinds of decks.
7 is a very popular level for protagonist ace monsters and for dragons in general. Sometimes
And
those overlap.
Usually,
It was started by Darkwurm.
archetypes have one level 7 usually.
But Red Eyes has
where
also always been 7 as well. X.
Also,
And then Blue Eyes.
Right.
and I will do a segue here, the next boy helps pendulum archetypes that may have a little trouble making him make Absolute Dragon.
Yeah, so,
We did this in the reverse order, is what I'm realizing.
well, I'm going to pull up my...
Well, no, because you're supposed to go into this guy, then into Absolute, then into Vortex.
So, this is Odd Eyes Meteor Burst Dragon.
Meteor Burst Dragon.
So I like all the
Okay.
red. I do think the curvy flame effects are a little bit much.
I don't know how to feel about this art because I can't see it in motion. Like, if those ribbon things are mobile and can move, they're
Yeah.
fine. If they are a solid piece, that is one of the dumbest designs ever.
Yeah, unfortunately, I do think they are they're supposed
Yeah.
to be part of its armor flare. Those are supposed to be solid and metallic.
No, yeah, if they're solid metal, that is the dumbest.
Yeah, it's not super great. I do at least think they're placed out of the way so that they don't get in the way of his arms, but they are on the front, which is dumb.
Yeah. Auto's Meteor Burst, though, is another card you have seen a lot because its effect is dumb.
Yeah, like art-wise, again, these guys are usually pretty good. I think the fact that he's got the stuff that's normally on their back on their front is a little like, okay, why did you do that? Like, at least on his back it wouldn't get in the way. But it seems pretty decent. Anybody else got anything to say about it?
I mean, I'm just gonna try to see if I can find an anime picture of this guy if he was anything in the anime.
I don't think so. I think all these guys weren't
He
in the
won't
anime.
be in it. Because Absolute Dragon wasn't in the anime either. Or in the manga.
Yeah, those
Meteor
guys are
Burst
basically
isn't-
all new to support Odd
Yeah,
Eyes.
no, this art is
Which is
not-
probably
I-
why they are sensible.
out of the Element Dragon. Well, I don't know if you can call this sensible.
No, their effects and stuff. Like,
Oh, their effects.
yeah, like they
No,
their designs are still Odd Eyes designs, but I think they are, as cards, they are a lot more functional, a lot less specific because they are not usually designed for specific anime scenarios. They are
yeah,
supposed
but
to
I
be.
think this is easily the worst of the Element Dragons.
Yeah, probably, but I don't think it's probably not the worst card we've seen tonight.
No, Rune Eye still exists, so no.
Herpter.
Yeah, he isn't the worst, but
He's pretty bad.
I mean, I don't know if you'd
If
call
you-
him the other half to Absolute. He does have the opposite, like, asymmetry, but this is a Synchro monster, so they're kind of like supposed to be parallel but separate.
if you're running Odd Eyes and you want a Synchro monster, probably better to go into Clearwing than this
Yeah.
guy.
Ironically, this card is way better in non-Odd Eyes decks.
Even so, it is a 7, which the tuners Odd Eyes have access to. Is very easy to work with.
Yeah.
But it's also a completely generic level 7 synchro. It's a fire dragon,
the
25/20. One tuner, one non-tuner monster. When this card is special summoned, you can target one card in your pendulum zone, special summon it. Also, this card cannot attack for the rest of that turn. You can only use this effective Odd Eyes Meteor Burst once per turn. Monsters in your opponent's possession can't activate their effects during the battle phase.
Yep. So basically, the idea is you have a level 7 pendulum monster, you scale it, you make this guy, you summon that, you make Absolute Dragon, you link him off, you make Vortex Dragon.
Yes. And possibly, if you can, you will detach this guy from Absolute as well to summon him back if you need to.
Yeah.
So, yeah.
The Meteor Burst was played in a... I'm going to pull it up because Meteor Burst was in a lot of tournament decks. Because it's something about the effect of just being able to special summon a pendulum scale is really good.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Some of them can be really dumb.
While Dallas is looking that up.
Also, being a generic 7 helps because there aren't a lot of those, surprisingly. Odd Eyes Meteor Burst Dragon.
So what's next on the list, buddy?
Yeah, I'm wondering if I should do this. I mean, it's technically an Odd Eyes extra deck monster, but it's also... I wonder if I should put this in with the other weird pendulum-y boys. Yeah, I think so. I should scooch that one down. So we're going to put Raging a little lower down on the list when we get to the other Wombo combo forms.
Yeah.
So that means this time it's time for a tangential fusion monster, but the wiki thinks it's related, and I kind of agree, just design-wise. Even though this is another later one, but let me grab the card art for. You'll see why I brought this up when I post it, because this is Former Pal Odd Eyes Metal Claw.
Yeah.
So technically, while this is an Odd Eyes and a Performer Pal monster, and that's its fusion requirements,
Jesus.
you can tell the way this card is designed. It is supposed to be Loth. What's the Performer Pal wolf? What's he called?
Silver Eyes.
Is that it?
It's Silver Eyes.
Yeah. So, no, Silver Fang.
Silver
Aha!
Fang, sorry.
I was like,
I-
is Dallas
Silver
correct?
something.
No. This is very clearly Silver Fang wearing Odd Eyes Dragon as a Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon as a suit, as his scale suit.
Okay, this art is bad, right? I'm not.
Oh, sorry,
crazy.
I was wrong. It's Silver Claw.
Wow, you're
Okay,
all
we were
well. I
both
mean
wrong.
that's why this guy is literally that because he's called Metal Claw. No, also I don't think no. You're not wrong. This art is not great. There's some problems here. There's a lot of problems
This is
here.
like a cartoon character,
I mean, it is a Performer Pal.
but like more than most of the perform because he like this looks like a. Oh my god.
I mean,
don't know
Dallas,
how to
do you
put it.
need me to pull up shit like Friend Donkey?
I was about to say no. This looks like I know you're probably tired of hearing me say this, but this looks like a tokusatsu villain. Like generally, it's a wolf wearing a samurai costume.
I mean, yes, no. A
Freddy
lot of
Krueger
people are
hands.
correct. Somebody referenced, Digimon in the chat. No, you are literally correct. There are tokusatsu characters that look like this.
I don't have much to add besides, I think the metal plating looks cool. I guess it's a bit much, but
I mean,
think
the
it'd be cool as
armor
a-
is. I think on their own, most parts of this are okay. I don't know if I'd call the
The
hands.
hands
okay.
are not.
The hands
I
are not
think
okay.
it'd be cool as a toy, but that's kind of it.
But like, Axe is really all about the toys tonight.
I mean, they're very like colorful in like a toy kind of plastic and metal
Well,
way.
I mean, that's way more fair of the Performer Pals than the Odd Eyes, I think.
True.
At least this one, yeah.
But I want to say that when you combine all the elements, when you're like wolf, armor, the pendulum arc thing, and also the claws, you're like, okay, this is too much altogether.
Okay, I noticed something that's just making me laugh.
What's up?
So his ear has armor plating and also has earrings in it.
Yeah.
That's fucking dumb.
Yeah. No, there's some goofiness here.
Oh, he's from the children's manga. That makes sense.
Okay, yeah. If he's from a spin-off that's aimed at
Yeah.
like kids, I can see that.
Oh yeah, the strongest duelist Julia.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised if he was in the actual show. Like, this looks like one of
Also,
Yugi's cards.
to be fair, I mean, I think they redrew some parts of it, but for the most part, this card art is literally the manga panel. Which is fair, but also maybe for the actual card game, you should have redrawn that a little bit. But yeah. Oh my god. Guys, hey, I'm not going to tell you to guess the materials. We already told you it's an Odd Eyes and a Performer Pal. Let's play a game. Guess the type. What type is this monster, everybody?
I already
no.
know.
I have a
beast
feeling
or- is it a beast warrior?
Beast Warrior is my guess.
Okay, we've got some Beast Warriors
is it just-
from the Goop Troop.
Or is it just a warrior? I can't.
My guess is machine.
What? What?
Chat.
It's a Cyberse.
We got a Beast Warrior from chat.
Wait, is it? I mean, if it was Rush, it'd be a cyborg type. But hey,
Spellcaster also from chat. All right.
I mean, it,
You guys are thinking in the correct lines, but nobody's got it yet. I'll give you a couple
Oh, no.
couple more.
Oh, right.
Thunder because fuck
Oh, I looked it up. This is awful.
it.
Is he a thunder?
No, he's not a Thunder.
No, it's
um,
worse. It makes no sense.
Fiend, also a dumb. No. Chat,
Fairy?
everybody. This is a dragon.
This is a dragon.
because he's wearing dragon armor. Okay.
I mean, that makes more sense than my guess.
I mean, honestly, I feel like whoever says he was a fucking worm because that's how that. No, actually, no, that's dumb because
no,
there's a
that,
reason
no,
why.
stop.
It's
This
just
is,
I stopped myself midway through my dumb sentence.
this is a dragon.
this is a dragon. Thou art a dragon.
Thou art wearing dragon plates.
Yeah, Architect is just like, this is not a dragon. I refuse. I understand. No, like, this is weird. But yeah, this is a dark fusion dragon, level 8, 3k, 2k, like most of their combos. 1 Odd Eyes, 1 Performer monster. Cannot be used as fusion material, which is, I think makes sense. You can't super poly this away into a Dark Venom. If this card was fusion summoned by polymerization, it's unaffected by other card effects. I think that's kind of a bad protection effect. And when this card declares an attack, all monsters you currently control gain 300 attack until the end of the battle phase. Very much like Silverfang type shit. Silverclaw, sorry. So on the one hand, I understand where this came from, and the fact that this is a... Again, this was in the children's spinoff, sure. I have questions about the importation of this card.
That's
Making
fair.
it making it a towers only when fusion summoned with polymerization? It's weird.
No, Odd Eyes doesn't have an archetype fusion.
Yeah, no. It doesn't have an archetype fusion that would work really well with this because it allows you to fuse from the face-up extra deck where, you know, Performer Pals and Odd Eyes monsters are going to go.
No, it's just extra deck in general, I believe.
Oh, is it just extra deck in general? Yeah, that'd be pretty good as well. Yeah, no. They've done some weird stuff here.
They have made choices.
I think it's, like, okay. It could certainly be better. You're never going to get that Towers effect if you're playing this card for serious.
I think I've only ever seen this in a Performer Pal deck, and not an Odd Eyes deck.
Yeah, I think it is more of a Performer Pal card than an Odd Eyes card, but, like, the fact that it was a Dragon Fusion and it has that card art, I was like, we gotta bring it up because...
But also, I think this was only in Performer Pal decks for, like, a week, because they have a better fusion card. That came out, like, afterwards.
do they have a new one?
No, Gatling Ghoul.
Gatling is old, isn't it?
Isn't this old?
No, this is from 2020, my dude.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Wow.
Again, it's manga importation. It was a super rare
That's
in
a
Rise of the
bad
Duelist.
effect for 2020.
Yeah.
I'm sorry, I assumed it was older because of the effect.
No.
That's fair.
Okay.
You can't Odd Eyes fusion it to get the towers.
Yeah, you can't do the Towers effect. It's goofy.
Also,
Okay.
if we were talking about what we were saying, they don't have an archetype fusion. That was the joke.
Yeah, that was the joke.
That's the joke.
They
Yeah.
have too many sometimes.
They have a good archetype fusion.
They have they have a very useful fusion card. You've seen a Loft play it if you've been checking out our Prog series.
And it's actually not that hard to get. I search it.
Okay.
Well, it got reprinted a bunch.
All right. We are finally for a moment anyway. We're leaving the Odd Eyes zone.
Wait, we haven't finished their extra deck though.
Yes, we have.
How many we got
For
left?
No.
Just so I can think
Oh,
about
we're
the
going
time.
back to them.
Yes, because the ones that have words like Venom, Wing, and Rebellion in them don't make sense unless you know what we're referencing.
Well, no, I was talking about a certain other card.
What other card, Dallas?
Oh no, sorry, no, I'm stupid.
Aha, gotcha.
No, it's. I forgot it had another word in it.
Yeah, gotcha, bitch. But
How many do we have left?
many.
Okay.
Yes, many.
I think we're about a third of the way through.
How many have we done even?
A lot.
A lot.
Yeah.
I warned you all, okay?
That's fair.
We've been doing this for 2 hours, 15 minutes. I said it would be about double our normal length. So, like,
It's probably good. We probably have 3 more to go.
if
Honestly,
anybody wants to take a break,
No,
has to fade
Mega,
away.
I was right. You did miss one.
Okay, Dallas, you have to tell me or type it.
Raging.
No, we're doing that later. I literally brought him up. It's because it's
okay.
a wombo combo of Rebellion. It showed up in the anime as the power up of him and the Xyz boy. Loth and I literally discussed this out loud.
I
But
recall this.
Yeah.
but that's Odd Eyes Rebellion Dragon.
No,
Yes,
that's
there's multiple.
both. Yeah, there's
I'm
multiple.
very-
There's a lot of Odd Eyes Xyz wombo combos.
So,
I think it's because the
Rebellion
Xyz kid
Drake-
died early.
Yeah, Rebellion Dragon appeared during the first time where we went to the Raging mode, which I'm just going to call Raging mode. Raging Dragon appeared when he was facing off against the two U girls.
And then there's
All
also
right.
Rebellion Dragon Overlord, the enhanced version of Rebellion Dragon. Trust me, we're gonna circle back, but again, I don't know if those will make sense without looking at some of the other future bullshit. I'm gonna welcome everybody to the Orb Zone. Welcome to the Orb Zone, kids.
This is where the orbs get bad.
This is Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. You have seen him. He is like
yeah,
the
you've
number
seen
one
this card.
Super Poly card. And he has
I would say number 2 at this point. I
Probably
think
fair.
Muddy Mudragon is used more.
but
but
God,
he's just pretty good.
look at the orbs.
I mean, I like it on him.
I mean, I personally, I'm like, all right, cool. Sick reference to Purple Haze. Yes,
You
that's
know,
a
I
motherfucking
love
JoJo
this.
reference.
I mean, yeah,
I love this card
it is the
personally.
virus pustules.
I love this card art. Like, I love how evil it looks.
Oh
Like,
no, like I'm
spoiler,
not
this
gonna
is
say
the-
I don't think that Starving Venom is bad. It's just like, boy, howdy, does he do the orbs?
This is the secondary antagonist main monster. You can tell that the fact that the card design screams evil.
And it
He
does
has
have
a
an alt
fucking
art.
scythe tail. Yeah, the alt art's great.
The alt art is also pretty good, yeah. It lets you see more about his wings. They're open and they're like freaky hell lightning rocket boosters.
You know, Starving Venom is easily my favorite of the Dimension Dragons. Mostly because it's borderline body horror.
I definitely think that the design elements that they designed for this are a little bit better and more consistent than Odd Eyes. Like,
Well, you know what the base of Hugo is, right?
what do you mean?
Well, Hugo's entire kind of monster lineup, and the reason everything looks like creepy organic flesh plants, is because he's vaguely based off the concept of Yubel.
You're talking about Yuri.
Or
not
sorry,
Hugo.
Yuri. Sorry, yeah, Yuri. Yeah, he's vaguely based off Yubel because he's from the GX dimension,
Yeah,
and everything he has is a creepy organic plant.
I guess that makes sense.
I don't feel like Dallas is talking out of his ass. Chat, cite Dallas.
I'm not.
Trust but verify. Anyway, like I said, the design elements I think for Starving Venom and
he
slash Fusion
inherited the
Dragon
Malice,
is
which
much
is technically
more.
also what Ubel is. So
I thought Ubel was Terra Incarnate.
I mean, she is the Malice from the White Beyond the Stars, I think is what it was called. It's weird. But also she's, yeah.
But anyway, the design elements, like I said, of Starving Venom, I think, work better. Like, he's got those forward-curving kind of demonic-style horns. The fact that the orbs are actually in his joints and are his joints, like they're literal ball joints with, like, weird veins, that works a lot better. So yeah, I think this is a more robust design that works better. The purple and gold is a good color effect. The the neon pink kind of color, I don't think detracts. It's a little weird, but I don't think it's necessarily contrasting. All right, nobody has anything further to say about Starving Venom.
No, I've seen his
like-
art so many times. His part is like,
I've never seen like the Predaplant versions up like this much detail, and I like the teeth and the color contrasting because I feel like it's actually patterned well. I think it's kind of just. I think when it works, it's like these are like magic fucking skin melting pustules that like will destroy you with a crack kind of thing, but like
Which they will, because he does have a suicide effect, basically. He floats. But so, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon is a level 8 Dark Fusion Dragon. Duh. 28,
he must have
20.
he must have very hard fusion requirements.
Oh, yeah, no. Just 2 dark monsters on the field, except tokens. Hey, did you guys like Link monster generic requirements? This guy was doing it first. Now, to be fair,
Fusion Link.
it does have to be on the field, so you cannot fuse from your hand, which is an advantage of fusion monsters usually.
It makes me
using
think
him
of Colossus. Yeah.
Using him as an actual fusion target is actually surprisingly hard.
However, he's really easy to do with Super Poly, and hey, guess what, guys? There are ways to make monsters all dark. One of which just came out for us in Prague. Lair of Darkness, very popular. Makes all the monsters on the field dark.
And one of them got banned. Verte Anaconda.
Verte, yeah, that's another. That's what Verte is actually supposed to do. Verte is actually supposed to let you make targets for Starving Venom.
I can't wait for them to like reprint basically a new version of Verte that requires only Predaplant monsters.
I suspect they probably will at some point. They'll probably come out with a new Predaplant link.
Because honestly, I feel like the Predaplant link is not bad. It's just
other
now it's
card.
people actually bothering to play it.
Yeah,
I think
much
we
like
should
lots of other
Just be
generic Link
Predaplant
2s.
can only bring out Predaplant fusions.
Yeah,
Which are good.
Much like other generic Link 2s, Verte's problem was always the fact that its materials were any effect monsters, and it was too generic, and it required it works off any polymerization or fusion card, as opposed to like
if it was like 2 dark plant monsters.
I climbed to the top of the fucking Master Duel fusion event with the Predaplant whatchamacallit. Oh god.
the loner deck.
The loner deck, yeah.
Loner deck.
Nice.
Yeah. I beat someone with Starving Venomy Dragon, which is hilarious.
Yeah, that is hilarious. We'll get to that one in a second. He's a little
love
down the
that
line
card.
because he's not the Fusion Dragon.
Oh god, I forgot how some of these arts look.
But if this card is fusion summoned, you can make this card gain attack equal to one of your opponent's special summon monster until the end of this turn. So again, gives you big OTK vibes. And Predaplants are very big on attack modulation, among other things. Once per turn, you can target a level 5 or higher monster your opponent controls. Until the end phase, this card's name becomes that monster's original name and replaces its effect with that monster's effect. This is a big Starving Venom / Fusion Dragon thing, is stealing effects.
And attack points. Like,
yeah.
The introduction to this character is literally a bunch of fucking nerds come up to him, all duel him at the same time, make giant-ass ancient gear monsters, and he just goes, that's nice. I take all of your attack points.
Yeah.
I kill you.
Yeah, he duels like 5 dudes at once or something.
Yeah.
Yeah, against some GX chumps.
And finally, we're not done yet. If this fusion summon card is destroyed, destroy all your opponent's special summon monsters. So, yeah, this guy steals attack for a turn. Once per turn, he can copy effects and names. And then, thirdly, if he is destroyed, not by your opponent, and by the way, also doesn't care where he goes, so this still procs even if your opponent has, like, Macrocosmos or DeFi up. He blows up all your opponent's special summon monsters.
The power of how an if effect is better than a when effect.
Well, it's also important to note the monsters that he copies do need to have levels.
Yes, that's true, because they have to be level 5
That's
or
an
higher.
important fact that will come back later.
So I think a lot of these monsters have interesting qualities where they kind of counter each other. Like, obviously, the special summon removal effect absolutely schwacks pendulums, synchros, Xyz, even fusion monsters. But the fact that it requires levels means that this guy is absolutely daubed in on the effect copying anyway by making an appropriate Xyz monster.
Or Link.
Yes, or Link's later.
Yeah. That's important because they took that restriction away, and then the card broke.
So we are going to our next, technically, fusion dragon.
Well, fusion dragon that isn't in an archetype that we're going to cover later.
True, because there's an Odd Eyes. Actually, no, there's not an Odd Eyes fusion dragon. There's a.
No, there's a different archetype.
I mean, I do have. Well, basically, there is a Predap, but that's also a fusion dragon, and Starving Venom, and then there's Starving Venom.
I feel like we should do all the Supreme King stuff at once.
Oh yeah, no, yes, you are correct. There is the Starving, the Supreme King stuff is at the bottom.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Yeah, I was talking about Supreme King Starving Venom Dragon.
Yeah, that one is not a fusion dragon, but we will do that when we do all these guys. Oh.
Yeah.
This is a pleasant surprise.
Oh, Greedy?
Yeah.
Yeah,
like, I'm pretty sure Greedy looked good, but I blew him up and I'm like, oh.
Look, all the fucking fusion dragons look good.
Well, once again, they have a collected aesthetic, and unlike Pendulum and Odd Eyes,
yeah, I remember.
I think the baseline for the aesthetic starts pretty good.
Yeah.
So here's, what is it? Greedy
Venom.
Yeah, Greedy Venom Fusion Dragon. Which is literally its name in Japanese.
Yeah, the evolved form.
Yeah. So, yeah, I think this card art is goo.
So eventually they realized they had to make their villains' cards look good. In Yu-Gi-Oh.
Not just kind of.
Fusion Dragon have that drip. Yeah, no. I like this one. It's got even more like. Not only are they kind of veiny, but they're also kind of like thorny, like vines, which works very well. Especially works for this guy, because this guy requires Predaplants.
I was thinking it's more like roots in my mind.
Personally, I would say with the thorns like vines, but either way, it's very plant-like.
I would say like it makes all the orbs work because again, it's meant to be like they're like pustules full of like cosmic fluid, like that.
Or they're just Goodberry.
Well, no, they're just Venom.
Yeah. I do notice, I think that's the end of his tail, so there's like a weird transpose they've done where like his tail goes all the way up and then occludes behind one of his wings. And I'm like, okay, that's a little weird. But you made the tail tip visible, that's okay.
Chris Edward, you can kaiju most things. There's literally one thing you can't kaiju, and that is anything that says no special summoning. Like, you cannot kaiju Rongo Bongo.
Yeah.
That's about it.
Actually, no, I think you can kaiju Rongo Bongo.
No, you can't, because he says no special summoning.
Oh, okay. When he's blocking special summoning, yes, because you cannot initiate the special summon. Yeah, those are the only things you cannot kaiju is if that explicitly that card says this card cannot be tributed. And there are a couple of boss monsters that have that protection nowadays, or if they prevent them, they prevent any special summoning, because then your opponent cannot declare the special summon by tributing your monster. But the tribute is an inherent special summon, so your opponent can't negate it. And it does not count as being affected by a card effect.
However, if your opponent is playing a zombie deck, you just get fucked. Because Zombie World says no kaiju.
Yes, Zombie World just says you can't tribute monsters that aren't zombies. I
There are
believe.
4 zombies, and there is no zombie kaiju.
And does layer block tributing to dark monsters, or does that let you just tribute one of your opponent's monsters? That's
No, it lets you tribute your opponent's dark
Okay.
monsters.
Yeah. Layer's also a good card, but it does different stuff. Anyway,
it's-
Greedy Venom Fusion Dragon. He's cool. I like him.
I do as well.
Unfortunately, you will not see this one as popular because this requires Predaplants. You can only play this in the
No.
Predaplant deck.
And unfortunately for him, he's not even the best Predaplant boss monster.
Oh,
I
yeah.
mean, I'll say this. I
Another-
think his main problem is not only do you have to play him in the Predaplant deck, you basically have to be fusion summoning already.
Well,
Um,
Yeah. Another point about this is that in the Predaplant deck, the Predaplant loves turning every monster into level 1, so this does not come out often even.
Yeah,
the thing about
it's
Predaplant,
hard
even-
to super poly.
even though, is like, I honestly think their base boss monster, their first one, is just better than him.
Which one are you
Chimera
thinking
Flesia?
of? Chimera
Chimera Flesia.
No, I have fought people playing that in
card is
Master Duel. That is
fucking great.
that can be a card
It's,
that's hard to deal with. Yeah.
Just banish your shit.
So, Greedy Venom Fusion Dragon is a Dark Dragon Fusion. It's
Yeah.
level 10. It does have 3,300 attack, 2,500 defense, so obviously you get investment out of the fact that you need to basically be fusion summoning twice. It requires a Predaplant monster and 1 Dark monster whose original level is 8 or higher. So, I do believe that gets around if you make levels lower, because it says original level.
Yeah, it does.
But still, it's
It's usually...
either your opponent has to be playing into this, or you need to have made another large fusion monster already.
It's a lot easier in the future when more Predaplant boss
Yeah.
monsters come out. But unfortunately, right now there is no level 8 Predaplant monster.
Yeah. I think what you're supposed to do is starving Venom, because that's 8 and dark.
Yeah.
And also, I will say, while this guy looks good, obviously I think Konami kind of agrees that there are better versions of this, because he's only been printed once. Must first be fusion
yeah.
summoned. Once per turn, target a face-up monster on the field until the end of this turn. 0 attack, its effects are negated. Very familiar to Predaplants and Fusion Dragon stuff. If this card is destroyed and sent to the graveyard, destroy as many monsters on the field as possible. Then you can banish a level 8 or higher dark monster from your graveyard. Special summon this card. So obviously, it recycles itself, basically. If your opponent blows it up, and sends it to the graveyard, you can blow up all the monsters on the board and then banish the materials for this to bring it back. So your opponent hypothetically has to deal with it twice. And it's a can banish, so the destroy as many monsters on the field as possible still procs even if you don't have the mats to special summon it back. This is a big boy. And yes, you can make this with Super Poly. The problem is that means your opponent needs a dark monster that's original level is 8 or higher. So again, they have to kind of play into it. And some decks just won't. I'm pretty sure you would probably play Lair of Darkness if you were playing a Predaplant deck, unless they have a field spell that's better. I don't know a lot about Predaplants, so the 2 Predaplant guys I know can tell me, but making all your opponent's monsters on field dark is probably good for you.
Yeah. The Barbie layer.
Anyway. Oh, is this guy not in Master Duel yet? I could see why. Let me see if I can find the card art. We should technically maybe do Starving Venomy first, but this is our next Starving Venom Fusion Dragon man. Okay, the card database has a good card art for it. So, alright, I guess the Yugipedia just hasn't updated with the data rip files. This is Starving Venom Predapower Fusion Dragon.
Oh boy.
This also came out in the same set as your boy Pendulumgraph Dragon. Yo.
Oh.
This guy's large and in charge.
Oh,
Got
yeah.
some cool parts, but then also, like, I feel like the pose could have been better. 'cause it's
Yeah,
like-
he's doing a weird high leg pose that I don't like.
actually, I'm noticing that it more feels like it was the previous version of the dragon you just saw, and then the dragon then started growing out of its chest and started stretching to the sides to like accommodate for its body growing out.
Okay.
Oh, which one? Sorry, which one is this?
Starving Venom Predapower Fusion Dragon.
I've never seen this card in my life.
It just came out, Dallas. It's in DeFi.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
That
This
makes
is
sense.
brand.
then.
This is literally brand new. I like the main thing that jumped out to me is this is some of its parts are still plant-like. It seems very insectile to me, which is I think a good direction for it to go. Especially because Predaplants, while they are plants, also often mix with insects in their naming conventions. So that's pretty
Well,
good.
they're insects and reptiles.
Yeah. Like I said, the high leg pose is a little weird. I think it's like back jaw antlers having like 2 extra
I like
spikes.
the fibers.
Yeah, the extra fiber stuff is very good. He's
Because
either going to
most
shoot
likely
out.
stick into something and suck it out its juice.
Yes, he's either going to suck your vital essence or he's going to shoot 9 million pink lasers. He's going to do Boo's human extinction attack. Either or. But I think this is a pretty good card art. Again, it's a little busy. And like I said, I do not know why they went for the high leg, like he's jumping out of the card art. But yeah, this is a good boy. And again, if you've never seen him before, this card is very new.
No, he's just doing the Falcon.
Yeah.
And this was an Ultra in DeFi. So, what this man does, this is another level 10 Dark Dragon Fusion. This is 3625. And its fusion materials are incredibly generic. Those still require a little of setup. It requires a Dark Fusion monster and a Fusion monster. Though with Instant Fusion, that second part is grossly easy. This card is always treated as a Predaplant card. Once per turn, when a card or effect is activated, quick effect, you contribute 1 monster on the field, on either field, with a Predator counter, and if you do, negate the activation. If this fusion summon card you control is sent to the graveyard by an opponent's card, target a dark monster in your graveyard, special summon it. You can only use this effect of Starving Venom Predapowered Fusion Dragon once per turn. So...
Yeah, they had to once per turn that, because this would be... Someone would find a way to do a abuse of OTK.
Do some weird loops, yeah.
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 I mean, it's also it has to be sent to your
just
graveyard by
bring
your opponent's
itself
card,
back.
but still.
Still.
I mean,
Yeah.
yes, it also does target
Yeah.
itself, because it is a dark monster in your graveyard. And it is in your graveyard, because you
So
sent
as
it there.
long as you have a dark monster.
So, basically, this is just Greedy Venom, but bigger, and I think with even more generic requirements. It's okay.
And a
It's got an
negate
Omni
effect.
Negate.
Fun fact, this is a hell of a tech against Despia. Because that basically super polys their board.
Yeah. No.
Dark fusion. Oh wow.
Yeah,
Yeah,
they
no.
generally have 2 dark fusions, so... super poly, oh hey, both your dragons are now my dragon.
So not only can you
Yes.
play this in Branded Despia, you can also play it against Branded Despia.
Yes.
But, like...
Although I don't know how much you would want to play it over stuff like Mirage, but
yeah.
as a tech against, this definitely...
So
like
I,
this.
I think this is a solid card. I think they've done good things with it. It's not
Yeah.
quite a blowout effect, but it's a fairly decent modern card. And sure, it's just a negate and the fact that it can recycle itself if destroyed and sent to graveyard. But it also is big. This guy's a level 10 who's 36. Like, that's pretty spicy, especially because, as we said, Predaplant loves to zero out your opponent's monsters.
Yeah.
So this is a solid card. I don't think it's gonna like make Predaplants suddenly good, but a decent attempt was made.
I mean, I don't think Predaplants are bad. I just think they're like hard to play, so no one tries.
Yeah. I've tried playing them.
Like modern Predaplants is hard.
So now we have the manga type variants of these guys.
Oh Jesus.
We start with Starving Venomy Dragon. who is not the
Way
fusion
more-
dragon.
It has way more
But he's a
anime
fusion
style
dragon.
effect.
I love Venomy. I love this art so much.
Yeah, no, I also like him. Like they've done different things with like his shoulders and face
This
to make
is
him
just
distinct.
body horror, straight up.
But guys, I've been playing a lot of Alien Fireteam Elite. You didn't get to see eggs full of chest bursters, but they're in that game. I know what this is. This is some Giger shit.
Yeah, no, this is just H.R. Geiger levels of like
Sup?
that is a poison sack.
He is coming out of the goop hole, everybody.
That is just poisoning the world. Like this just looks like the Dark Gundam, actually. Hold on.
It is just the Devil Gundam.
Hello. Hello, Clarice.
No, I love this art.
He's got some great, like, green, ropey, veiny, viney arms. And he still has, like, the ball joints in his hands. Like
He's the most unsettling shade of green. And I
yes,
think
they
it's on
picked
purpose.
a very gross shade of green in a good way.
Yeah, like
Sickening.
it's acid wash like puke green.
The purple is also, like, a very
Yeah.
purpley purple. Like, it's different than how Venom normally is.
Honestly, this is this feels like a Western comic book art kind of thing.
This is a great chat line. Now, this is an RPG boss voiced by Yuri Lowenthal. Yeah.
Oh yeah. No.
So, this is a Dark Pendulum Dragon Fusion Effect monster. He's scale 1, level 7, 2K, pretty decent stuff. Its monster effect also includes its fusion requirements. Its fusion requirements are a Dark Monster and a Pendulum Monster. Ludicrously easy to make. You can target one face-up monster your opponent controls until the end phase. This card's name becomes that monster's original name and replace this effect with that monster's original effect. Then that monster loses 500 attack and defense. It is negated, and your opponent takes 500 damage. You can only use this effect once per turn, thank God. But you'll notice that doesn't include levels. So this monster can steal, negate, and reduce attack on Lynx and Xyz.
This card's actually fairly good.
And then if this card is destroyed, you can put it in your Pendulum Zone.
Read his Pendulum Effect.
Yes.
I love this card's Pendulum Effect.
So, Pendulum Effect. Each time a card is sent from the field to the graveyard, place a Venomy counter on this card for each sent card. All monsters on the field, except Dark Dragon monsters, lose 200 attack for each Venomy counter. Once per turn, you can reduce the battle damage you take to 0.
This card is so annoying if your opponent can't remove it. It's hilarious.
And again, this card, I think this was a promo in the OCG for a while, but it recently came out last year in Brothers of Legend. So it's a fairly recent card design, but yeah, this is
I have gotten to 30 Venomy counters on this card.
Damn, yeah, that sucks. That's wow.
That just sounds like, you have access code.
That's literally minus 6K.
Yeah, I was just like, are you playing Dark Dragons?
This
Oh,
is
okay.
you're playing at an arrival at Ignister 0.
I mean,
And then I
unaffected
think-
cards are still unaffected, but yeah, fuck, dude, that's horrible.
But yeah, that's how I
Yeah.
won. That's how I kept winning in the fusion event.
Just anything that has an effect.
If if opponent's monsters have no attack points, you can't die.
Yeah, no, and while you're still placing counters, you can at once per turn fade battle damage.
Yes.
Like this card is good.
If all of your opponents are cripples, you win.
And
Basically.
its materials are similarly very generic, much like the original Starving Venom, because
Yeah.
it's just Dark Monster, Pendulum Monster. Hey,
Yeah.
this guy's a Pendulum scale. You're probably reasonably playing a penned cards in there.
Yo, I played him in Abyss Actors.
Oh my God, that's perfect. Yeah, because those guys are all Dark Pendulums, and you don't really need extra deck space in that deck.
No. You have one Link monster eventually, and that's it.
Yeah, no. So yeah, that's Starving Venomy, good boy.
Look, there are a lot of these dragons that mention Dark Pendulum monsters that I'm just like, oh hey, that could use this in Abyss Actors.
Okay.
Definitely raided Zark's Pantry to make that deck.
And the other funny thing is, I believe this next card actually came out in the TCG before regular Starving Venomy. But he is obviously the upgraded form, so we'll...
Starving Venomy Lethal Dose.
Yeah.
This
Let's pull up
card
that
is
card art. I gotta
Lethal
recite
Dose
it.
is a name.
less good, let's say.
This is, as described, let me make sure he's centered, Starving Venomy Lethal Dose Dragon. I will agree, I do not think this is quite as striking. I don't think it's really bad. I do like that he's got, like, the extra tails.
Yeah, he just doesn't look as creepy. which is
No,
weird to
I
say.
think his color scheme is more subdued. And his orbs are very definitely red this time, which is kind of like...
Like, this just looks like a generic anime boss.
It was in the manga, but fair.
Well, you know what I mean. Anime, manga,
Oh my
same
god,
art.
I just realized he has like three kraken tails, but also he's got tiny little legs.
Yep.
Adorable. He is actually kind of like weirdly cute. Like if you look at his actual face,
Yeah, no.
it's surprisingly... Honestly, I think that's Lethal Dose's problem. He's shockingly unfucked up.
Yeah, no. The
Again,
thing
he
is,
more
like,
looks like he does look like a JRPG final boss. Where it's
Yeah.
just,
Lethal
like,
Dose
cloak-
looks like...
He's got the cloak and the extra appendages and like the weird bling.
So just to... Okay, go ahead, Dallas.
I was like, Lethal Dose looks like a normal video game boss, whereas normal Starving Venomy, it looks like that one boss in a video game, where all of a sudden the platformer you're playing becomes a horror game.
Ah,
Yeah.
yeah, I can see that. Also, I've looked up the Arc manga thing where it appears in. They put it as more white.
Yeah,
Interesting.
that is a very different color
First.
scheme.
Yeah, I see. In the
Just, I
cover of the
guess
manga,
that's-
he's white and red.
I think that's the... I don't know if that's...
They've
the
also
first
drawn his
time they
cloak
changed
to
the
be
color
more like
scheme.
the anime like woo energy cloak thing, as opposed to this just looks fluffy.
Yeah.
Yeah, I
So-
don't know. I don't like the art as much.
Yeah, like I said, I don't think it's bad. I just
Yeah,
Hold on,
it's not bad. It's just I think Venomy has great art, whereas this is just...
hold on,
it's
Chad. I
good.
put my bottle of water very far away from me because I'm an idiot.
Yes, you are.
I was fully loaded on water before we started this, but I forgot to put it next to me. Okay. Okay. So what this boy does? Lethal Doth is a lethal. Okay, I'm gonna give
Lethal
up.
Dose!
Dark Dragon Fusion Pendulum Effect monster. So, you know, like the Starving Venomies, he's also a Pendulum boy. He is a level 8 dragon. He's a scale 1. He's 28 2K, so bigger stats. His monster effect and requirements are just any 3 Dark Pendulum monsters. Just any 3. He does need 3,
As
but
you-
any 3 of them. You got a Dark and a Pendulum? Got him. So, his monster effect is basically regular Venomy's Pendulum effect. Every time a card is sent from the field to the graveyard, place a Venomy counter on it. Every card except Dark Dragons lose 200. And then once returned during your main phase, you can negate the effects of all face-up monsters your opponent currently controls to the end of this turn. And then as a card in the monster zone is destroyed, place it in your Pendulum zone. And then its Pendulum effect is once returned during your main phase, place a Venomy counter on each face-up monster your opponent controls. All monsters lose 200 attack for each Venomy counter. So he gives you other ways to spread Venomy counters. He still has the attack reduction effect on his monster effect, and then the once returned during your main phase, negate all face-up monsters your opponent controls is also pretty spiced.
Yeah, he's a decent card.
And he's got a decent stat line for a guy who takes 3 monsters to summon. And yes, this is Lethal Dose's second form. And now, unfortunately, we must leave the realm of
Oh
Venom.
my god, I need to talk. I need to say something.
Go for it.
This is incidental, but I typed Starving Venomy into the Google search bar. My 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9th result is... Do you want to guess what it is?
No, I have no idea.
It made me lose faith in humanity, I'll say that. Why is starving dangerous?
I mean, so there's some merit into the question of, like, what about starving is bad for you, I guess? Like, what is it? What are the negative effects? But, like, Google's oversimplified way of asking everything in the autocomplete is just so painful. Why is starving bad for you?
I'm sorry, that just I saw that and I just went, what? I'm immensely sad, Omega, though, about starving Venomy.
Yeah.
Come on, they could have just made it Venom counters. Then it could have supported Venom next.
Yeah, unfortunately.
I mean, that would have been fun if it was like shadow support. Yeah.
But
But
it would
it
work,
doesn't-
though, too, because every time a monster gets reduced to 0 attack, it gets destroyed.
I mean, it would work, but also it doesn't work because the bases of the two archetypes are completely different. You know, reptiles versus dragons and plants. But they are all dark. They probably could have tried. I assume just the manga didn't do it that way.
Look, I just want Venom support.
I know you do. Maybe someday. GX nostalgia seems like it is a thing these days, so maybe. Who knows?
Yeah, because GX...
But now it is time to move to Synchro.
Oh, Jesus.
This is Clear Wing Synchro Dragon. And he has an
These are
alt
ones
art.
you've seen before.
He has an alt art I gotta go dig up.
I've always hated this art. I'm gonna say that.
For what
Clear
what
Wing
what do you not like about this?
Well, two things. One is I've always hated the, like, I don't know what, like, dragon butt fan design. I don't know how else to put it.
You mean his clear bits? His clear wings?
Well, yeah, the bits that, yeah. And then also,
The speed.
if you want to compare fucked up hands, Odd Eyes 8 got nothing on Clearwing. What the
I mean,
fuck?
I've noticed that Clearwing has 6 fingers.
And the thing in the middle.
Yeah,
It's
and a
more
weird spike.
like it feels more like they're like grippers instead of actually hands.
That
Yeah,
thing-
well, I mean, he doesn't have thumbs, so.
that hand is like the worst hand I've ever seen.
And I don't think he has feet at all.
No, he doesn't have legs at all.
No, he's got legs. Those are definitely separate from his tail. These bits down here, like there's a joint
they're
there.
just stumps.
I think it's because he goes fast. It makes him feel alive.
He's stumpy.
Like I like the overall color scheme and some of the design elements, but it's true. He has no feet and his hands are weird.
I will. You can have this one if you think this is the best looking.
I have no hands. I have no thumbs, and I must go fast.
Now, if we're talking about his upgraded form, that one has some merit, and we'll get there. But this form is. I hate this art so much.
I would agree with chat. I think there is an argument to be made for the fact that the Synchro Dragon line is female because their
true.
magician form is the only girl.
That's true. But
It's
regardless,
also very unclear. Well, I mean, okay. Also, Clearwing Synchro Dragon has a slightly pinchable waist.
It does. It actually has like a weirdly feminine waist.
Regardless of
comparatively.
Clearwing Synchro Dragon's gender, I still think this art is bad. It
Uh,
also
I
has
think it's
weird
okay.
boob nails. I don't know how to put that.
I mean, that's not that weird. There are a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh monsters that have that kind of weird spiked chest plate, almost like a little face down there.
So just to bring it up, the way it looks like to me, it looks like a bit. Like latches where you like push them up and down
hold
to
on.
like open something up.
I need to check on a card, but I'll say how I would rank
That
it.
chest plate makes me think like you could take like those like, I guess the fang looking bits and push them up, and then the chest plate would open.
I mean, this is definitely not my number one for as far as the base forms go. I'm trying to think if it would be my number 2. I have to look at something. Yeah, this would probably be my number 2, because we'll get there. But the last one ain't so great either. I don't like any of the base forms except for Starving Venom, if I'm gonna be honest. But God, those hands bother me.
I like how
so
all of a sudden
wide.
now the hands bother Dallas.
Well, no, they're so wide. Like they look
I mean, it's
painful.
true. They are very
Like, they
spread
look
out. It is very
like-
weird.
Like I understand Odd Eyes looks non-functional, and I agree with you. These actually look painful.
Yeah, I mean, like I said, I think there are merits to the design. I especially like the alt art with the like patterns in the like.
Oh no,
wing
the alt
blades.
art is way better. I do have a little bit of an issue with the shoulder stuff. Like the shoulders are a bit.
You know.
Well, as a card, I still like Starting Venom more. Like I don't know. I don't like think this art is awful. I just have problems with it. And if we're talking best base forms, I still go with Starving Venom.
Yeah. I mean, I think there was very little to argue about the Starvifying.
I'll say this: the alt art makes it way better. Like just the base form art, I hate. The alt art is like very pleasing-ish. Although that hand is still a problem.
It's a foreground hand. Yeah, I don't really hate it. Like I said, there are questions that I don't think are answered by either art for me.
Yeah. Also, it gets upgraded really well, so that helps.
Anything else anybody who's still here wants to say?
Loth
is muted and deafened, so I assume he got a phone call a while
I will
ago
say
or
I
something.
like the color scheme, and I enjoy how like all the parts look smooth, except it's like
It's very aerodynamic, yes.
Yeah.
it's like it actually feels like it where like it's sharp edged but intentionally.
Yeah.
And I personally like the color and effect, the translucency they do for the quote-unquote clear wing. Like, there are good choices here, but there are also some not good choices. It's the hands. The hands are the not good choice. Anyway,
Yeah.
Clearwing Synchro Dragon is a Wind Dragon Synchro. It is a generic level 7 Synchro. 2500 attack, 2k defense, so it's got ace monster stats, but it's a level 7 Synchro. This card can beat up Stardust.
Yes.
Once per turn, when another level 5 or higher monster activates its effect on the field, quick effect, negate and destroy. Once per turn, when a monster effect that is activated that targets a level 5 or higher monster on the field and no other effects, no other targets, quick effect, negate and destroy. If this card's effect destroys a monster, this card gains attack equal to that card's destroyed monster's original attack until the end of this turn. So, Clearwing is
Pretty decent.
Yes, it's a fairly decent. If your opponent has a level, it negates. If your opponent tries to target it, because it is a level 5 or higher monster and no other cards, you can negate and destroy, and has an attack modulation. Once again, much like Venom, though, you may notice this says level 5 or higher, so it does not...
this one's even harder than Venom, because that one just says level.
No, Venom
about
is
those,
level
is
5 or
that-
higher. That it
Oh,
copies.
Venom is
still-
also
Yeah.
level 5 or higher? Yeah. I'm
The
going to
weird
say
thing about
this.
it is okay. No.
Go ahead.
Okay. Because considering the card was always kind of a solid card in a lot of decks, it's really not, you think that's kind of limiting, but like before the Link era, and outside of specifically Xyz plays, this card
Well,
works.
yeah. I mean,
Well,
that's
that's
the
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 problem,
level.
though, Axe. This card was never very good in constructed play, for one very specific reason. 90% of extra deck monsters at the time were Xyz monsters.
Yeah,
Like,
I
in
think
the
I think
Pendulum
even
era,
yeah, I
Xyz
think
was
even through the
king.
Pendulum era, Xyz was very popular. Because obviously
Well,
BA,
Pendulum just made Xyz better.
yeah, and Pendulum summoning just makes it easier.
Yeah, like the problem
Right
with
back.
this, like I would argue this is the weakest of the base four monsters. Now, that's not saying much considering all of them are fairly staple cards.
I
But
mean,
out of all the base forms,
I don't know
think
if I
this
would
is the
say that
weakest.
the Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon exists.
Yeah, but that was part of a tier 0 deck.
Yes, but as a monster on its own, it's not very good. It just has double piercing. It has no protection. Its destruction effect only
I would
activates in your
consider
end
its
phase.
pendulum effect part of its monster effect, and that effect is very good.
Okay, sure. Dallas
It
will
searches
Dallas
any
will
pendulum-
warp the facts to.
That's not warping the facts. That's part of the card effect.
Yeah, but that doesn't. That means it's just the equivalent of a spell card. I don't think it's a very powerful monster then. Also, you were gonna say it searches any pendulum monster. That's not true. It's 1500
No,
or less.
it searches a lot of good pendulum cards.
I mean, in terms of making a monster, I think Clearwing is better. I mean, if you're talking
Okay,
about
yes.
like general
If you're
utility,
talking about just
yes.
making
If
a
you
monster,
put Pendulum in the pen scale,
yes.
it's very, very good. But in terms of like monster plays, Pendulum Dragon is much more useful to go into the Odd Eyes extra deck guys we've talked about than anything else. Clearwing at least can kind of protect itself. And if you forget about its effect, its negate can be very spicy, like especially if your opponent has mandatory effects.
I would say, like, the thing that, like, the big thing limiting it, at least at the time of its release, was no one was playing many synchros, or, like, it was a good counter for Monarchs specifically when it was batting around.
Yeah, this
and
really
that's about
fucked with
it.
Monarchs.
That was about it at the time.
Well, and I mean, I think you can observe that because even in our own format, like, I don't think anybody's gone, we gotta ban Cleo Wing.
Yeah, no, there's a certain wing that a lot of people might ban, but it's not Clearwing.
Now, there is another man, which for some reason the default card art shown on the Wikipedia is the ghost rare version,
That's not helpful.
the least useful version.
Oh boy, this art.
But it is time for the upgraded
There's
form.
choices made in this art that I don't agree with.
And this is Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon. It is it has wings. That is
he
crystals.
has a fish this big.
You gotta
Sorry.
do it for Loth when he's not here, or technically
Right.
he's here
Oh,
but
right.
he's not playing.
This is the one everyone.
Now
is always-
this card is.
That's
very
the one I was
good.
thinking about. Actually, I was wrong.
Yes,
Yeah.
this
Yeah,
card
no,
is phenomenally good. But we'll
Clearwing
talk about
is-
that in a second.
Clearwing is niche.
Crystal Wing
Crystal Wing
is a boss
meta.
monster. Yeah.
Now art-wise though,
I see what they're going for.
Art-wise-
This still has
problems.
I think the problem is the perspective on this, because like obviously he's supposed to be kind of a sneaky boy or girl, I don't know, again. But you know, no legs, long narrow body, but the angle of like the torso like bent back leaning up makes it look like its hands and like arms and stuff are like really big.
The problem I have is that it's not necessarily the no legs, it's the weird stump crystal things in their place.
Well, it's going fast.
I don't care. That doesn't look good.
I mean, I don't think I mind it in terms of the flying. Like I said, my thing is mainly the perspective. It's got like a bent back torso that's kind of big. And again, I don't know if it's supposed to have huge hands or if it's
I
supposed to be a
definitely like it
perspective thing.
more than Clearwing. I especially do like the wings. The wings are very nice.
The crystal wings.
Yeah, it is what it says on the tin.
Yeah.
And like everything above the waist of this card is very good. It's just the below the waist I have a slight issue with. Other than that, it's fine.
I mean, I think the tail is great.
yeah,
Unambiguously, the best part of the start. The tail, there's nothing we can say about it that's bad. I mean, and also we should say this. I think the hands are like really like weirdly perspective or proportion
Oh no,
in this art,
the
but
hands are still bad.
the hands are actually. I mean, they're actually hands now.
Bad.
Though
Yeah,
I do
no,
think
I
this
don't look
front
at these
thumb
and
is like
go-
upside down.
Yeah, no, I don't look at them and go, "Oh, this thing is in pain," like I did with Crystal Wing or
Yeah.
Clear Wing. No, I don't hate this design.
Flashback to 5 minutes ago when Dallas said that he hated this design.
No, I said I don't think I ever said I hate it. I said I have problems with it, and I still do. I definitely said I hated Clearwing, and I do stand by that.
Yeah.
But I've hated a lot of the designs tonight, so that's not saying much.
This is a interesting design. I don't think it's the word. Like, I don't feel strongly about it one way or the other. I think there's some issues, but the overall design language is still solid.
I mean,
Honestly, if I had to guess, I think a problem with a lot of so far both of them is just they have a distinct thing going on with the no legs and the big wings. Like, it's supposed to be like a very fast flying dragon, right?
Yeah.
But that also means that they're doing weird things because they're not really showing it as a fast flying dragon. Like this one, like I said, it's kind of recurved. The default art of Clearwing is like curved up. Its alt art is like him like doing a belly flop.
You know, the alt art is probably the best.
And there's no alt art for this for some reason, even though they re-released it as a ghost rare.
Well, yeah, because this card
Is good.
Yeah.
Axe, do you have any thoughts about the visual design of this card? I feel like I'm hearing the printer noises. Axe spools his brain up.
See, yeah, it has the Dragunity angle thing.
Oh my god,
Is
I need to show this.
Structure. It does look like basically just a I guess even more streamlined version of the basic version.
All right, what's Dallas hunting for?
The anime does not make this flattering.
I mean, I gotta be honest.
Yeah,
I can't imagine this would translate super well to a CG model. Ooh.
It does not look good.
Yeah, that's.
It's really bad.
Yeah.
It's really bad.
I think part of this is just the animation.
No, but also the way it's moving its stumps.
I also didn't realize that it has a front crystal blade on its chest. That's a little goofy,
Yeah.
especially considering I think this monster's
No,
supposed
we
to
have
fly
to show
parallel.
this.
Yeah, I'm figuring out the best way to
Oh,
open this
Jesus
image up and
Christ.
paste it.
Ugh.
Yeah, this is a weird one. I also the textures on parts of it look very bad. I think that's just they didn't have enough time to do this model rig well.
No, yeah.
I think there are some flattering parts about seeing it in some 3D, and there are some not flattering parts.
No, yeah.
This is
Yeah.
Yeah,
they have all 3 images where they do 3D of it are not good. Except
So-
for the commercial, apparently.
Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon is a Wind level 8 Dragon Synchro. It's 3K25. Now, this one you have to Actual Synchro, because it requires 1 tuner and 1 non-tuner Synchro monsters. So you have to make a Synchro to get here, but that's ludicrously easy. There was actually, at the time this card came out, there was a Dragunity variant that was very good at. Basically, when you can make the combo that makes you turn 1 Stardust in Dragunity also makes you turn 1 Crystal Wing.
Also, spoiler, I can attest to this. This is the boss monster for my favorite deck at the time. DDD is very good at turn 1 Crystal Wing.
Yeah, so you've access
It's
to
a very
6
hard
Synchro?
combo to pull off because it requires 18 steps,
Fair
but
enough.
you can easily turn 1 Crystal Wing with 3
Yeah.
cards.
Dragunity is a little cleaner than that, but yeah, the fact that it's generic means that this can go in a lot of Synchro decks.
Yeah, but
it did.
Omega, I don't want to be too mean to DDD, but the difference is DDD has other boss monsters that do stuff.
I mean, so did Dragunity at this time. Not Dragunity monsters, but you could still make Stardust turn 1 if you were
That's
going
true. Okay.
first.
I was
and
like,
stuff. there are
I
other
was looking
combos.
at you for a second.
I do actually think some people did play the Trident variant to fish cards out of the extra as well, but yes, Wind Witch also makes this card stupid easy.
Oh yeah, no, Wind Witch Invoked made this card ad nauseum.
Yeah.
It's
Along with the not destroyed by card effects.
yes, because Wind Witch did not exist as a solo archetype at the time because they had just a Synchro and a Fusion. It was basically another way to plug into decks like Speedroids and turbo out Clearer Crystal Wing.
Well, or also they were mostly played with Invoked because the Win Invoked guy is really good.
Raijin is also a pretty decent target, and Invoked is a very slim package. But yeah, so once per turn, when another monster's effect is activated, negate and destroy, and if you do, this card gains equal attack to the destroyed monster's original attack until the end. If this card battles an opponent's level 5 or higher monster during damage calc, it honors itself. It gains attack equal to the current attack of that monster. So yeah, this guy is mean, because it's a once per turn any monster negate, then it becomes huge. It also becomes double huge if you're playing any monster big enough to run it over, because it's a 3K. It has, Blue Eyes stat line. This is a big boy. It's a big chungus. And can be very problematic to deal with.
Yeah. I mean, I would say it's in a limited, this is going to sound crazy, but I would argue in a limited format where we're not using super constructed decks, it's actually easier to deal with. Because I feel like our limited format, we play a lot more spell trap removal, and that card,
Yeah, I
it
guess
does die to that.
we kind of do.
Well, than traditional Yu-Gi-Oh, yeah, I would say.
Well, I mean, yeah, some of that's just to do with the limited list. Like, we allowed more dark holes, I think, sooner than the TCG did around this time. You couldn't even bring Regeki back until, I think, like early Vrains
Regeki
format.
Was right around here.
Yeah, it's about where we are right now, though that's obviously a little while after, because this card was in Shining Victories in 2016.
What I'm saying is, like, I think this card is less dominant in our limited format because monster effects are less king.
I don't know about that. I think the reason why it doesn't show up so much is because it's been printed as a secret rare twice.
I still have 11.
Well, that's a you problem with Light's Revenge. Not everybody did. I think I got one exactly from Light's Revenge.
I don't remember. I had to go check it.
But it's like, and it does require you to play a Synchro deck.
It does require a very...
And while some of us could have made it Invoked Wind Witch, people tried to nip Invoked pretty early in the bud and limit some of your plays, and I also don't think it was as good as Shaddoll Invoked at the time. So, like, I think in our limited format, it hasn't been a much of a problem, mostly because it's harder to make decks around it. Like, I made the Dragoonity build, but I wasn't confident because it required me to draw like 3 cards exactly on turn 1. And I've always been awful at that. One of those is your field spell, so you know me. Hard drawing field spells, I'm bad at it. If I really need to find more Yu-Gi-Oh decks that don't require you to hard draw field spells.
Wait, MBT was it a YCS? What?
Yeah.
Sorry, I just found a deck list that is for Joseph Rothschild.
Yeah, he was at Hartford.
He played a Trickstar. No, it was Brooklyn. This is in 2017.
Oh,
okay.
Yeah, no, I mean that makes even more sense.
Playing Trickstars.
He is kind of a gremlin.
I think also he also got totally bodied and hated it, but everything.
Well, yeah, he got 48th place.
Okay, cool. Anyway, that's really relevant. 3 hours, everybody. And we're not even through the synchros. But like I said, this card is really annoying in our format. I think the main reason why it hasn't come up and gotten hit was more because we don't have a lot of decks making it.
It's also
because, like, yes, we do have more monster removal, but we don't. Like, you can't search Raigeki or Dark Hole, and once this guy's on the board, you will die. You die because it becomes huge and you die.
The other thing also is like, it's not the easiest to get this card out. Like,
no.
I joked, but like, it's not that easy to. And there are so many more cards we have that are much more like, you play this one card, it does the bad effect.
Yeah, I mean, I think there are several engines that were really good at doing Crystal Wing. But it's not, it's not the craziest thing to come out.
Yeah.
Okay.
And it does help that we all have one.
Oh, I mean, I don't give a shit that I have one and I made a deck to summon it. You Crystal Wing me for my marbles. Yeah, y'all should know I don't enjoy cards that tell me to stop and then also take away all my life points. But we have an advanced form. It's got a very weak-ass name. I'm going to be honest. It's a very lazy name. This is Crystal Clearwing Synchro Dragon.
This art is also questionable.
I think the lighting of it is nice.
I mean, I don't know what Dallas is thinking about it. Questionable. It's Clearwing.
It's got like
I like the transparency effect.
No, I'm talking about the face.
Okay, it's a dragon.
Dallas,
what is
you need to show us what a good face looks like to you.
Its mouth is the glowing bit, Dallas. Can we just zoom the fuck in? It's not rocket science. Dallas, are you like face blind?
A little bit.
Do you have parapagnosia?
I don't know what that is.
Like, no, it's way too thick. Sorry.
That is literally it's face blindness. That's the
Oh yeah,
the
a little bit.
Like, it's got a little bit of beak mouth, but yeah, that's its mouth there. Is that little purple?
Yeah, no,
glow.
it does have a bird beak. Okay. Yeah, I'm
Yes.
not crazy.
That's a little unusual for Synchro Dragon. Like they haven't had that effect before. But yeah, no, it's just got a little dragon face.
Yeah, that's my only issue with it. The art is it has a bird beak all of a sudden.
But it's crystal, it's clear. I personally think the name's kind of lazy. Actually, I'd also comment about the purple. There are a lot of colors in this combo that I'm not sure about.
Also, it's the Synchro lines, I think, which
I like the light.
it's a stupid aesthetic from 5Ds, but at least it's consistent.
Because like all like the crystalline structures are glowing, and also like the lighting at the bottom of it.
They're kind of luminous.
I guess that it's like
You are correct, Dallas. The hands are back to being fucked up.
Yeah, the hands are still broken.
It's a little hard to tell with the left hand. I had to realize I'm mirrored. But it's other
right
hand is palm up, and you're like, I can't quite see because there's a crystal in the way, but I'm pretty sure this is not a good look.
Yeah, no. I'm just gonna have to accept. I just don't like this thing's hands in any of its forms.
No, I mean, yeah, they're not super great.
Also, it now has just weird wrist plates.
someone is commenting. It does kind of make an infinity symbol, but I think that's just the angle of it.
Well, yeah, no, that's.
I mean, I think
supposed
that's
to.
just they needed something to do with its tail. I don't think that's significant.
Yeah, but do these things need to have normal hands, or is it more just because it has weird hand?
I mean, I'm not gonna say they have to have
Okay.
normal hands, but like, these
what-
dragons are fairly humanoid. They like sit upright and have shoulders. I
When I
would kind of
look at
like them to
an
have hands that make
okay,
sense.
here's my point, Axe. Here's my point. If I look at an animal's hands, I should not be thinking, is that animal's hands broken?
Okay.
Like, some people talk to me because I talk a little bit of shit about the guns in the Starfield trailer. Because they're weird and blocky, they're not ergonomic, and
They look
like
awful.
one of them is huge. One of them is a double-barreled shotgun with square barrels that has shells that come out of it.
Oh, you mean they're designed to be not engine intensive?
Yeah, basically. The ergonomics are shit. One of them is like huge; it takes up the whole bottom half of the bottom quarter of the screen. And some people are like, I just don't see what the problem is. And I'm like, my problem is that it's not functional. You're creating an object in the world. You're trying to make it fit into this world. Why are you making it look like something that would be bad? Like, they have a Space P90, that's perfectly good.
Remember the gun ran about like the assault rifle?
The Bethesda's interpretation of Fallout guns are way worse.
I mean, like,
There's
I
a
think they totally
fucking-
said like
They put a
that-
Maxim gun shroud, like, for water cooling on an assault rifle. That's okay. I think Maxims look cool, but like,
it's so. I mean, all the pipe guns are meant to be like literally. They were told like.
oh yeah,
they're
well yeah,
designed-
the pipe guns are
designed
supposed
by
to
people
be,
that are guns designed by people that don't know how guns work.
Yes, I think that's in the comments of that
That's
gun right
fine,
now. But
though.
like, it's the quote unquote official assault rifle that, like I said, has a water cooling shroud like a Maxim gun. That's that's not even the right aesthetic, Bethesda. That's a steampunk aesthetic, where Fallout is ray gun gothic. Come on.
I was not.
But
I was not impressed by the Starfield trailer. Let's say that.
Yeah, we talked about that 3 hours ago, funnily enough. The thing with me and the hands, like for Odd Eyes and for this, is I just think that they should draw them to be functional and make sense. With Clearwing, with its 6-fingered hands that are spread out and don't have thumbs, I'm like, I don't know how this creature can use its hands. It can't grip anything. Like, it can't close a fist.
Yeah, what is the point of this?
And like, they're not arranged like paws it can use to walk on either, because this thing doesn't have back legs. Like Odd Eyes is like, you do have a thumb, but your thumb is on the bottom? How do you work? You have to like pinch everything. It's just, it looks uncomfortable and weird, and I ask questions. I'm just like, that's not how anatomy works. Humans are, your human brain is very well designed to recognize things that are humanoid, and then when those things aren't right, your brain usually goes, It's why the Uncanny Valley exists, right? Like, humans are supposed to know what a human face looks like, so if you're like close but just a little off, that's when humans are like, hold on. But yeah, so Crystal Clearwing Synchro, this came out in the Synchro Storm set, is a level 10 Synchro Dragon. It's wind also. It has 3K, 25. We don't stray very far with the stat lines. I think the Venom fusion's where we got the most ambitious. 1 tuner Synchro monster and 1 non-tuner Clearwing monster. So, yeah.
So,
a little awkward.
Yeah. No, that's only Clearwing, too, so not even Crystal Wing.
Yes, though there are more clearing monsters. Like arguably, it's better to say Clearwing than Synchro Dragon, because I mean, I guess there are. You could do Formula Synchron and do a 2 and then 8 and the 10. I think I see what they're going for though. And there are other clearing monsters that exist now. But anyway, once per turn when your opponent activates a monster effect except during the damage step, quick effect, activate this effect until the end of this turn. This face-up card is unaffected by the effects of your opponent monsters. Also gains attack equal to that monster's original attack. Once per turn, when a spell trap is activated, you can negate and destroy it. If this card, the Synchro Summon card you control is sent to your graveyard by an opponent's card, add a win monster from your deck to hand. Honestly, I like this card because this is a lot more fair. It cannot do the attack modulation in damage step. It's not like an Honest. It doesn't do it like Crystal Wing does. It only makes itself unaffected by the effects of your opponent's monsters, so it doesn't negate and destroy. It's just like, nah. And then it has a spell trap negate. I assume the reason why it is this way is because, at least for spell effects, the utility of negating your opponent's spell effects is more important than negating their monster effects. The main thing is just you don't want your opponent, like, popping this card randomly.
Also, this was made in 2020, right?
Yeah, released in 2021.
Yeah, at this point, monster negates are a dime a dozen, so that's not really that special anymore.
No. And it has a recovery effect to add more win monsters if it gets blown up.
Yeah. I mean, it's a decent card. Its levels are awkward enough that it doesn't go in a lot of decks.
It's a decent part of, like, a 5-summon combo for a Speedroid deck.
So I was going to say, Dallas, the problem is, the reason why this card doesn't go in a lot of decks is because you know it's a level 10 Wind Synchro that came out in Synchro Storm?
Oh, this came out in Synchro Storm?
Yeah, no. This came out in the same set as Barone.
No. Oh, no.
Which is way more generic, unfortunately.
Even ignoring Barone, Satellite Warrior, I would argue, is a better Synchro than this.
Yeah.
The main thing I think is, like Axe said, I think especially with the Speedroid support in Synchro Storm, it's a good card if you want to play Synchro Dragon. I don't think it's a very good card outside of it.
Yeah. The only card to play with Clearwing Synchro Dragon is High Speedroid Cork Blaster, which is Synchro Tuner level 3.
Which is obviously what it's for.
Yeah.
I mean, you could also cheat it out with Zulkin, but that's always funny.
Honestly,
I think Archfiend Bane is better than this card.
No, that's wrong. I want images.
Oh, wait, is Archfiend Bane the one that can just negate? No, Archfiend Abyss. Sorry, no Bane.
There's
Bane
a lot of Archfiend Dragon.
Yeah, we already went over that one.
Yeah, you can go watch the 5Ds episode. This one's the 4Ds. Even though I'm pretty sure there's more of these. Sorry, I had my paint out.
There are way more than these.
Yeah, so we're going into the manga version again. This is the Pendulum-y one. This
this one's
is
fast.
Clearwing Fast Dragon.
The fuck is that name?
It's a fast dragon, Dallas.
Clearwing Fast Dragon.
I mean,
Too
once
fast
again,
for
I
you.
would say this card, literally its name in Japanese, which is in English. It's Clearwingu Fasto Dragon.
I mean, they could have called it Sonic Dragon, but eh.
Yeah, I think they just wanted to go literal because they didn't want to accidentally, like, they didn't want to fuck up any, like, archetypes or anything.
I don't know why. I don't like this art as much as the others.
Really? I would have thought, because I think this art is arguably better because it's much more rounded.
It's much more streamlined.
I think it's better than. I think this is better than Clear Wing, but I think I like Crystal Wing and Crystal Clear Wing better.
I mean, I will say better hands. We're not quite at
better
thumbs, but
hands,
we
but
have
worse
5
body.
fingers that line up.
It has thumb-like appendages.
It has a face and that on its chest, and that
Yeah, that's a very.
That's a bird.
I mean, it makes sense. That's very anime. That's very anime.
Tokusatsu bird face.
Like, I'm sure you guys find that goofy. I'm just kind of like, or Dallas does anyway, and some people in the chat might. But I'm just saying, like, nah, that makes sense.
Why did Clearwing Synchro Dragon just put on Kamen Rider fucking Birth? Why did it do that?
I can kind of see that, but like, if it was mixed of like, I guess Tatsu, or Chadodor or something. I guess.
Anyway, dumb question. How much have I missed? I had to be on a loan phone.
I mean, what was the last card we talked about with you?
Odd Eye, plays
Oh,
absolute.
you missed all of.
Oh wow.
Starving
Okay, so you
Venom.
missed Meteor Burst, Promo Odd-Eye's Metal Claw, which is
Oh
horrifying.
wait, Metaclaw was the
Okay,
last one.
so you missed
Okay.
all of Fusion Dragon,
Starving Venom.
Oh, okay.
and now we
Get rid of
are
only
most of the
5.
way through Synchro. This is Clearwing Fast Dragon.
All the
I love
weird
Venom.
stuff in Venomy.
Yeah, we didn't do Supreme King, but yeah, there's some other stuff.
No.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But okay, so Clearwing Fast Dragon, I mean, I like it a little bit better because I like the roundedness to it. I don't really care that it's got a bird face. Like, it's a little goofy, but it's not any goofier than not having legs. The color
legs
scheme
are
difference is a
green.
little interesting. Like, it's got that very vibrant green and then the clear and then the white and black. Like, I think it's... I think they did a good job making this distinct. But this is a level 7 Dragon Synchro Pendulum. It's a scale 4. Its monster requirements are 1 tuner, 1 plus non-tuner wind monsters, so it's type locked. Quick effect: target one face-up monster your opponent controls, especially with the extra deck. Change the attack to 0 to negate that monster's face-up effects. You'll notice this a lot with the manga Pendulum versions. You can only use this effect once per turn. If this card in your monster zone is destroyed by battle, place this card in your Pendulum zone. I think honestly, if you're playing the Speedroid or Wind Witch deck, that's decent. It just gives you a different negate effect and a zeroing out.
It's okay.
Its
but
pendulum
it's just-
effect is you can send one face-up Speedroid tuner and one non-tuner monster you control to the graveyard whose levels equal 7. Special summon this back from your pendulum zone. You can only do this once per turn. So its pendulum effect is it recovers itself. Basically penduluming from your pend zone. So that's okay. I don't think this card does anything record-breaking. I just think that if you were playing these kinds of decks, like I said, like Wind Witch or Speedroid, it gives you another option.
That's true. It's not bad. It's just very.
I mean, it's an alternate base form. It's like Stardust Spark or Black Rose Moonlight. Like, it's not necessarily meant to be better or worse. It's meant to be different. And I think it is because it does the attack modulation the other way. Obviously, it zeroes out that monster's attack. All right. Now we are in.
Thankfully, Yugo didn't do anything in the manga, so we don't have to deal with another one.
Yeah.
No, there's no further forms. We
Also,
only.
Yugo sucks. That's just a fact.
Everybody, start doing your put your nickels in your jar for Dallas just saying shit.
I can't. My
that a
jaw is
jar?
full.
That I feel like that. If that was a drinking game, I'd have killed someone by now.
No, that's
Yeah.
why we say nickels in the jar.
Remember, Dallas must be broke eventually.
Yeah, does anyone have
I'm
change
not
for
paying
20?
you shit.
Dallas isn't
Then
put
you're
the
not
jar.
learning.
You just track. So this
don't-
is High Speedroid Clearwing Rider. So it's not a Synchro Dragon, but it is a Clearwing and also a Speedroid. Card games on motorcycles with Ghost
This card is
Dragons.
So dumb.
This is hilarious. I love this.
I really
I
wish I
kinda
could.
love it,
I
too.
really want to see its transformation sequence.
It's just a fucking.
I want to see it through its transformation.
No. This is the
Transformers?
transformation sequence axe. This is the biggest boss one.
No, I want to see. I want to see the animation of it, like doing the transformer thing.
It's so fucking.
You mean
dumb.
transforming
I
into
love
that?
Yeah, as like its body bends and like warps to do it.
Wait, this this reminds me about the Poria transformation thing.
it. I also love that it's not a 5D type, which is just funny.
Yeah.
No, it's just a motorcycle. It's a Clearwing Rider. So yes, this is the ultimate final form of the high-speed Roid Clearwing.
Speed. It has a cool animation, Astro.
Yeah, that's good. They're going to give it a I mean, they should have given it because it's the biggest one. Now this one is a machine because it's also a Speedroid. It's a high-speed Roid, so it plays by those rules. But like I said, I feel we would include it because it's a Clearwing and it's very obviously Clearwing Synchro Dragon, but a motorcycle. Clearwing's weird ghost is even there.
God, this art is just.
No,
I mean,
it's
it makes
joyful.
the hands make sense that it's meant
brings
to
joy.
to the axles.
No, yeah, like as a dragon monster, it doesn't make any sense. But then you realize it's a Speedroid, which are all goofy as shit.
Yeah.
So it's
And it's a
okay.
machine.
Yeah, it's a weird motorcycle. And yes, it's
Also,
a
who
machine
wouldn't-
synchro.
Also, who would want an intelligent like?
I would
machine
not
that
know.
like, I guess.
I say
No.
no. I don't want any AIs. Fuck AI.
I
AIs
don't
are
want my.
terrible.
Dear future AIs who are watching my stream, that was Dallas who said that, so please put him against the wall first when the revolution comes.
Dear Rhoda's Basilisk, you can fucking kill me if you want.
What?
It's a thought experiment. Don't worry about it.
Yeah, it's a very specific one. Anyway, so this is a level 11 machine synchro. It has 3,500 attack, 2k defense. Yes, this is the biggest. It requires just a wind tuner and a non-tuner wind synchro monster. And with a level 11, you've got some wiggle room there. Once per turn, during your main phase, you can roll a 6-sided die and shuffle wind monsters from your graveyard into your deck up to the result, and then destroy cards your opponent controls up to the number shuffled. And if you do, this card gains 500 attack for each card destroyed by this effect until the end of this turn. And this is already 3,500. During your opponent's main phase, quick effect, you contribute this Synchro Summon card, special summon up to 2 level 7 Synchro monsters with different names from each other from your extra deck, which, by the way, Dallas, gives Fast Dragon a purpose.
Wind synchros.
Yes.
If it was normal, if it was any, that card would be busted.
No, but it's wind because it's a speed raid, so it's archetype locked.
Well, yeah.
Or type locked. Attribute locked, technically. But you know what I mean. Yeah, no, I mean, it's not crazy because this doesn't have any of the, like, effect negate, but shuffle back the winds you use to synchro climb into this card to blow up your opponent's board, and then presumably get enough attack points to just fucking run them over. Solid.
You can actually do some pretty disgusting things with this and a non-clear wing card. Because spoiler, a card you can search out with it is Wind Pegasus Adagnister.
Oh, is that 7?
Which, yeah, it's a 7 wind.
Yeah, okay. Yep, that's pretty solid.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, so you can do a bounce with that. That's about it.
Yeah, and it's during your opponent's main phase, by the way, that you can activate the tribute effect.
Well,
in case that's clear, so.
Yeah, Pegasus is a quick effect bounce, so.
Yes, but the effect that High Speed Raid has to split itself is during your opponent's main phase, so.
You can also technically summon Daigusto Eagles or Windwitch Winterbell. I don't know why you'd want to do either of those, but you can.
I'd have to double check what Winterbell does.
Winterbell's the burn one. Choose one.
Oh,
monster.
also Gen X Windmill Gen X is, as well.
That's funny.
There's a bunch of stuff you can summon.
Yeah, you probably
Why?
wouldn't, but there's some funny
Yeah,
things.
no. Wind Pegasus Adagnister is actually a good idea. The rest, not so much.
Gormamark.
All right, now it is time to break into Xyz.
Oh god, this card. I looked this card's art up earlier, and this art close-up does not look great.
Hey, there's 2 arts.
The main art does not look great up close.
Yeah, I'm gonna pull it up, but if I remember rightly, I do also kind of agree it's a little.
Look, I've been forced to watch this thing's face up close because it has an animation in Duel Links now. So I've seen it in all of its quote-unquote glory.
Well, here's Dark Rebellion Xyz Dragon. Yeah, he's a little noodly.
Arguably, in my opinion, the best of the base forms.
It's definitely got some of the most utility.
Yep.
I'm pulling up the alt art so you can talk amongst yourselves. I have to type.
Yeah.
This thing has a face problem, like genuinely. You can't see it as well.
Actually, yeah, now it's close up, yeah.
The
rest of it's kind of
You can't see it as
fine.
well in the main art, but when it turns its head, you'll see. I almost wish we could pull up the summoning animation from Duel Links, but
That's way too big. Hold on.
I mean, you could grab a clip of it.
I'll see if I can find just a clip of that one.
There's its alt art.
Yeah,
I like the alt art more, but
because it's-
I've never actually fucking noticed its face.
Yeah, no, its
Yeah.
face is not great.
That's a
Nah,
gnarly
I mean,
mouth.
I wouldn't say not great.
It's gnarly, I guess way to put it.
It's got big bottom teeth. That's not weird. It's supposed to be dark. The main thing is the chin blade spike, but they're stupider
Well,
dragons.
it's also a bit flat.
Well, yeah. In the original card art, it's turned to the side. In this, you can actually see it's rounded. I think the main thing that's weird about this guy is, he's very noodly, very serpentine. I mean, he has real hands. I guess his feet work. They're kind of digitigrade, but you know, I'll take what I can get. Okay. I think I'm very curious though with the art. Why haven't they drawn this guy dead on? He has the same kind of like weird jet intake horns as Pendulum Dragon. You just can't tell at all because he's only in profile.
Yeah.
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 I don't know. I think other than the base, other than Odd Eyes Pendulum, I think this was my least favorite of the base arts.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I love this guy. I love both arts. I mean, I think the noodliness is weird, but he's got a good color scheme. He's got very minimal Konami
The
orbs.
old art is definitely better.
I don't want to say he's got minimum Konami orbs. Depending on the art, you can see less of the orbs. In fact, I think they might have... No. He's still got him in his arm blades. Okay. He has hands that work. His wings aren't the worst. And they're not in his way. He does have, like, arm blades, but whatever. They're fine.
You like this guy more than Venom? Really?
Do I like it more than Venom? Probably not. But like I said, I still do like him.
Oh yeah.
I don't hate him. Actually, thinking now, I think I might like him more than I like Crystal Wing. Or not Crystal Wing, Clear Wing.
Yeah, I like this guy's design.
I like the cut of his jib.
Dark
He
purple.
is T-posing in the alt art, which is hilarious.
T-pose
the
for,
light-
T-pose for dominance as he slurps your attack points.
And keeping the lightning effect that they give to the anime, which is called Lightning Disobey.
I am entirely biased because I like his character way more.
I mean,
okay.
y'all know I love Phantom Knights. I'm just building that.
Well,
building
no,
that deck right now is good.
Yeah,
It's
it is-
weird.
Spoiler: the Speedroid / Crystal Wing player is a giant jackass and one of the worst characters ever written. In the
Murder this guy. Because he was all I thought the Xyz boy was the fusion servant.
Oh yeah, he did die like immediately too.
Yeah.
but yeah,
then he
so
was in the show as a ghost, which is awesome.
Dark Rebellion.
Yep.
Yep.
So it was.
Also,
But
yes,
you
you are
will
correct.
at,
It is funny that Dark
Johnny
Rebellion is the
and all
noodliest
those
one
voices.
when Black Fang Magician is the most Bara.
Yes.
Yes.
But I mean, I guess the thing is, you got to remember, Dark Rebellion slurps your enemy's attack points. That's him going to the gym. He hits the gym. But yeah, no. In terms of performance, this guy is definitely one of the easiest because he's a rank 4 Xyz, a really great pool, and he's fucking generic. And the fact that he's only got the 25 2K stat line doesn't matter.
No, it doesn't.
Yeah, so I think we talked to its appearance pretty well. So this is a rank 4 Dark Xyz Dragon. It's any 2 level 4s. You can detach 2 materials from this card, target a face-up monster your opponent's controlled. Its attack becomes half its current attack, and if it does, this card gains that lost attack. This also lets you make some very funny numbers. But yeah, no, this is just, there's not a lot to talk about here. This is just a very solid card. It is a mainstay in a lot of rank 4 decks.
Oh, Jesus Christ. I hadn't seen this card art up close.
Which one? You looking ahead?
I think so. I think I'm looking at the next one, if I remember correctly.
Yeah, it's one of the
I
two.
need to show you the extended art of this card, because holy crap.
But do we have anything more to say about...
I think the color scheme is okay. I think the orb placement's okay. It's got interesting, like, rage veins in, like,
It
its
doesn't
chest.
wow me as quite as much as the Starving
rage
Venom
pipes?
line, but it's not bad. The
Yeah.
more that I look at it.
Did we talk about the pipes in its chest?
Oh, actually,
I mean, I don't think we'd call them pipes.
those-
I think those are glowing lines.
Yeah, those glowing lines sort of remind me about the numbers that appear on number monsters.
Yeah, they are kind of similar to
It
that
is an
font. That would
Xyz. It
make
is an
sense.
Xyz monster.
I think this might just be like trying to reference that while not trying to put an actual number.
Yeah, no, it's the same reason the Clearwing has the like 5D synchro line for no reason.
Yeah.
But all right.
We're celebrating all of it.
This is
So they celebrated the Xyz era by killing it all.
Dark Requiem Xyz Dragon. I have stained glass windows on my back.
Why
yeah,
did it become
no,
Kiva?
this art is a bit.
Yeah, I like him,
eh,
but he's a bit much.
This one is definitely like over-designed. Like,
Oh, Omega, you want to see over designed? Do you want to see the full art they've given of it?
Yeah, what? What you got? Show me the thing.
I
Oh,
saw
yeah,
this
the
one where they removed the.
Oh, yeah, the promo art. Okay. Let me
So,
pull that up. Let me pull that
So
up.
Dallas,
I'll replace
am I wrong when I
the
say
original
like
bit.
this dragon became a Fangire? If you know what I mean?
Yeah, in the worst way.
Here's
I mean,
the,
like,
here's
I
the
think
full...
the stained glass is cool, but I don't think it fits at all.
I don't think it's. I
So,
think
what
this is
I'll
one of those
say-
things- this is a cool idea in someone's head.
Yeah, I know. That's what I was going to say. I think that on their own, the concepts of Requiem are good. Like, he's got, like, an actual, like, rib cage on the outside. It's very spooky, you know.
Yeah.
He's got, like, weird spiral horns and other shit. I think his feet are actually shown splayed on the ground here. He's got hands that work. I like the, like, scythe, inverse scythe blades on his arms. Those are much more fun. Even on their own, the stained glass window wings could be cool. But... holy shit, they just added so much, and they kept adding. Look how far up this goes. Look how tall
so
his fucking
bad.
wings are.
And then there's even like an extra bit of like, looks like there's even like a fucking like.
Yeah, he's got extra
Uh,
spikes.
No,
Yeah,
it looks like you could rip off like the tips of his wings and then just have like weird like snake mouth like, I guess glaives.
So surprise, surprise. They did so much with this guy, but they only did the minimum amount for the anime because this guy only showed up for like 5 minutes and just died because the Master Phoenix just like did. I blew up myself and you for 10,000 damage.
Yeah, the anime version doesn't have the stained glass effect. Duh.
Yeah.
Because that would be a huge pain in the ass for them to animate.
No,
But
this
yeah,
is,
no.
When people tell me about like, oh, that card's over-designed. No, this is over-designed.
No, yes, this is very much over-designed. He's got like 3 different sub-themes. And
I don't know why, but I just imaged the wings breaking off at some point from the base. At the base, I don't know why.
they look very... Well, it's because they're flat planes of stained glass. They look very fragile. And
No,
they
no, no.
look so
I
separate
meant as
from
in-
him.
I don't know why, but I keep imaging like a figure because these are so over-designed.
Okay.
Because I just image like the base to the spine bits would just fall off.
So I had to see something, and now you do too. This is
No.
one of the
No.
top Google image results for Dark Rebellion Xyz Dragon.
Oh no. Hope I don't.
We
regret
wait
this
with bated
horribly.
breath.
It's gonna be like an Empreg Orb.
No, it's just a fucking waifu version.
Meh. Whatever.
Dark Rebellion Lolly Dragon.
Nah.
Just why, people?
It makes
Could be
it,
worse.
it just makes me think of a Necros.
It's very much good.
It's just a Necros.
But I have safe search on, so
Dallas hasn't embraced the power of Moe anthropomorphization.
no.
Like, Necros already
I've
did-
seen cute
do that
drawings
already.
of F-22 Chan, so you ain't got
Dallas
shit
will
on me.
never play Moemon.
Never care
Yeah,
for
no, I
Moe
will
stuff.
never play that emulator ever.
Never care for Moe stuff.
So Dallas loves Moemon.
Okay, they made a version of Emerald, okay? And I've played like 8 million different versions of that game.
Yeah.
Uh,
He went to.
have-
By the way, sorry, Chad. I didn't mean to ignore you, but obviously Dallas was doing a lead up. But yes, I appreciate both those jokes. He went to church, and then the Kingdom Hearts reference. Yes, very much
No.
the Kingdom Hearts things. So Dark Requiem Xyz Dragon is a dark rank 5 dragon, 3K 25. So again, the stat lines for a lot of these monsters are very uninspired. So normally it's 3 level 5 monsters, but remember this was played by or associated anyway with the Phantom Knights guy, and also
Rank up
with
magic
Raid
skip
Raptors.
force.
So you use rank
Yeah.
ups.
Yeah.
Because if this card has Dark Rebellion Xyz Dragon at its material, it gains these effects, and no other effects it has. So you literally only gain benefits by ranking up into it. Once per turn, detach 1 material, target a monster your opponent controls, changes attack to 0. This card gains that monster's original attack. And then when your opponent activates a monster effect, quick effect, detach, negate, destroy, special summon an Xyz monster from your graveyard. So fairly decent, reliant on rank up magics, obviously, but pretty solid. Unfortunately, this guy got reprinted like shit, so I don't think I'll be playing him ever if I make the Phantom Knights deck. Did I get this guy in Invasion Vengeance? I should
He was
ask
a
around.
secret rare.
Yeah, that's what I mean. He was a secret in Invasion Vengeance. He's in Legendary Hero decks as a common, but he's reprinted in OTS Pack 15 as an Ultimate Rare, and then again in Ghost from the Past as an Ultra, which it's an all-Ultra set, but still. Christ.
Yeah.
I mean, there's always ghosts in the past.
Yeah,
Those
I'm
in the
gonna
past.
run this guy in my Phantom Knights deck in 2020.
So Dallas, when's
You
Strike
joke
Bird
about
coming
that,
out
but
again?
people still do.
I mean, the zeroing out is probably pretty decent.
I have seen people use this guy in with what's it, Raiders Night.
Unfortunately, there is a better version of him. So.
Oh yeah, no. They literally the cover card, by the way, gonna show him the cover card from Phantom Rage, which was a phenomenal set.
Yeah.
Behold,
Yeah.
Arc Rebellion Xyz Dragon.
Yeah, this art is actually phenomenal.
Yeah, this is pretty
Yeah.
good.
Yeah.
This is definitely much more Phantom Knight-y. Like,
Wow,
I, this is everything I wanted.
I think they're
So-
going for
Yeah.
like organ, like a pipe organ, but I love the spewing the Phantom Knight flames.
It's like, I guess it's like Orcus before Orcus. I guess is the way to put it.
No,
Yeah,
this is
this is
after
the-
Orcus. This is in 2020.
This is the
Oh.
Time Thief boss monster.
Correct.
Orcus for
I
20.
mean, I'll be real. The background kind of fits Time Thief.
Well, no, genuinely, this is the boss monster of Time Thief because of how rank up magic skip force or not skip force.
Shade Force.
The one that
Oh,
the quick
that's-
play one that is dark monster with no materials.
Yeah, no, it's
How that interacts with
That sounds like a
specifically
Phantom Knights
Redo or
card.
coming back.
it is one of the Phantom Knights ones, but it's there's a lot of rank up magics. We could do a Fail Portrayal alone on how stupid rank up magics are, because some of them are bad and then some of them are like fucking broken.
Magic Force.
I think I feel like we want to say that when we do the Red Raptor Phantom Knights double feature or the
And then
Raiders
some
Knights
of
feature.
them require you to have like a PhD in astrophysics. To figure
Also,
out what
actually,
they're
we could
doing.
not do a Phantom Knights and a Raid Raptor double feature. There are a fuck ton of both of those cards.
I know, but
Uh,
I'm saying though is that
I don't know. There
technically it
aren't
would
that
fit if
many
we did
Phantom
that.
Knights cards, but Raid Raptor would kill
I mean,
us.
here's the problem, Dallas. You have
Yeah,
to remember there are
32
also
Raid
Phantom
Raptor
Knights
and
traps
six.
that are
And
that
then
become
Oh yeah,
monsters.
we're doing
you would
all
have
the
to do
traps and
those.
stuff.
Okay, then I guess we do one. We have to do the one immediately after, next time.
But yeah.
Anyway, Arc Rebellion is a good boy. I like him.
Yes.
Yeah. He's
Like-
not my favorite Rebellion Dragon, but he is the second.
He's got some pretty decent efforts. I like the jagged things they've done on his blade arms. Like his arms are still good. Honestly, his feet make even more sense now because they're like even more mechanical.
I honestly could see this as like some kind of like boss in a mecha game, really.
Yeah, because he is slightly mecha eyes, but he's still got his serpentine goopness that I like. And he's got a giant like triangle claw tail, which presumably he uses to grab things. Wacha! Like Spider-Man. So Arc Rebellion Xyz Dragon is the same. It's the exact same as Dark Requiem. It's
Yeah.
rank 5, 3K 25, 3 level 5 monsters. This Xyz summon card cannot be destroyed by card effects. You can attach one material from this card. This card gains attack equal to the total original attack of all other monsters on the field. Then, if this card has a Dark Xyz monsters material, negate the effect of all other face-up monsters on the field. After this effect resolves, you cannot declare attacks with other monsters for the rest of this turn. You can only use this effect of Arc Rebellion once per turn.
This card is hilarious to set up OTK boards with Dark Ruler No More.
So to
Yeah,
ask
like-
again, it deals all the other things attack points, and then it negates everything, and then it
No,
only
this
negates
doesn't
attack.
steal their attack points because
No,
it doesn't
it doesn't
reduce their,
steal
but it
them.
gains
It
the attack
gains-
points of all other face-up monsters on the
Yeah.
field.
So what generally you have to do, because generally you can't summon this on an open board and get it not negated. So generally the play is Dark Ruler No More, get into this guy, make the attack numbers, and swing for game.
Honestly, if you can get it, if you can stop it from being negated, I guess you can also negate your opponent's soul board.
Hypothetically, depending on your setups, I also assume they probably are thinking of you using it in combo with other like Phantom Knights cards, like Fog Blades and shit.
Yeah.
No, realistically,
But Dark Rule No More is probably the easiest way
problem
to
is
do
the
it.
Yu-Gi-Oh metagame
Yeah.
disallows certain things.
But no, I love this guy. He's great.
No, he's my second favorite Rebellion Dragon. He's my favorite later.
And now
That's cool.
we must go to the other weird manga-y one. That's
Oh,
weird.
is a manga one?
Huh?
I've never heard of this one.
Okay. I mean, you'll be ready because this one is weird.
Okay.
So this is okay. I have to make sure I'm saying this right. Dark Antelian Dragon.
Ah, yes, this
Oh,
one.
this card.
This was the.
What the art is this?
It feels.
I mean, it's once again, Dallas, like all the other manga ones. This is just a manga panel redrawn.
This
I mean,
feels
yes.
like Dark Rebellion and
Someone's
Stopping Venom.
This feels like.
I
I
don't
don't
think
know.
that's how it's made. This definitely,
Don't
again,
like this art.
over designed.
It feels like an Arc Fiend version of.
Like, what the fuck is up with its head and its chest?
Yeah, it's got a whole other skull face on its chest.
Oh, right.
It has weird feet now. It's got like
Its chin is attached to its chest, or it has a beard. I can't tell.
no, it has a beard spike, and then it also has a weird chest thing. I think. I think
Yeah.
those lines are separate.
Are they attached? Okay.
No, I don't think.
I
they're
don't like
attached.
this art.
Yeah, no, this one's weird. It also has a shitload of orbs for no reason.
Its hands are fine, but everything else has gone wrong.
It's just. I guess the fan might think that it's meant to be like, I guess, bones and
Yeah.
armor.
Yeah, but it's bad.
It's not good.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Yeah.
Yeah, the alternative, it looks even worse.
This is supposed to be the manga upgraded form of Dark Rebellion.
It does look
the-
like a fucking.
The aesthetics are weird to me.
He's no longer a noodle.
I'll say this: the only manga redesign I have not hated so far has been Venom, and that's just because that looks like a horror monster.
Yeah, and the lines looked good. My internet like freaking
Like,
out.
I don't like Phantom Dragon. I don't like this guy. I don't like
Have we hit critical mass?
Fast. I don't like that guy is called Fast. What does Antillion mean again?
I'm trying to pull.
Ash?
Yeah, okay, well, you can just speak over me because
Sorry.
my internet's being fucking slow.
Sorry.
I'm literally trying to pull it up because I want to get a visual example. What the wiki says is it's named after an Antillion, a rare optical phenomena appearing in the parhelic circle opposite the sun as a faint white halo. And I'm like, okay, I'm gonna need a visual reference for that because I don't know what the fuck that means. You said
Okay,
like
first
four
of all-
words that don't
First of all,
make any goddamn
fuck
sense.
the Arc V mangaka again, just for that pretentious bullshit.
No. Don't call them out because that's not. They didn't write that description. The wiki wrote that description of what an Antillion is.
That's fair. I also still say fuck that guy because his ending, but still.
I mean, I don't know who decides those things. God, wow. My browser does not want to load Wikipedia right now. I do not know what's going on.
I'll look it up and tell you.
I mean, I just wanted an image to see what the fuck they're talking about because I don't know what any of those words mean, but it's like we're being super sluggish. And I don't know why. Here we go. Okay.
I'm
it finally
getting-
loaded. Okay.
I'm getting Maple
Okay,
Story stuff.
Nice.
I don't. Okay. Rare optical phenomena in the Halo family. A circle opposite the sun? Not unlike a sundial. I don't. Okay, maybe we should say fuck that guy. I can't even figure out what the fuck this is. There's like so many other words for like weird optical bullshit that I've never heard of.
Oh no, I found it. I found a quick version, and it makes sense. I hate it, but it's a halo that is projected by the shadow, usually around a fog bank.
Ah,
So that's
okay.
why.
That uses words that people understand.
Thank you, dictionary.com.
Dictionary, best.
It says a luminous halo around a shadow projected by the sun onto a cloud or fog bank.
Yeah, that's way better. No, that makes so much
That
more
makes sense because it's fog, so Phantom Knights.
Yeah.
The art still looks terrible though.
No, it's weird.
stand by
It's very
that one.
weird. It's very weird. So let's discuss what this one
also-
does.
Yeah.
So this is a Pendulum Xyz Dragon. It's rank
rank 4,
7.
right? Oh no.
No, it's the upgraded form, so it's 7.
Yeah.
It is pen scale 10. It is 3k25. Once per turn... sorry, we'll do monster effect first. It's just two level 7s, generic. If you can Pendulum Summon a level 7, you can Pendulum Summon this face-up card from your extra deck, so you can Pendulum Summon it back after it's been Xyz summoned. Once per turn, quick effect, attach a material and target a face-up monster opponent controls. Its attack becomes halved. This card gains that lost attack. So it's got Dark Rebellion's effect, but for a rank 7. And then if this card is destroyed in the monster zone, you can put it in your Pendulum zone.
Yeah.
Which I don't know why you would want to do because you can Pendulum summon it from your extra deck. Its Pendulum effect is once per turn, target a face-up monster your opponent controls half its original attack until the end of this turn. Even this card leaves the field.
It's very okay.
Yeah,
It's
I get
very
what they're going for. It's supposed to be bigger and badder in the manga. There's a reason why this card hasn't been reprinted like ever. It's because it's a weird side grade.
I mean, honestly, the best part about this card is that it's a rank 10, level 10 scale, or it's a 10
it's
scale.
10 scale.
That's
Like, I
honestly
think it
the
has
best
its
part of the
purpose. Its purpose is in Odd Eyes, like, Dragon, 7 Xyz decks as, like, a weird tech card. It gives you a big scale. If it goes in your extra deck, you can just Pendulum summon it back like any other monster.
The non-Z Arc package.
Yeah.
I
It's a
will also
weird-
agree with that. This guy does look like a Mech Lord monster.
Yeah. Yes, no, I also agree with the statement in chat. Absolutely fuck the wiki for using, like, 4 Greek words for no goddamn reason.
Yeah.
Like a lot of wikis, they try to do the research a bit too.
Okay, so next, we're going to enter the Wombo Combo Zone. We're going to look at Pendulum extra deck monsters that are also Odd Eyes, but we're not Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon monster. Okay, well, we're going to start with Odd Eyes Venom Dragon.
Yeah.
It's
They're
those
doing the
guys.
thing.
It's Odd Eyes and Venom Dragon in a fusion zone.
Yeah. And
They have done the
it looks like this.
Fusion dance.
the 1 hour bouncy.
Which is gross and horrifying, whatever this is.
The white and well, I mean,
Once again, the fact that there's like unlimited
Not
orbs
terrible.
works for this because
Yeah.
Yeah. I like
No,
how
this looks
the-
awful in a good way.
Yes.
yeah.
This looks diseased.
This
And
is the
I think it's supposed to.
purified version.
Yeah.
Wait, what?
I like it and how fuck it up it just feels. It just feels nervous.
Yeah.
It just feels nerve wracking a bit. To
I
look
wish
at
it. I wish its jaw was unhinged. I think it would look a lot better with that.
I mean, it
But I get
definitely
this.
still already has a fucked up jaw because it's got like side cheek spikes and then it's got like double jaw
Well, it has like
lines.
mandibles.
Yeah, mandible lines.
I just feel like all of like those orbs are going to like burst, melt and everything.
Oh yeah. Well, if you've looked at some of the manga panels, that's exactly what they do.
Yeah. No.
Because it looks like they just kind of inflate and then pop and then it's just clouds of
They-
death.
They also are like all of its joints are all ball joints.
He is a passionate servant of noble.
So yeah, no, this guy is a thing.
I like this.
It's just unnerving and it's
Shame
great.
summoning him is a little bit annoying.
Yeah, he's a little bit of a pain in the butt. So, Odd Eyes Venom Dragon is a Dark Fusion Pendulum monster. It is a level 10. It is also a 1 scale. It has 3,300 attack and 2,500 defense. So we're back to actually doing things with the stat lines. Its materials are 1 Starving Venom monster plus 1 Odd Eyes monster. So to clarify, Starving
It's not
Venom
hard.
monsters are, in 2022, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, Starving Venom Predaplant Fusion Dragon, and
Supreme King.
Supreme King Dragon Starving Venom, who is banned.
Yeah, who's that?
So there's 3 targets.
And unlike a lot of cards, will never be unbanned.
No, he's way too... Supreme King Starving Venom only gets stupider the more cards they put in this game.
Yeah, that's
But-
the problem. He has a
They c-
preventative effect.
Yeah, they couldn't even rot them really.
No.
So this
But, like-
card is a pain in the butt to summon. I mean, with Odd Eyes Fusion, their card, obviously, you can make it with just regular Starving Venom Fusion Dragon.
I mean,
Goes in your extra
yeah.
deck, but it's a little awkward. It's other
Honestly,
materials,
I
it's just
kinda
an Odd Eyes
wish-
monster.
I kind of wish you could do Venomy, but I wish they counted as starving Venom monsters.
Nah, because the way you would do that is you'd have to do... Actually, no, it wouldn't work at all because the spelling is completely different. This is actually from the anime, though, so that's why, because Venomy was
That's
a
right.
manga. By the way, this card's name in Japanese is crazy. Like, all these guys have really overinflated names, but I want to relate this to you. Literally, this card is called Odd Eyes Venom Dragon, the Supreme King Violet Dragon.
Jesus Christ.
So
I
like
forgot
literally,
about that.
so like, Cursed Dragon, the Cursed Dragon,
well, this
or Curse of Dragon, the
No,
Cursed Dragon.
Because it's
I can.
basically it's got a Japanese name and then a English name. So Ad Aizu Venom Dragon is most of its name, but then it has also Hao Shinryu, which is
I think
the Supreme King Violet Dragon part.
I think it can make sense because Yuya was summoning this against Reiju, was also summoning big name monsters.
But yeah, but all of these guys have very elaborate names, which we may or may not talk about. Its pendulum effect its monster effect is must be fusion summoned, then can be pendulum summoned. Once per turn, you can target one face-up monster you control until the end phase. This card gains attack equal to its attack, and if it does, this card's name becomes that monster's name. Replace its effect with these effects. If this card is destroyed, special summon a monster from your pendulum zone, then place this card in your pendulum zone, which is really great. And then its pendulum zone effect is target a fusion monster. It gains 1k attack for each monster your opponent controls until the end of the turn. So yeah, no, like this card would be fucking amazing, a staple of Odd Eyes decks, if it weren't for the fact that it basically requires you to also use extra deck space on its only materials.
Yeah.
I mean, Starting Venom's not bad, but sometimes it might doesn't.
It's not bad, but the problem is, like I said, that means you have to use another slot in your extra deck just to get to this guy. And as Loth brought up way earlier, several hours ago, Odd Eyes has a very tight extra deck space, especially these days. There are a lot of really good monsters.
Especially now. Spoiler, they just lost 3 new extra deck slots.
Oh, what did they get this time?
Beyond the Pendulum.
Fuck, you're...
Yeah,
right,
the fair version of Electromite.
And you want our 1-3 of that. That's good.
I mean, yes.
Alright, Beyond the Pendulum sounds like a tech name.
It's Yuya's mom girlfriend.
Does that mean we should bring up? I don't know. That card just came out. I don't know if there's full card art of it.
There definitely is.
Should we bring up Beyond the Pendulum? It's not really got the name check. Okay, I'll put it in with the rest of the magicians. I technically put Performapal Celestial Magician in here because that's very much a Supreme King Z Arc Sona. So we can put Beyond the Pendulum in here.
Yeah, that's literally
But
Yuzu mom's god.
Basically, the reason why you hate the manga.
Yes.
But first, Odd Eyes Wing Dragon. This is not a great name.
Wang. It's not much better in Japan.
I don't
want
to say
the Supreme
It's never
King
Japan's
White
actually
Dragon.
kind of a little bit sussy.
No, well, I mean, it's because they're all colors, because it's Hao Hakuryu, so it's Supreme King White Dragon, Odd Eyes Wing Dragon.
Oh wow, this.
I mean, I would have probably gone
only
with
OCG
like
only right now.
Hao Aoi Ryu. I would have called it Blue Dragon, just to
Or
be
clear.
safe. God, I don't even know what the Japanese word for clear is. That might not be
but
as
that was
cool.
the aesthetic.
But this one's not clear though, because it's blue and white.
That's true.
Like I said, I want to like this, but also there are parts of it that are kind of weird.
It's
I
very
don't know why,
awkward.
but this reminds me of what was it? What was it? Like, it's not Anubis. The Zone of the Enders.
Oh
But
yeah,
basically-
no, this looks like
you
a
can
this looks
look
like
at
an orbital frame.
Some of the blue glass frame reminds me about that one lady in Ace Attorney 3.
That's very funny. But yes, no, Lisa Basil.
Yeah.
Um,
This art is like almost good. Is how
yeah,
I
I think they shouldn't have done it like doing a half turn because I think that obscures some of the design lines. Like, so that's its cheek and that's its other shoulder. And so it's like shifting towards you, and I'm just like, it makes it really hard to tell the lines where its head is and where its shoulders are.
Like,
I think-
this honestly doesn't even look like an Arc V dragon. This looks like a Vrains dragon.
Yeah, it does. It looks like a Link monster, honestly.
Well, it didn't come out until D-Force, so.
Yeah, but it was in the anime as well. I think.
Yeah,
Wasn't it?
it was. It
Yeah.
was.
No, this was in the anime.
It was one of 4 they somehow
Yeah, it was
purified.
blazing, raging.
I was about to say it
There's-
looks better, but it doesn't because
No, it
there's
looks way
something
worse.
weird going on in here.
Yeah.
I think that might be an animation error.
Maybe.
There's something weirdly async. Go look it up, guys. But there's like a weird asymmetry that I'm like, what? Hold on, that doesn't make any sense.
Yeah.
It also has a bad case
Ooh.
of fire crotch.
Oh,
No, it's not a
yeah.
redhead. Actually, wait, hold on. What color is Clearwing Magician's hair?
Or sorry, let me rephrase that. Not fire crotch, but plasma crotch.
Um,
What I'm saying is it has a giant shiny codpiece in the anime, and it does not look flattering.
yeah, it's different in this design. Because it's got a better angle.
Also, one of its leg stumps are literally bent backwards. I
Well,
don't know
yeah,
why.
or gone. Like, there's some weird shit going on. Also, yes, Chad is right. This monster is incredibly mecha-ized. Again,
Oh,
makes
yeah, no,
sense
this-
because this is obviously referencing Clearwing, which is effectively a boss of speedroids who are machines. But still, it's yeah. They took their sweet time on this one. So this is still, I think, fundamentally an Odd Eyes because it is a Dark Dragon Synchro Pendulum. It's level 8. It is a scale 10. It's 3K25. Again, we're back to boring-ass numbers. Its materials are 1 Dark Tuner and 1 non-tuner Clearwing monster. You printed this card in 2022. What the fuck?
Well, Omega, because this card is from 2017. It just never got printed.
Oh God, Well, no. Okay, I'll give it to them. I will allow that they never found a good way to bring it over because they probably stopped doing manga promos.
Yeah.
Because those materials are bad.
Yeah, a spoiler. It was printed in the OCG in 2017.
Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I guess we just never got
It
that promo.
Probably
Okay.
would have been then.
No, I never.
Yeah,
would've
no.
used it.
Like,
This
well, I mean,
card's
like I said, especially then there were even less Clearwing monsters. This is bad.
Wait,
What
actually, hold on. I need to check something.
do you use as a dark level 1 tuner in an Odd Eyes deck?
Tuning magician.
Oh, Odd Eye Synchron. It turns monsters into level 1 tuners.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Okay, so it was
Yeah,
meant to
that's
be in
what
the
you're
Odd Eyes.
supposed
It
to
was
do.
supposed to be in the Odd Eyes.
Well, but then you still have to make Clearwing Dragon. Clearwing Synchro. I think this has the exact same problem as
Oh wait.
Odd Eyes Venom,
Also-
but stupider.
Also, Clearwing Magician counts as a Clearwing monster.
But she's a tuner.
Yeah.
Right, I keep forgetting.
The materials are Dark Tuner, Non-Tuner, Clearwing Monster.
Because I never see her use as a tuner. I've always see her use as like.
That's only
Excellent.
because you look at Loth
That's
and
because
Dallas.
Loth is weird.
Me and
No,
me.
I use her as a tuner.
I don't really remember you doing that a lot.
I've used her as a
I've
tuner
had Harmonize
as
as the
well,
only
just
tuner in
not
the deck.
often.
No. No, the reason I don't use that many White Wing Magicians is because I only have one.
Yeah.
I pulled one.
Yeah, Dallas doesn't use her a lot because he doesn't have her.
Could've
You've never seen me actually try and run Wind Witch, which I honorarily put that
Yeah,
in because
no.
she is a Wind Spellcaster tuner.
No, she's not bad. It's
no.
just harmonizing is better. That doesn't say she's bad.
But yeah, no, this card's materials has the exact same problem as Odd Eyes Venom, but almost worse. Like, because at least with Odd Eyes Venom, that's a fusion monster. Odd Eyes Fusion lets you use your extra deck.
Yeah.
You have to synchro for Clearwing and then get another Dark Tuner on board.
Oh, Omega,
Yeah, what's up?
I can make this turn 1 on DDD. That's very funny.
Yeah. By the way,
Makes
quick
sense.
thing about Odd Eyes Venom, because you're mentioning using Odd Eyes Fusion.
Yeah.
Odd Eyes Fusion can only use Odd Eyes monsters, so you need to have a Starving Venom on board.
Oh, okay. Yeah, so that sucks too. This is, I mean, these cards were made in 2017. I assume this was how they were made in the anime, was like our main protagonist man like somehow utilized the other face soul dragon boys monsters. That's really shitty in real Yu-Gi-Oh.
No,
Decks don't
actually,
go that way
Omega,
together.
Omega, this Zark summoned this, I believe, to make Zark.
No.
No, this doesn't make Zark, Dallas.
Isn't it?
Once again, Dallas is wrong.
Well, I guess technically these make Z-Arc, but that's
No, yeah,
the primary way is with the magicians because that lets you do the thing.
It was.
Well, yeah, no,
because-
you could cheat them out with the magicians, but
Yeah, the anime, he used very cheap, overpowered spell cards to just go between all the forms.
Oh.
right.
Okay, so these are cards that are no matter what, these cards are hampered by anime bullshit. These are anime bullshit
Yes.
cards, and you can't play them because
What was
anime
it, Odd-Eyes
bullshit doesn't
Blinks?
work in the card game.
I'd argue you can
Maybe
play
Duel
one of
Links,
them.
though.
I'd argue you can play one of them.
Anyway,
Is there a
this
little-
card's monster effects that we still haven't gotten to, even though
It's
chat
not
is
good.
going like a mile a minute. No, we're not talking about the the armor up top. It's if you look at the official screenshot from the anime in the gallery, it's
Yeah.
like got its leg like bent at a weird angle, I think, but also it doesn't. It looks like it connects to another piece in the art. It's really weird. I think the model is just a little janky.
Yeah.
If this card in the monster zone is destroyed, place it in your pendulum zone. No idea what this is the first effect, but I guess it's because the other effects are bullet points. Anyway, you can only use one of the following effects of Odd-Eyes Winged Dragon once per turn. Only once that turn. Target effect monster put it controls negate until the end of this turn. During the battle phase, if you control this Synchro Summon card, quick effect, destroy all level 5 or higher monsters your opponent controls. Which, again, this would probably be pretty good if you could actually make this card in a reasonable time frame.
Here's the problem. This card would be very good if Crystal Wing Synchro Dragon didn't exist and wasn't the
Yeah,
same
it was-
materials but easier.
Yeah, I actually double checked. It was the Secret Gate made this thing busted easy to get
Like-
out in anime because it just says, "Hey, your Odd-Eyes monster is a level 1 tuner now."
Now, I will
Yeah, no,
say,
that's
if
Odd-Eyes
you could
Synchro.
cheat this out into the pen scale, this card is stupid good. Its pendulum effect is once per turn before damage calc. If your monster battles an opponent's monster, honest.
Yeah.
Gain
Yeah,
that
so-
gain that
Yeah.
monster's attack until the
Yeah.
damage step. That is
Realistic-
crazy good.
Wait, so you do this with Crystalline?
Yeah, realistically, this card is actually ridiculously easy to summon with exactly Odd-Eyes Synchro. Any other way, it's impossible. But
Yeah, and again, even then, that means you have to put a Clearwing Synchro Dragon or a Fast Dragon, I guess, if you really wanted to. Either or, you have to put one of those guys in your extra deck so you can summon it to then summon this guy, which
Man.
is probably not worth it because you can just
No, they're
play
better
better
dragons.
monsters.
like Crystal Wing Dragon.
So,
So you want to play? You want to talk about the one of the Supreme King, or the sorry, the let me get it right. The Supreme King color dragons that are actually played.
does it have the word Rebellion in its name?
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what we're pulling up to. This
Yeah,
is
this one's pretty decent.
I like this one.
This is Odd-Eyes Rebellion Dragon.
Oh yeah, that one.
Okay, blown up.
Very
I have a
bulky.
couple of critiques. I have a couple of
Yeah,
notes.
the art is
I have a lot of
That's a
notes
lot of
actually.
I do too.
So he's got an asymmetric face thing, like he's got horns on one side or blades, I guess.
That I'm fine with because it's the
That's
Odd-Eyes
like
thing.
the least problematic.
Yeah.
He has crane game claw hands.
Yes. I'm still okay with that.
He's
do
got
you wanna
really weird stompy feet, or he has 4 feet on each foot.
The feet are
I'm
untrimmed.
just literally not sure what's happening there. And then he's got
Same.
big bulbous orb wings.
I don't get it. It looks like
fine with
he
the
has
orb
like no
wings-ish.
pelvis and no
Also,
arms.
he has a face on his chest again. He's got an Empreg orb that is also a face.
Yeah. See, the orb wings don't bother me, but the feet with the forks on them. Why?
Again,
Just why?
it feels like if you take a rebellion dragon and then you just cram it full of orbs and then it bulks the fuck up in an odd way.
I mean, that is how we do advanced forms in this. We just put stuff on stuff, but it's not the greatest.
The fork feet just
I'm
kill
saying,
this
I'm
art.
saying they put stuff in it. I'm saying they put stuff internally into it and it like bulked out awkwardly.
Oh, hey. So I think that is pretty clear because you Marth posted links to the anime Odd-Eyes X Gate. I'm pretty sure that does mean that those are canonically the gates on the back of what's his face. We talked about him 2 hours ago.
Oh yeah, Revolution.
Revolution, yeah, because he had 3 gates on his back. I think that's what
Yeah.
they're going
Yeah.
for with the vibes. It does make me wonder. I'd have to read these card effects and see if they are stupid.
They
It makes
are.
me wonder if
They
they
are
could print a
very
version of them in the animation chronicle. Like, can you make these balanced?
Uh,
Because
No.
that would actually make these guys playable.
Actually, let me go see what. For example, let me go see what Xyz Gate does, and then we'll just see.
While you're doing that,
Yeah.
let's.
That's 2
Okay,
paragraphs
never
of
mind.
text.
He's already
God.
blown up. Okay.
2
So,
paragraphs.
Odd Eyes
God, no.
Rebellion Dragon is a Dark Xyz Pendulum Dragon. It is a rank 7. It is a pen scale 4. It is 3k25. It's just 2 level 7 dragon type monsters. Very popular. Like we said, 7 is pretty good for dragons. If you can Pendulum summon a level 7, sorry, you can Pendulum summon this card from your extra deck. So it has Antellion's effect again with that, but still decent.
Oh, wow.
Way earlier, by the way. If this card is Xyz summoned using an Xyz monster as material, destroy as many level 7 or lower monsters your opponent controls as possible. That's pretty good. And inflict 1,000 damage for each card. And if you do, this card can make 3 attacks during the battle phase. If this card is destroyed in your monster zone, put in your Pendulum zone. Destroy as many cards in your Pendulum zone as possible. Place it in your Pendulum zone. So,
Yeah.
holy shit. Like, especially because this guy is still generic. Good God, y'all.
Yeah, no, he is good.
So
How Kokuryu Odoizo Rebellion Dragon.
So as a side thing, I'm back from reading that card, and it's like it's not good.
Okay.
Also, did you read his pendulum effect?
No, his Pendulum effect is once per turn, if you have no other cards in your Pendulum zone, you can place 1 Pendulum monster from your deck in your Pen zone.
I was looking at Odd Eyes Xyz Gate. It's good.
Yeah, we were talking
Oh.
about Rebellion Dragon's Pendulum effect. No. Odd Eyes
Which-
Rebellion Dragon is rad.
Considering how he blows up the
Yes.
the scales when he dies, yeah, no, it's pretty good.
No,
Yes.
Otto's Rebellion is a
Also, remember,
No.
it destroys. Hey, what does Odd Eyes love to do?
It likes to get.
I
advantage
don't
from
think
being
you
pop-
can trigger Arc Rebellion. Because
Oh, yeah.
it'll both be destroyed.
No. But, I mean the pen scales. Your pen scales like to destroy.
Oh, yeah.
Like, if you were playing Purple Poison Magician, if you're not in our format, and where that card is banned because it's very annoying, you could blow up your Purple Poison scales and then do those effects and then reset your scales anyway. This card is crazy good.
Like,
No.
I love Odd Eyes Rebellion Dragon. The problem was I kept wanting to summon him to use his monster effect.
The first effect. Yeah, the first effect is
Because you need another Odd Eyes XYZ monster, and it's like, oh, God.
no, it's not Otto's.
No, you need to rank up.
No, all you need to do is change the level on Dark Rebellion somehow to 7.
No,
The rank?
because you can't. It's an Xyz monster. You can't overlay for free.
Ah,
Yeah, you need to do
That's
the
Jean K. Magician.
Jean K and Jean Shane to do
yeah.
that.
Jean K. Magician actually turned Xyz into level 7s.
Yes, that is a different effect. But yeah, I assume that's what they're going for is that combo. Or alternatively, because this is a dark dragon that is 7, if you can rank up into Requiem or Arc Rebellion, and then Astral Force is same attribute, and I think it's same type, but it's 2 ranks higher.
Yeah.
You could also rank up that way.
Yeah, realistically, this card is good for its destruction effects.
Yeah. But the 3 attacks, destroy, burn damage, like, this has all kinds of crazy good shit. This is a good card. His card art, I have notes.
Yeah, his card art is oh, and now we have to talk about the 4th one, which this art is derpy.
I see what they're going for with this, but sorry, I gazed upon the face of madness.
You gazed upon the face of rage.
Yeah, this is. I was gonna bring him up earlier, but I decided to put him in because this is supposed to be summoned by adding the Phantom, the Xyz Dragon power. This is Odd Eyes Rage and Dragon.
Yeah.
There's a lot of issues going on here. First of
Someone
all, are these the worst feat yet?
Why is no? I still think the last feet are worse, but these are close.
These are pretty bad.
He's got big boots.
I'm gonna say someone took like a edgy 90s
Like-
anime design class to
Okay,
draw
like-
this.
Not bad. It's kind of.
No, it's bad.
I have issues with
look-
this.
He looks weirdly
Yeah.
insectoid.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
I guess. Yeah. It's just.
That's a weird aspect that doesn't make any sense because that doesn't fit.
It does.
That's a starving Venom thing.
No, so it does, because this was summoned as a direct result of this guy's friends being taken over by weird insects. Mind control.
You mean by the
Arc's
literal Yu-Gi-Oh card fusion parasite?
Yes.
An actual card in the game.
And also, some fusion parasite tried to take over him, and it just got burnt up.
Yeah, so the art does make sense with that context. Without that context, it makes no sense.
Local children's card game player too angry to lose card game.
And then he blew up his
Flash
friends,
life.
kind of.
Yes, he did blow up. Yeah, this at least for the love of God, he has good hands. The hands are great. Thumbs up.
This is like I can hear Linkin Park in the background looking at this.
Crawling in my crawl.
So you mean
crawls, they cannot crawl. If you've never heard that edit, by the way, it's amazing. It's hilarious.
so the Australian ad for Toonami Gundam Wing?
Oh my god, I'm still partial to the Mom Spaghetti edit of Lose Yourself.
That's a great edit as well.
That edit made me laugh out of my fucking chair.
They're so great. But yeah, this boy is very angry. He's angry.
Yeah, this card is
He has a very angry face that gives me pause. Also, the fucking... I mean, I guess if we get that's what they're going for with the insectile, but it's still, like, out of nowhere. It's very weird.
Oh no, it makes no sense out of the context of specifically that arc of the
Especially
anime.
considering this is still a Dragon Xyz that, like, fits the mold of Odd Eyes. It's like, I don't know what's going on here. Like, it has bug eye horns on the top. It's just... It still has this fucking orb.
I think, in terms of just aesthetics, this is how close Supreme King is coming back.
These
How
very
close
red.
Zark is coming back, yeah.
So, Odd Eyes Raging Dragon is another Dark Xyz Pendulum Dragon. It is a rank 7. It is scale 1. So, if you wanted to play the Xyz Pendulum variant, you have scales 10 to 1. It's, again, 3K25. It requires 2 level 7 Dragon-type monsters. If you can Pendulum Summon level 7, you can Pendulum Summon this card from your extra deck. If this card is destroyed, you can place it in your Pendulum Zone. If this card is Xyz Summoned using an Xyz monster as material, it gains the following effects. It can make a second attack each battle phase. Once per turn, you can detach one material from it, destroy as many cards your opponent controls as possible. If you do, this card gains 200 attack for each card until the end of this turn. So again, this is a big swingy OTK machine. It gains attack, it can detach to blow up, and it can attack twice, so your opponent becomes dead. Its Pendulum Monster effect is the same as the other one. It's just it doesn't blow up your board, so you need to have no pendulums, because it's... If you have no other cards in your Pendulum Zone, place a Pendulum Monster from your deck in your Pen Zone. This is honestly just Odd Eyes Rebellion at home.
Yeah.
Like, I like the
Yeah.
fact that it's a 1 scale. You might play it as a tech option, because it gives you the scales, the low scale option.
Yeah.
Like, if you wanted to set a high scale, but I don't think its effects are as comprehensive, because unlike Rebellion, it does not clean out your Pendulum Zone, so you have an empty Pen Zone to activate its effect.
No, this card is
It's an anime card.
neat.
It's the solution to a single anime episode or series of episodes.
Yeah,
It wasn't really a
with the
solution. It was literally just the result of a temper tantrum.
Yeah, but that's what I mean. It finishes a anime duel.
Yeah, I know the anime effect just had to negate all the effects too, so it's just like, nope, your things can be destroyed.
Yeah, that was probably too much.
If you're
okay.
running Jiang K, he's a nice option to have.
With blood and the rage of crimson red.
Sorry.
Bless you.
All right, I gotta go hunting for this card's
And
card
Venom
art
without
because
penalty.
this card was only imported this year in Ghosts from the Past 2.
Oh, is it?
Yeah.
Is it Odd Eyes Rebellion Overlord?
Yeah, it's Odd Eyes Rebellion Dragon 2.
Yeah.
The sequel, the squeakquel.
To be fair, that one isn't as bad because that was printed in the OCG in 2019, as opposed to Wing, which was 2017.
True. It's still a little bit of a gap, but you know they're working it out.
It is, but there's worse.
All right, I think this is the best. It's not the.
This card, however, is fucking nuts.
It's not the complete card art, but it's still pretty good. So let's pull it up.
I
It's way
like
too
this
huge.
art,
Hold on.
actually.
Yeah, I'm just saying
Oh
that
Jesus!
the blow up version is like truncated from the pendulum boxes, so it could be a little cleaner, but it's
I
no.
like this art.
So no, I don't think I have a problem with this. I mean, you can see that he is just Rebellion Dragon but bigger. But because he's like out of focus. What's
Actually, I more took it as it's Rebellion, but like all of the back bits are actually doing things now. Like they got
I
rotated,
mean, those
that's what
back
they're-
bits are still definitely bigger.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Like they're. It's basically the same, but I do actually think. Let me actually pull.
I
it
don't
up.
think the orbs are. I don't think the orbs.
Yeah,
orbs
he
are
doesn't
bigger.
have. No, the orbs aren't bigger, but the original version
doesn't
doesn't
have
have
all
those.
the keys.
Yeah, those little rail guns or cannons or whatever
Yeah, he
aren't
has
on the
arc
original.
reactors.
Those
Thank
are
you.
opened up.
No, they're literally arc reactors. Right. No, that makes sense.
Mm. But yeah, so that's the added detail is his wings are emboldened and more shooty beamy. I don't think there's much else to say about this.
What the fuck?
So this card is a
Okay.
Dark Dragon Xyz Pendulum. It has 3K, 25K, because they all have that
What is
effect.
this bullshit effect.
It's Pen Scale 4. It uses any 2 level 7s. They don't gotta be dragons. You can
No,
also
it doesn't.
Xyz summon this card by using a Rebellion Xyz material. A Rebellion Xyz monster you control as material. Transfers materials to this card. So, yes. Rebellion Xyz. So, that includes Dark Rebellion Xyz Dragon, the rank 4, or Odd Eyes Rebellion Dragon.
Yeah, and then
If you can pen to level 7, you can pen it from your extra deck. This card that was Xyz summoned by using a rank 7 Xyz monster's material can make 3 attacks during each battle phase. If this card is destroyed, you can send it to your pen zone. You can only special summon this card once per turn. And then once per turn in your pen zone, you can special summon this card from your pen zone, then special summon from your extra deck 1 Rebellion or the Phantom Knights monster, using this card as material, treated as Xyz summon.
that's
You can then
a
attach 1
bullshit
card from your
effect.
pen zone as material.
Yeah.
What the fuck is that second effect?
So you can basically be like, he's gone, and then be like, and now Raging Dragon, and just some dumb bullshit.
Yeah, so basically what this card is this, I think, is the bridge between Phantom Knights Xyz monsters and the Odd Eyes Xyz variants, because it works with any Rebellion Xyz monster. And in either deck, this is a boss. This is a big swingy boy, because you can literally just make, Rebellion, and then you can make this guy, and he can't attack 3 times, but he's huge.
I think he wins for dumbest. No, he can attack 3 times.
No, only if you use a rank 7 monster. I said Dark Rebellion.
Isn't Odd Eyes Rebellion at rank 7?
Yeah, but I'm talking about Phantom Knights, Dallas.
Oh, right. Sorry.
You're not following me.
My
I said
brain.
Dark Rebellion, not Odd Eyes Rebellion. But obviously, yes, if you were to use this in Odd Eyes, you could just, okay, I make Odd Eyes Rebellion. Okay, I instantly overlay for Rebellion Dragon Overlord. You're fucked. Die.
Yeah. Also, that pendulum effect is wacky.
Yes, you can special
that's
summon it
great.
out of your pendulum zone, then turn it into Xyz material for a
like,
Rebellion or Phantom
anything.
Knights. And you get to attach your other pen zone, so you can instantly give anything 2 materials. This guy is great.
Yeah. No, that card's nutty. I do think he wins the award for stupidest name, or at least longest in Japanese.
Well, yeah, because it's literally the same as Odd Eyes Rebellion Dragon, but then they added Overlord on the end. So he is Supreme
Yeah.
King Black Dragon, Odd Eyes Rebellion Dragon, Overlord. Hakoku Ryu Odd Eyes Rebellion Dragon Overlord. All right. So, somewhere in the lore, these dragons, they's also dudes. And 1 dudette.
Oh, we're doing the magicians?
Yeah, so we're going to do the Magicians, who also, and I included them specifically because while they are Pendulum Magician cards, also they have an effect, which is this card is an X-Dragon monster.
Yeah.
So they are part of this whole shenanigans mechanically.
Oh, and then I think we only have 1 more archetype left after this.
Christ, premium.
We're getting close to the end at 4.5 hours.
Yeah.
We only have like 10 cards left. Don't worry, the donuts the donut and pretzel will be very fast.
Hey, to bring it up, it's not even like 2 a.m. yet. It's only
Well, no, because we started at like 8.
Yeah, we started early.
Could have started.
Like, I'm gonna get some test games after this.
No, I mean, no, we couldn't have started earlier because.
Sorry, Loth, but no.
Loth was not awake, right?
I woke up like a minute before after make a ping me.
Okay, I think this is a good card art. Yeah, this is good. So we begin with Double Iris Magician, who counts as Pendulum Dragon.
This card is so broken.
I will say the guy has a cool sword. But
I just realized that. Why is he holding a sword?
It is the color scheme of like.
Well, I mean,
like,
you gotta remember, Loth. Odd Eyes is, that is Lancer Dragon and Saber Dragon.
And Brave, yeah, okay.
Yeah.
They're basically spell swords essentially, but like this guy. Looks like
not
a red
all
mage.
of them. This guy's definitely the Magic Knight mage in your mage RPG.
This guy is a red mage.
With his hat, he even has the dumb little crest thing that Odd Eyes does.
Yeah, no. There's a lot of little details that are great here.
Loth, he has the red mage fancy hat.
But also,
Yeah,
it's also Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon's head is also his hat. He's a reverse of Odd Eyes Wizard Dragon.
Well, it's because he's the wizard that turns into the dragon.
But yeah,
he's the weird prequel character.
There's a lot going on here. I think this is good though. Like, the details are very subtle and nice touches, and like I said, like he's got Yu-Gi-Oh! Anime protagonist hair. He's got red like strands in it for no reason. He does have heterochromia.
They didn't give him
orange.
actual Konami orbs. They made it like a shoulder pad kind of looking thing.
And his head, it's in his like, and it's like a bee. It's in his like.
Yeah, but they're very
counterbalance
minimalist. Like he has a couple of beads, but they're part of his gear, not part of his body.
Yeah, it's
Also,
more like
unlike-
actual gems in his gear.
Unlike Odd Eyes, he has normal hands and feet.
Yes, he is a human, so he has hands and feet.
His hands are actually fine looking for like an anime dude.
Yeah, no, they're hands. His hands are hands.
Wait, is he
What anime
wielding?
have you been watching?
Is he wielding the sword arm with a normal glove, and his other glove is fucking?
Guys,
finger
remember
wounds?
we took you previous archetypes and sometimes the hands just look weird?
So
Yeah,
as I was
hands are
asking,
hard.
Well, costume.
as I was asking if these are dragons in human form.
I don't remember.
Yes.
I thought it was the other way
Question
around,
mark.
where they were they were the
Chat,
four
let
leads that
me
sealed away
know.
the Arc.
No,
Everyone
no,
loves saying this to me. Or
I
like
think
they
that-
were the 4 magicians that sealed away the Arc.
Yeah, I think
No.
that's what. No, I don't remember. I don't
That's
care.
not right. These 4 weren't even in the anime.
Yeah, these are just cards based off the dragons.
Yeah.
They're their personas. For dragons, their personas are humans.
These are the
human
these are
sonas.
the costume
It's-
guys.
This is
Ape
my
Sona.
flesh Sona.
This is my flesh Sona. I like that.
That's the grosser version, yeah. Yeah, no, like I don't really know if we've ever gotten like an exact lore. Like I will say again, literally the first line of all of these cards affect text, or at least these 4 that we're going to talk about, is this card is always treated as an X dragon. So Double Iris Magician here is always treated as a Pendulum Dragon, even though he is a dark spellcaster. But yeah,
Fucking
so
make me
I
wanna
don't
play
quite
Pendulum
know what
Magician.
they're going for in the lore. It's kind of weird, but they are definitely supposed to be as that dragon, I guess.
That's right. I think it's
Yeah, that's
just because they were trying to make the same bullshit anime powers that the Astrograph did just automatically.
Yeah, so Double Iris looks good. He's just
Yeah,
Iris
looks
Magician
good.
in the Japanese, but I think they did Double Iris to make it more distinct. So this is a Dark Level 4 Spellcaster Pendulum, and he has Magician in his name, and it's a Pendulum. He's a Scale 8, he's 1500 attack, 1k defense, so you can search him with Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, duh. Monster effect, if this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, add a Pendulumgraph card from your deck to hand. That's very funny now, because that also includes the Ritual Dragon.
Yeah.
that is true.
And then Pendulum effect is once per turn, target a dark spellcaster monster you control. Apply this effect to it, then destroy this card, which means it resolves its monster destroy effect. Double battle damage that monster inflicts if it battles a monster.
Yeah, it gives that effect, then destroys. But you can
And then
still
because it
also
was
negate
destroyed by a card effect, it counts as its monster effect.
Yes.
Because it has been destroyed and thus is no longer a spell card, pendulum card. Pendulum
this
is
card
bullshit,
is
y'all.
busted. This card is busted as shit.
Yeah,
Yeah.
there's a reason why this card came out in 2017. I believe it was limit 1 for a long time.
Omega
Or banned.
is
Was it limit
banned
one
up
or-
until 20.
It was
Yeah, it was banned.
yeah, it was banned and then they limited one it recently. And then I think
I
they
think
even
they,
I think the GCG even did the full like semi-limit unlimit thing.
I think it's unlimited now.
It's unlimited now, yes.
But no, like you'll see this. A lot of the magicians, well, the 4 magicians we're going to be talking about in their pendulum zones, is like do a thing, then blow up.
And
Yeah.
then explode.
It'll go straight to your thighs, and then you'll blow up.
No.
It'll go straight to your orbs, and then you'll be emperor.
Oh God!
Don't do that. Stop, Max.
All right, purple poison fucker.
Let me correct it. You'll go
No.
straight to your orbs.
no,
Exactly.
We're just not gonna acknowledge that.
Okay.
It's done.
I'm
gonna
sorry
forget
I
it
said
never
that.
happened.
I'm sorry.
Nobody clip that. That's definitely not a thing you can do.
It was perfect as is.
Also, don't actually clip that. There's no reason to do that.
I at least destroyed Law for 2 seconds.
You did. You just banished me. I
I
can't
think you
believe
just
it.
topped my. What did I say yesterday? What?
You don't need to remember. Oh yeah, this boy.
I love
Purple
this art.
poison.
Hey, look, it's Skinny Penis.
He looks like an asshole.
I would also say we said we thought it was 3 dudes and 1 chick. Purple poison is very ambiguous.
I can't tell.
They're wearing a dress for sure, and they've got kind of a skinny face,
I more took it as like a smock, but yeah.
but I can't really tell their like actual like shoulder hip waist ratio in this because they're wearing a skirt but also giant poofy shoulder pads. So
Well,
I don't
the
fucking
longest time
Gender
I
is
thought
anime.
I thought that weird whip thing was a tongue. Like,
no.
it's just a whip tongue.
They have a sword-handled whip. They are a Soul Calibur character. Though I do want to point out, Purple Poison is wearing some fairly raised wedge heels.
I will also bring up that I think that those boots are not boots and there's part of their body because look at that hand.
No,
That is just I think that is made of just plant.
That is a glove.
no, they have weird fingertips on it. No, those are boots.
Yeah, and those are gloves.
The magician that could go either way and slay everyone. Yes, that's perfect.
They've got goofy shoulders and a goofier hat with like a fucking Judge Dredd visor on their.
Yeah, the
Like,
Like
visor.
every single thing about Purple Poison is extra, and I hate it. Like
In a
I just
good
imagine Purple Poison showing up, cracking them, and being like, "Hello, I'm the Purple Poison magician. Will you allow me in your party?" And Double Iris is
no.
just like, "Fuck no."
The weirdest thing about it though is I also because of their effect, I image that they basically have a weird chest bursting effect if they just burst into a cloud of death.
A tiny starving venom pops out.
I mean,
They are wearing some extra orbs. If anything happened to put my starving Venom fusion dragon, I would kill everyone in this room and then myself. Only
Which he
because it's
does.
Purple Poison Magician, it would be the other way around. I would kill myself and then everyone in this room. Yeah.
And then you negate me, and then I'll still do it.
Yes, because if you negate and destroy, you still activate Purple Poison.
At
I
least
fucking
there's
hate this guy.
no.
Purple
there's
Poison is not
no
the most
different-
broken card, but it is dumb. We do
But
not like it.
I think
would
if you
be
ghost
dumb.
ogre it, it doesn't pop.
Yeah.
No, Ghost Ogre
No,
would
it
pop
does
because it's
pop.
Ghost Ogre destroys.
Yeah.
If you could
It's the
ash
monster.
this,
Right now,
Yes.
it's dumb. It's I guess you affect Deller.
Awesome.
I'm dumb. I said
Ghost
affect
Ogre
Deller.
wouldn't pop it.
Wait, no, I was thinking about it wrong. I was thinking about the one that was just a blank negate of the effect.
yeah,
not-
ash negates, but you can't ash this. Anyway,
You can
everybody's
ash
dead.
blast
Also,
if
yes,
you
this is
want.
reverse. This is a reverse.
guess- What are the what's
Reverse
those-
Monarch.
Those hand.
Anyway, so purple poison. Love that they got a whip. They are another dark spellcaster, level 4. They are pen scale 1, so they are one of your low scales.
If it's not
1200 attack,
obvious-
2100 defense. What were you gonna say, X?
If it's not obvious, I'm getting. I think my eyes feel tired, so I think I'm getting.
We've been doing this for 4.5 hours. That's okay.
Yeah.
We're
keep
we're
going.
in the home stretch, the home lane, the home highway. Purple Poison Magician is always treated as a fusion dragon. If this card is destroyed by battle or card effect, target a face-up card in the field, destroy it. That's any card on the field that's face up. Once per turn, if your Dark Spellcaster type monster battles before a damage calculation, you can make that monster gain 1200 attack, then destroy this card, which means it also pops.
Omega, if I may. Make my monster grow.
That's very much like this, yes.
Yeah. This guy in the Pendulum Zone loves Time Star Magician.
Yeah, this is a whole fucking thing.
But no,
I just noticed that. Wait, no, never mind. I thought for like one bit they only had like the sleeve for their robe on like one side. But it's like, oh wait, no, they don't.
No, they got both sleeves.
Yeah, just the angle's weird.
One thing I appreciate is like, because I missed it, but with Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, there's a lot going on here. But at least with that monster, but this guy, he seems less over-designed than the dragon, which I appreciate.
I mean, all of them are simpler than their dragon forms. Like
They're
we all
chest
liked, we all as a group, Law, if I can let you know, we liked Starving Venom.
Oh, yeah, no, I love him too. He's a busy character. I love him though.
Yeah,
He's
but
busy in a good way.
all the dragon magicians have like
Simple art.
yeah, very simplified design.
I enjoy at least how bad is busy is and like how it's also like kind of gross.
Yes. He's also, one thing I love, he's a level 4 with 2100 defense points, which is oddly
Yeah, why does
difficult
he
to get
have
over.
2100 defense points?
He's stupid good.
And 1200 attack points. He's
No.
meant to die.
Can I get a full art? No, not
Is
really.
the next one Black Fang or White?
White.
Okay.
I can't get a
White
card.
Wing.
Oh right.
We'll do our
this-
best. We'll do our best with what we got. I can't get the extended art,
Yeah.
unfortunately, but
Unfortunately, White Wing Magician in the TCG got immediately overshadowed by Harmonizing.
And she's still
That
good
is-
for what she
That
does.
is such a weird dress. Is
I
it
do
just
not
to
clear
cover her
it.
ass? Cause like the fuck.
well, I mean, it's clear. It's part of the
I
part of the
don't like
costume.
that art.
I don't like that dress. Everything else is fine to me, relatively, but like, it feels weird because like you see her ass through the fucking clear.
Well,
but,
yeah,
like,
I
it
mean,
looks-
it's see-through, but though she does have a weird cover effect because she's got like the blades on her back. I mean, she's wearing full stockings. You can tell, like they go all the way up.
yeah.
In fact, actually, technically, I think that's like a full body suit because it's the same.
I'm wondering.
The same black color goes all the way up.
There's
to
a
her
weird
neck.
line where it looks like it's thigh highs, but I can't tell.
No, it keeps going. It's all the same color, Axe.
Weird line there.
I mean, yeah, there's.
there
I think that's a
weren't-
light. That's a shadow. Or a light effect.
If there weren't,
Maybe they
like-
are. No, the color doesn't look right. I mean, they could be thigh highs, and then she's got like a leotard under it. It's a little hard to tell.
I mean, my biggest problem
Yeah.
with the design is the sleeves. I hate that design in everything, not just Yu-Gi-Oh cards.
I don't really
Cone
care.
sleeves always bother me.
The weird
Yeah.
part about the sleeves is that, yeah, the cones looks like it is like actual like fabric. It's literally just a cone.
No,
I mean, I think the
That's
main
not
the main
right.
thing that I don't agree with about the cone is I'm like, I don't know why they did the cones because that's not very aerodynamic, and this is supposed to be Synchro Dragon. Literally, she
I
casts
will
as
say,
Synchro
I
Dragon.
think it's the dress and the cone sleeves are what don't do for me. I think
Honestly-
the wand's fine.
if you really wanted to stimulate Clearwing Super Dragon, she should be in like a skin-tight mech pilot suit.
Oh, yeah, she totally.
Which
had,
she
like,
kind of
pilot
is,
goggles.
but they've also done some weird things. She is also doing a very Marvel-esque, like, boobs and butt pose, even though you can't even really see her butt or her boobs because everything's covered, and she's not, like...
She's also aerodynamic of a person.
Yeah, but
Oh.
that's good. She's aerodynamic, to use Guda's turn of phrase.
She's not quite Rob Liefeldian. because
So,
she
like,
isn't,
it's really
5
weird
feet
that they
tall.
went for that pose because she doesn't have a lot of asset to emphasize in this costume and her body build.
Chris
Um,
puts it really well. She's the team mom, and Black Fang, who we'll get to, is the himbo.
I mean, Black Fang is absolutely the himbo. Have you seen him?
I-
Have you seen the size
I
of his
have a-
arms?
I have something for when we get to Black
I
Fang.
remember when Rada was going over these two that it was like the joke is that this is the girl you're trying to date, and then Black Fang's her boyfriend.
I don't think that works
Her
out with the
brother.
relationship with the dragons, but sure.
Also,
Chronograph
that's
and
more
Astrograph,
than
we are not covering them because
No,
we're
those
covering
are...
Those are
Dimension
Pendulum
Dragons,
Yeah,
and
those
these
are
are weird
separate.
adjacents.
Like, they're part of the lore, but they're not part of the archetypes in any way.
Yeah.
So
I kind of wish
it's
there was an alt art.
weird.
I kind of wish there was alt art of like this where it's just about the dress and the sleeves.
Yeah, it's kind of a shame.
That or it's like I would like you know what Kiza's like driving suit that she had, like that
Well,
kind of
yeah,
thing.
no. If they made
Oh,
this more
that
Arc
one.
V, that would make more sense. I also want to point out she's wearing like
Harpies.
weird pointy heels.
Yeah.
I also wonder, does she only have pink hair because what is it? I think Tuning Magician has pink hair.
Ezra,
Yeah.
do you want us to be here for longer? Well, Ezra, I can't.
I mean, they could say yes.
Oh, that's a.
Well, they're wrong because we're at 4 hours and 43 minutes. So
I'd rather just get.
there are
finished.
54 things on this list. If you showed up late, for instance.
How many do we have left? 10?
Something like that. Yeah, I think we've talked Clearwing's art to death. Not Clearwing, White Wing Magician. She counts as a Synchro Dragon. This Pendulum Summon card is used for. If this Pendulum Summon card is used for a Synchro Summon, banish it. Her Pendulum. She's a Wind Magician with. So she's not a Dark Spellcaster, by the way.
No.
She has 1600 attack, 1400 defense, so she's also not searchable. It's
So-
very weird. I feel like she was literally made not to go in the Pend Magician set.
That's the problem.
She
two
feels like a
things-
Wind Witch card on
The
it.
two things
Very
that
much.
hurt her in Pen Magicians is she banishes herself, which is not great.
Yeah.
And she's not dark.
Though that
She's not
said,
dark.
she does have a good pendulum effect for dark spellcasters. Once per turn, when
Yes.
a activated card or effect resolves that targets a dark spellcaster monster you control, negate and destroy that card.
Yeah.
And
It's
she is a
not
low
all-
scale.
It,
so-
it
Yeah.
really feel-
Go ahead.
When people don't expect it,
Except
I've
for-
used
actually,
this
go ahead,
against.
okay.
Oh, okay, my bad.
I don't know why, but like it feels like she's like a bridge between, I guess, doing Wind Witches and like Pen Witches.
Yeah, I'm like honestly, as a tuner and a wind spellcaster, she fits much better into Wind Witch. I will say, at least for Pendulum
Or
Magicians,
Magic
her pendulum effect is very good because she's a low scale, and your other low scale is double iris, right? Or is it
Yeah.
purple poison?
No, purple
No,
poison.
Purple poison. Yeah. Hey, guess what? You want to blow that guy up, so
And
it is not
people
necessarily a
won't-
problem to actually put her in your pen zone. And
People sometimes don't expect her negate.
no, because you probably forget about it because you don't always remember what these cards do, even though she doesn't have a lot of text.
Usually, you just picture to. Usually, you use time star to like just send her from deck to grave.
Loth does usually that because that's how he makes the Z arc thing.
Yeah, that's the easiest way to do it.
But okay, where is blah, 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 blah. There you go. There's my list because the next one is Black Fang Magician.
The most swollest guy of the group.
Magician of Black Fang.
Wait, which is weird because Dark Rebellion is a noodle.
Yes, we brought that up earlier when we talked about Dark Rebellion. That Black Fang Magician is fucking enswollenated. But
Be careful who you make fun of in
this man.
college.
This man works out too much.
So, you know, Purple Poison had the weird whip thing. White Wing has, like, you know, a proper magical girl wand. This guy's like a spear. He's a literal lancer. It's good.
I feel like he stabbed someone to death with that before.
Well, yeah, duh, it's a spear. It's also got a dragon face on it, which I love. But
The
no,
bottom
yeah,
base
this
of the
guy's
blade
this
too.
guy's a big boy. I love he has Go Nagai burns. His hair just comes the fuck down the side of his face. Very anime.
Oh yeah, he does. Yeah,
He is fucking ripped.
this guy is.
Mm.
Yeah, this
I
guy's
am-
a
Oh,
Mossinger
this-
pilot.
my only real issue is I am concerned about how his shoes work.
I think.
What?
they're
Like, I don't
literally
know-
just
I don't think
armor
they're-
plating.
Bad, but they're very blocky, and I'm just like, do you pull those on? Do you slide the like shin guards over that? How's that
Oh,
work?
I think it's armor plating on his legs, over the shoe.
Okay. This
Sorry,
guy sort of reminds me of some Black Clover character that's all muscly.
Yeah.
I do find it funny looking at the staff he or spear he has, and just looking at it, it's like they just compressed Dark Rebellion's face into it.
Squoosh. Yeah, no, I love it. I said it's got a little dragon face. He's pretty good.
He even still has the lines on around his chest piece area.
I like his hat too.
Yeah.
Yeah. No, he's decent. Weird, but decent.
Okay. Can I? I'm pretty sure. Dallas has posted something, and I'm like, I'm pretty sure I can play this. Let me check if it's.
Oh, it's a way.
I showed you the thing, but let me check. No, it's auto-generated by YouTube. It's not claimed. Okay. So yeah, we can play the Pillar Man theme.
I will get my masters.
I mean, this is definitely a part 1 or part 2 JoJo character type build, yes. That man was all muscle.
JoJo had a fantasy, like having a fantasy spin-off would be so fucking weird. Like,
Would you be able to tell the difference, really?
No.
Yes, but that's because different rules at play.
I mean, aesthetically, sure, but hey, listen, if Rocky wants to do a high fantasy, go for it. The man is great at pivoting genres. Anyway, Black Fang is large. He always counts as an Xyz Dragon. Now, he's a level 4 Dark Spellcaster who is 1700 attack, so you can't search it with Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon, but still, he's a guy. He's a high scale, he's an 8. His monster effect is, if he's destroyed by battle or card effect, target a Dark Spellcaster monster in your graveyard, special summon it, so he gets your guys back if they're in the graveyard. And then his Pendulum effect is, target a face-up monster your opponent controls, half its attack, then destroy this card. I don't think it's as explosive as, like, Purple Poison or Double Iris, but still, very good. And the fact that these guys get all their fucking attack modulation that lives in the pendulum scales, very solid, especially before MR4. All right, anything else to say about Black Fang?
Nope.
Nah.
Okay. All right, so as per the technical advisement of the wiki, we are going to technically talk about a Performer Pal. But you'll see why when I pull this card up. It's a hint for later.
Yeah.
Let me see if I can get a good card out of this. Actually, how big is the OCG on Twitter? Yeah, it's fine. Okay, this is good. You'll have to live with the watermark. No, this isn't the Link Monster yet. That's next.
There's a Link monster?
This is Performer Pal Celestial Magician, but also... Gee, what does this sad anime boy resemble? Zark. The answer is Zark.
Yes.
It's Zark. Look at
Oh,
look
so
at the
it's-
weird sickly green lines.
Yeah.
They went with a...
Oh, sorry.
I was going to say, they went with a little bit of a weird naming convention, though admitted the Celestial has probably got a couple of different interpretations, and I did read that technically the 4-dimension dragons could be translated as, like, heavenly, celestial, etc., so that might be what they're going for. This bucks the naming convention, but it's very clearly a Zark-type guy. Also, it can go in the Pendulum Magician's deck. What's up?
I never noticed that he's wielding sickles.
Yeah, he's got some weird Zark scythes.
It's
This is
interesting how
in our weird Pendulum Magicians like RPG. This guy is like not the final boss, but this is like the bad guy who you're like fighting. Who used to be your
He's
friend.
like he's not the Dracolich, but he's like the Dark Archmage or some nonsense.
Yeah, I can't remember when he was released. But he
this
is
was
a
released
very-
in Magical Hero.
So we got a while, but he's a very good magician card.
Yes. Very very Zarky in that look.
Good luck to you, Omega, reading all of the effect text he has.
Okay, I'm gonna try. So this is another Dark Pendulum Spellcaster with 1500 attack and level 4 and an 8 scale. I'm also pretty sure this card was meant to replace Double Iris while he was banned.
Oh yeah, right. We got a cup, right? We gotta get the actual Zark.
Yeah, we haven't done Supreme King yet, but we're close. We're almost there. And like I said, some of those will go by fast. The Donut and Pretzel will probably not be very long. There's nothing to talk about the art. They are a ring and an infinity. But also, like I said, I think Performer Pal Celestial Magician here is also meant to be a soft retrain of Double Iris, because it's got the exact same stat line and scale. Monster effect. During your main phase, if this card was normal or special summon this turn, apply the following effects for the rest of this turn based on the other monsters you currently control. Fusion. This card can attack directly. Synchro. Your opponent cannot activate monster effects. Xyz. This card's attack becomes double its attack. Pendulum. So, if you Pendulum summon this card. During your end phase, add a Pendulum monster from your deck to hand. You can only use this effect of Celestial Magician once per turn. So yes, this is basically the magician form of Zark. He gets extra stuff for what other bullshit
Can
you
you
have.
do all of those or only one?
No, you can activate all of them. It gains you apply the following effects for the rest of this turn based on the monsters you currently control. So if you have a fusion synchro and Xyz and then pendulum summon this guy, you will get all 4 effects.
Which is funny, especially if you have an XYZ pendulum monster on the field. And this guy
Yes,
out,
that also
and
counts,
both
yeah.
effects activate.
Fairly brutal. Pendulum effect is when exactly one face-up fusion synchro or Xyz monster that you control, especially when the extra deck is destroyed by battle or an opponent's card effect, special summon that monster, then destroy this card. You can only use the effect once per turn. So yeah.
Yep.
Very solid card. And now I'm gonna go ahead and look up Beyond the
I wonder if
Pendulum.
you'll ever see a board where Z-Arc is in the pendulum zone and this guy's the other scale.
That would be hilarious. I mean, because this
That's
guy, you can
difficult
just
to
scale
do.
this guy normally. You can just play him in the pen scale, so...
But yeah, no, I actually like his
Okay.
design now that I get a closer look, because the card art, like, normally,
Yeah.
you don't get a good look. It's rather vague
Yeah.
and blurry.
Yeah.
Yeah, very cool.
It also kind of reminds me of Z-Arc, just being like, I'm done with this. I'm just going to become an evil god.
I shall just rule the universe.
So...
Because I'm the greatest duelist. Don't know how those collide.
Yeah. And now here is the brand new lady. Beyond the Pendulum. By the way, this card has a pun in Japanese.
That's
The name
surprisingly a
is
curvy lady. Sorry,
written Arc Magician, but is pronounced Beyond the Pendulum. So, she is Arc Magician, but also Beyond the Pendulum. Also, very much
Right.
based on the color scheme is very similar to the Akabare character in Arc V, who invented the Pendulum monsters, or helped invent them anyway.
What?
So yeah, the lady who also got divided with, who competed with the Zark Man.
Yeah.
Though I do not believe, because I don't think even in her original form her rack is that big in the anime. No, not really.
Yeah.
Yes.
Is
Yes.
it common? I forget if the comic for you could actually have like that big of a rack on characters.
Yeah. The anime
Yes, I
also-
approve. By the way, Ezra, great comment. Mommy, mommy. No, yes, very much.
But literally, though.
This is Mommy Pendulum.
But literally, though.
Her coat's very good. I love the red and blue interplay though, and the little pen
The
scale.
stomach pattern design.
Yeah.
Also, like she literally is the pen scale colors. Yeah.
Yeah, it's good. They got some good stuff here. Beyond
Metal
the
class
Hog.
thigh highs.
This is artsy, but it's good as well. And the hair color and stuff. This is a solid design. We get what they're going for here.
It's like pauldrons too.
And Arc, again, there's no way they could have translated it, but the fact that this was Arc Magician and then also said Beyond the Pendulum is also neat, because Arc Magician, it works. So this is a Dark Spellcaster Link 2. It has 1200 attack, which is the same as I believe. Is it Time Gazer and Stargazer had 12?
Time Gazer had... wait.
Is it both? Let me double check. It was in the trivia page. Yeah, Time Gazer and Stargazer had 12 each. Attack.
Yeah, 12 each, 1200.
So,
each.
kind of a funny comparison since those guys were early pen scales. Well, also, I don't think she...
I think she was
The-
more just like a flashback.
Yeah, somebody
of
in the
the
chat
Xyz
was like,
character.
I mean, she didn't get any duels because she didn't exist by the time the main plot of the anime happened.
I mean, the
Yeah.
complaint isn't
Yes.
Oh my God.
invalid, but not probably
oh my
better
God.
husband.
Technically,
She
she's
just pretty much.
Yes, I know, but it's like Zark. She was other people then.
Technically 4 different characters.
Yeah, she just pretty much showed up and just said, "I said all these spell cards on the field will automatically. You die."
Goodbye, JoJo.
I burn you until you burnt it.
Okay, anyway, its materials are 2 effect monsters, including a pendulum monster. So technically easier to pen summon than Electromite, but its effects are slightly less bullshit. If this card is linked summoned to the EMZ, you can pay 1200 LP, add a Pendulum monster from your deck to your hand, but for the rest of this turn, unless you Pendulum summon after this effect resolves, you cannot activate monster effects, and the effects of any cards in your Pendulum zones are negated. So you can search any Pendulum card, any Pendulum monster from your deck if you summon this to the EMZ, but you must Pendulum summon in order
So you
to
need to have, so you
not
need to have
negate
scale
yourself,
set
yeah.
already?
No. You can still activate, but you can't use its any penned effects. So, and you can't activate monster effects. So you need to like immediately scale up and Pendulum summon after this. If
Okay,
two monsters with different original levels are Pendulum summon at the same time to zones this card points to, target 2 cards on the field, destroy them. You can only use this effect once per turn.
Well, that's doing pendulum stuff.
Yeah. So, yeah, this is, like I said, I think this is another attempt at making Electromite but fair. It lets you search Pendulum cards, but with a restriction that you can't, like, do non-Pendulum advantage things with it. You, like, basically have to go into a Pen summon right after. Yeah, negating your Pen scale effects
that's
might be
cool.
useful.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of it's a little funny. They could have done some more with the I like how the chat called them bracelet girls. And also, to be fair, their archetypes could also use some support. I mean, you know, Lyrillus
awkward how
got some
they're
very good
all-
support recently.
It's awkward how because all of them basically got parasited, so they're mostly fusion archetypes.
Wind Witch got some support, but I still don't think stands on its own. But at least they got
I mean,
another monster. They got their own version of
because Wind
Crystal
is like a
Wind.
support toolbox you put into other Wind Pro decks.
I mean, it
Lunalite.
was, but that's because they were like 4 monsters. They actually have come out with a couple more Wind Witch cards, so you can play Wind Witch on its own. Like, they have an actual
Yeah.
8. They have their own 8 they can make that's not
Melodious
Crystal Wing.
is good in Duel Links, I think.
Yeah, I don't think they've done anything for Melodious in a while. That's definitely, if you wanted to support one of those Arc V era archetypes, you should do that.
I mean, honestly, give them like a Link and probably something besides a fusion card, I guess. Maybe an
yeah, I don't think Melodious has a link. Dallas, do Melodious have a link? Dallas crawls back into his coffin. But yeah,
It says they do.
okay. It's probably getting a little
Yeah,
late for Dallas. It is after.
He is muted.
It is
It's
after
only
midnight for him. It's
like-
1 a.m. Yeah,
No,
he
it's
said,
not,
he said
actually.
earlier he's out of speak time. I figured.
It's like it's like past 10. It's like 10 p.m.
Was Lunalite one of the Bracelet Girls decks? I know it was an Arc V deck, but
yes,
I thought that was another. Okay.
It was I think it's Serena who did.
Lunalite is pretty
Lunalite.
rad. Yeah, they're doing fine. They don't need any more stuff. I mean, it's funny because Melodious is also technically a fusion. Did they get Pendulum monsters in Melodious? I assume they would, but I don't remember any. No,
Yeah, they're a fusion
that
card.
seems like there's a gap there. They do? Robin says they do. I literally don't remember them. No, you idiot, not Lunalite. Listen with your ears. We're talking about Melodious. Shut the fuck up. Even if Robin is being positive about Lunalite, he's just being a nonsense gremlin. Go to the goop hole. Ooh, that's a great gift. I'm starting that one for later.
That's
Yeah.
pretty good.
I love. What's that
It
from?
was Serena.
This is what you're doing. This is what you're doing.
Damn it,
like-
Robin.
Sort of punch that cat in the gut, but
Don't
or I
be
guess
mean to
punt it.
Okayu.
I mean, more just the gremlin version. I want to like punt it and then just do a cartoon thing in the air.
Okay. Axe wants
Time
to
to
kick
do
cats.
No,
Clip it.
I want to kick trolls.
Anyway, let's get too sidetracked.
It is
to go.
finally time for Supreme King. How?
Dumb thing, but like I guess just like the final pin in it. I forgot Lyrillus was also one of those things. It was the
Yeah,
Xyz
Lyrillus
one.
was the
It's
Xyz,
like,
yeah.
Lyrillus surprisingly still good.
I mean, I
though.
said that they got support recently.
That's Xyz for you.
That's birds for you.
Bird.
These guys are just mad because unlike me and Robin, they have not embraced the power of bird tits. Though to be fair,
Omega, you're talking to me.
what is it? Ensemble Blue was heavily nerfed in the TCG because this game is for 7-year-olds, allegedly.
I would like to see their seller of any 7-year-old buying their game in the last 10 years.
I'm trying to think, with inflation, I mean, I don't know.
I don't know. Do you really want to?
Packs are still pretty. Individual booster packs are still pretty cheap.
Again,
I was like, I mean, I admit, I
I'd
was
like
already
to see
over the 7+.
I'd like to
10.
see. Again, I'd like to see evidence of their rating actually being worth it.
Anyway,
God damn it,
Dallas.
Dallas, you fucking for that.
The fucking hell.
All right, chat. I
Omega, please
need
just,
all of you to tell Dallas to die in a fire. Tell him to fuck off and die.
Dallas,
Chat,
just-
you have my permission.
Omega, just kick him out of the call and we'll come back later on his own.
Do you know he still has mod powers? He can do that to you.
Yeah, but Omega outranks him.
I mean, I can't keep him out of the call. So there's no point in kicking him. He won't stay kicked. See, Axis server muted now. Anyway, Supreme King Dragon Darkwurm. The OCG is so afraid of this card, they still have it limit 1. Even after they banned Hulk and shit.
It's weird.
Wait, what's the status of
that was something
Destrudo
cool.
in OCG?
What is the status of Destrudo? I know they brought him back to 1 in the OCG. I'll check.
Because I think Destrudo is why this guy was limited.
Oh,
Man, I
okay.
hated
He's
seeing this card in-
Destrudo is unlimited in the OCG.
I hated seeing
That's
this card.
dumb.
in
You
Limited
guys
for
are-
Revenge.
OCG, you're dumb. Get help. Destrudo is not worth it. Dallas will say it's worth it because it's fucking ugly, but it's not because it's gross and melty.
But
And it just
I
kills
kill
yourself.
I kill half my life points to do nothing.
Yeah, no. You should allow reverse those orders. OCG. That works fine.
I do nothing to lose half my life points.
Well, it's actually
Anyway.
the Ancient Fairy Dragon, pretty much.
The more I look at
anyway,
also
it's
banned
this
in the TCG.
thing. Okay. Yeah.
I mean, it's
the
not
more I
banned.
look
It is
at
limit 1, but it's stupid. It's unnecessary pendulum oppression for like no goddamn reason.
It looks like this guy should have legs, but it just ends. Like the artist was just like, okay, and I'm done.
Yeah,
why
I mean, he
does
kind of
his-
has legs, but it's definitely like it's weird. He is called Darkwurm, which is, by
Why
the way, his
does his-
actual name. How can you Darkwurm? He's not a worm. He's a dragon.
What? Why does this guy sort of reminds me of a Dragoony monster?
Because of the spikes.
I guess maybe the spikes. It's not really that much like
Maybe
a Dragoony
the
monster.
head.
He has a lot going on in his head. He's got big
Yeah.
cheek blades.
He's got stag.
Which
he's got
also,
stag
I'm not
face.
sure. By the way, I want to just say, with the framing of this bit, I think he can't turn his head around anymore. He's fucked himself. He's trapped there forever.
Yeah. Also, doesn't he's got cheek claw spikes?
Actually,
but
Omega, no.
does he have a mustache spike?
Actually, Omega, no, he can just lift his head up.
It's
Like,
much
he
funnier
angles
when he
head
can't
up.
turn his head back around. But yes, no, he has another set of green spiky dudes here on the just under his eyes, like cheek spikes,
Yeah.
like double cheek
Cut
spikes.
people- This thing will probably cut someone apart accidentally.
He's gonna cut a lot of things. Look how many swords this guy has. They're everywhere, and they're all glowing green. It's very Zarky.
The edgy Zark boy.
Anything to say about this card art?
Like the slight tornado, like the slight like cyclone in the background's okay, I guess.
MVR's.
It weirdly enough, it's basically just they grabbed I don't know, it's baby Zark. Best way I can put it.
It's the Arc's minions.
Yes, it's Supreme
Well,
King's
yeah.
servant. So yeah, but still good. He's a good lad. This is a
He does
level
his
4
work.
Dark Dragon Pendulum. Scale 5, 1800 attack, 1200 defense. So decent stat line for what you're doing. This is one of your fewer lower level monsters in certain of these decks. So its monster effect is when normal or special, add a Supreme King Gate from your deck to your hand. It specifies Pendulum monster, but there's only 2 Supreme King Gates, and they're both Pendulum monsters. So it's
They're both really
redundant.
good too.
If this card is in your graveyard and you control no monsters, you can special summon this card. You can only use each effect of Darkwurm once per turn. In your Pendulum Zone, if you control no monsters, you can place a Supreme King Gate from your deck in your Pendulum Zone, but also you cannot Pendulum summon for the rest of this turn except Dark monsters. So yeah,
not
Darkwurm
really
just
the-
gets you to gates.
It's not really a limit mode if you're playing Pendulum. If you're playing
Yeah.
Odd Eyes anyway.
Yeah, I can't remember what his anime effects were, but pretty sure Boss Monster it was stupid. Like it just didn't die, or at least it kept coming
Yeah, it
back.
was.
I mean, its special summon effect can keep coming back. It's just that they probably added the hopped to the real version.
Oh, that's what
No, I think Marv's
they
having
did. It
connection
was
issues again.
anime effect was pretty much the every single was. I'll just close that. Hello.
Yeah, you seem fine. Can I?
Marvel's cutting in and out on my end. I'm not sure about you guys.
Well, he just asked, and I said he seems fine now.
Okay.
But he went away, so,
So
I
what are
don't
you
know if he's
saying,
fine.
Marv? Oh, okay.
Can you hear us okay?
Wait,
Okay. My thing is in red right now. I'm just going to close that stream. Okay, so every single one of the Supreme King anime effects like Rebellion, Clearwing, etc. would just say, hey, at the end of my phase, I can just go back into these Darkwurm monsters.
Ah. Kind of makes sense because they're supposed to be the minions, but yeah.
yeah, it's like, oh, you finally got rid of my Synchro monster. Well, here come the minions again. Oh, and then there's these fuckers.
Yeah, I'm endeavoring to find the good card art. Here it is, okay.
I both love and hate these cards.
Make sure I'm getting the frame up. That's even bigger. Wow, it's way bigger. Hold on, okay. We're gonna cut this down to size. I'll make them symmetrical. Kind of. It doesn't really matter. Like I said, the art-wise, we don't really have a lot to talk about here. One's an infinity with a face, one's a donut with a face. These are Supreme King gates.
I never noticed the part till
I mean, they're a little minimalist, so yeah.
kind of creepy wiring bits too.
Yeah, it's
Okay, excellent connection, good.
the
Kinda
Arc
creepy.
being weird and dumb with his gates.
Yeah.
let's-
So I believe they're both level 7. I think they're both 0/0.
Yep, 700 have weird effects.
Infinity is pen scale 13, and 0 is pen scale 0. And they're both level 7. So Infinity's monster effect is target another face-up card you control, destroy it, and this card, special summon a dragon, Xyz or Pendulum monster from your extra deck, but its attack effects because 0 it's negated. It can't be used for a Synchro or Xyz material, or Xyz summon. If this card in your monster zone is destroyed, place it in your pen zone. And then its pen effect is, if you control a monster, you cannot Pendulum summon. This effect can't be negated. Once per turn, if you control Supreme King Z Arc, target a face-up monster your opponent controls green LP equal to its attack. So as you can see, I think Infinity is the less popular one because its Pendulum effect is just Zark support. But,
and also, you can't pen summon if you have monsters,
yeah.
which sucks.
So it's a... Really, if I search Gate 0, Wikipedia, your first hit is Gate Guardian, not Supreme King Gate 0. Okay, I'll type the whole fucking thing. You'll oppress me this way.
Still need a retry. They still
Professor.
And so, Supreme King Gate... No, that's Infinity. Take me to 0. God, I hate wiki searches. It's like, we have an article titled that, and also then we have your regular search results. God, fuck. Anyway.
Turn to 0.
Gate 0, all that same stuff, but it's 0. Its monster effect is, once per turn, target another face-up card you control, destroy it. Special summon a dragon, fusion, or synchro, but its attack and defense are 0, and it's negated. This is the good way to cheat out for Odd Eyes Venom. Can't be used material for a synchro or Xyz summon. If this card is destroyed in your monster zone, put it in your pen zone. Pendulum effect is, if you control Z-Arc, take no damage. Once per turn, if you have Infinity in your pen zone, destroy both cards in your pen zone. If you do, add Polymerization or a Fusion spell card from your deck to hand. So, this at least gives you a self-cleaning effect with Infinity, but Infinity on its own is kind of bad.
Yeah. Like, these cards are good for if you're trying to run basic Supreme King decks, but trying to do like Odd Eyes or Pen Magicians with these guys is a cluster.
Yeah. They're good cards because of their effects, and I think honestly it's the instant fusion style effect that Zero has is why it's more popular, but you can do a lot of things. And so now we will begin looking at the Supreme King, the boys.
Yeah, the boys. Let's go.
Okay. First, let me clear the table.
It's gonna be
I
the
literally
worst
just
Odd Eyes
copied this.
card.
Why you fucking with me? Copy image.
Yes.
Yes, it's
Yeah,
Odd Eyes.
0 and 13 scales are very good.
Yeah.
We grab.
Supreme
Sorry.
King Dragon Odd Eyes.
We threw some green on that shit.
Yeah, basically, that's what they all do. I think they made his hands actually less fucked up because he's only got 4 digits. They're very tiny, though. Why are his hands so tiny?
They look so they look, and I know they like their feet, but they just look so fucking weird.
It's very, like, weirdly delicate. Like, it looks a lot like Darkwurm just put on his Odd Eyes pants. You know?
Yeah.
Or it's the other way around.
No, because this still has more detail than Darkwurm does. Darkwurm doesn't even have feet.
Now, I'll be honest. Not as much as I do like Odd Eyes, Z-Arc, and all that nonsense. Not a fan of this guy. He really does not play well. with
No,
them.
he's weird like a couple of the other Odd Eyes guys we talked about. Yeah, we're all yawning, I know. We have been doing this for 5 hours.
We have like 5 or 6 left.
Green
right?
Zebra, yeah, we got like... Apart from this card, we have 4 left.
3:30 in the afternoon for
Oh.
me.
Yeah, good for you, buddy.
Oh, right.
Hey, y'all wanted it. By the way, I would appreciate if some of you in chat might consider throwing out a super chat dono or a membership or a patron, you know, to support us for doing this for so fucking
Mega,
long.
I'm honestly
To
I'm
pay
honestly-
for
I'm-
Omega's, oh, sorry.
I'm honestly impressed that like none of us have passed out because usually because I've heard Subterror that took less time and everyone was already.
Yeah,
passed
but I
out.
think we started later. We might have started with less energy. The only thing we've been doing tonight is slowly running down. Admittedly, while Dallas hasn't passed out, we have reached the point where Dallas can no longer speak to us out loud. He's just yelling random things into the
because I
Discord
think
chat.
his parents go to
Much
sleep
like
by
Robin.
like PM or something.
Actually, Dallas, I gotta be honest, you should not yell in the Discord. You should yell on the stream, so then at least the stream people can see you all the time. Like Robin. But yeah, this is Odd Eyes but green. Even his MPEG orb is green. I don't really, there's not a lot to talk about.
Oh, thank you, Carlos.
A for effort. Yeah, thanks. We're doing our best. Right, yes.
Man, I
So
don't know why,
this
but
is
my
another
stream's always,
Dark
like-
Pendulum monster. It's level 8, which again doesn't play well with Odd Eyes cards. It's Pen Scale 4. It's 2520. It's Odd Eyes Dragon, but the higher level. It's dumb.
Yeah. Yeah.
Its monster effect is you can tribute 2 Supreme King Dragon monsters, special summon this card. If your Pendulum monster battles an opponent's monster, any battle damage is doubled. During your battle phase, quick effect, tribute this card, special summon 2 face-up Supreme King Dragon or Supreme King Gate monsters from your extra deck in defense position except Supreme King Dragon Odd Eyes. So this really flows well in the Supreme King deck. Because you can pen summon if you set up your gates. And if you have 2 like Darkwurms out, you can tribute summon him. He makes all your Pendulum monsters do double damage.
Yeah, like if you have 2 Darkwurms, but this guy was not good in the era of having 1 Darkworm.
Which is still that era in the OCG.
Yep.
Sorry, I'm out of water. I might need to go. Nah, I won't need to refill. We got 4 of these left. But
Yeah, we
I
can
may
just
get more
smash them out.
strained. Okay, and its Pendulum effect is tribute a Supreme King Dragon monster, destroy this card, and then add a Pendulum monster with 1500 or less attack to your hand. Which I gotta be honest, is
Not good.
Odd Eyes but worse. Like I don't think a lot of the Supreme King Dragon monsters have on blow up effects.
I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some ice cream.
Yeah. Sorry, my throat's getting very scratchy. Yes, I am a shill, Dallas. Thank you. I need to be paid in this capitalist society, otherwise I will die. I will literally die.
Oh, okay, so that's Dallas. Okay, I was wondering who that was.
All right, let's talk about the problem one.
Yeah, I know that thing. because he comments. Oh, right, the Supreme King, that's Venom.
Yeah, which for some reason is unlimited in the OCG because they're drunk over there.
He's so... I love him, but boy, is he... You have no... Fuck off.
He is
But,
so dumb. Supreme King Dragon, Starving Venom. Yeah, he's Starving Venom, but he's green now. He's filled his poison pustules with Mountain Dew.
It's way more streamlined of a design,
his,
way to put it.
His orbs are filled with Fanta.
Yeah, he's a little more streamlined. But no, Zark definitely hits the gamer fuel. He drinks the dew. He does the dew.
I was honestly thinking uranium, so it's more like radiation poisoning instead. But
I mean, uranium
Zark
isn't
really
that
likes-
color.
Zark really loves guacamole gamer fart.
I mean, that's kiwi. Right, kiwi?
Well, guacamole's
But-
made with avocado. I don't actually
Well-
know what the flavor of guacamole gamer fart is.
No,
I think Russian Badger said it just to be funny.
It's strawberry kiwi.
Yeah, it's not actually guacamole flavored, which is weird. But regardless,
But yeah,
Badger just likes being an asshole about it.
Venom is stupid good.
I mean, yes, he does. I remember a tweet he made, I think it was last week, about, hey, go to Gamer Fuel's waifu, because you can buy special clear plastic with, like, art designed by others. Buy Heavenly's, one of his collaborators, art, but use my discount code. So I get the credit for it. You know, like a gremlin man. But yeah, art-wise, this guy is okay. I just like the Mountain Dew joke because it's funny. But effect-wise, this guy's not okay. So this is a level 8 Dark Dragon Fusion monster. It's 2,800 attack, 2k defense. So, same stat line as Starving Venom. Its requirements are 2 Dark Pendulum monsters. It must either be fusion summoned or can be contact fused. Much like Beast Eyes. Once per turn, target one monster on the field or in the graveyard. Until the end phase, this card's name becomes that monster's name. It gains that monster's original effects, and also for the rest of this turn, it gains piercing battle damage. I bet you didn't know about that last one unless you watched that MBT video. But yeah, no. Field or graveyard, any monster.
Isn't it that it gives all monsters on your field piercing?
Yes, if a monster attacks, you get piercing.
Yeah.
Which is the least of your concerns, because like I said, just once per turn, any monster on the field or graveyard, you steal its effect and its name. This is problematic for a lot of FTKs, and just in general, a lot of doubling up effects that you shouldn't be able to do, because, hey, guess what? If you steal a hopped effect in the graveyard, it probably hasn't activated this turn.
Like,
I was about to bring it up.
Yes?
Yeah, go off.
Okay. One of my favorite things to do, and I think I may have done it on Prog, is have Odd Eyes Venom Dragon in graveyard. Use Supreme King Dragon Starving Venom to use Odd Eyes Venom's effect, because it's really good.
Yeah.
I was dodging thinking, I was like, is the way you can use it to like basically dodge around already using a hopped effect to basically do it again?
No, because a hopped, because it becomes that card's name. That card's name's effect can only be activated once per turn. But if, say, your opponent has a hopped effect in the graveyard, you can just be like, I steal your effect, I use it now. It also gets around soft once per turns, which is the problem, because you can literally clone that monster and do that effect again.
Ezra is correct, because I use this guy Might effect. So he's basically just a second Electromite.
Yeah, no, it's very broken.
Am I cutting out, or...?
No.
Okay. I just see my thing not lighting up when I'm talking sometimes.
I mean, I heard you okay. I don't know what Discord's doing. Like I said, I still... for like 2 weeks now, in the voice, I have no ping. I just have gray bars. But I can talk to people and hear people, so it's not a problem. Yeah, I don't fucking know. Yeah, I literally have... It doesn't know what the fuck my ping is. It's not telling me. I just can speak to people through the Phantom Zone, I guess.
But it's incredibly funny to steal an opponent's card effect. There's what was it? DDD, I can't remember his full name, but ends with Laplace, which is a very hard card to get on the field. Has a dumb effect, and I used it against Dallas, and was not happy with that.
Yeah, no, it's just like I said. Starving Venom is one of those cards that should be banned and should stay banned because it only gets more broken the longer the game goes on. As you just add more monsters with effects, more stupid scenarios where you can use Supreme King Dragon Starving Venom to fuck up the game exist. Honestly, they should retrain this somehow.
So we're only copy Pendulum Dragon monsters?
Maybe. I don't even know if you'd bother. I guess, yeah, you could still use the copy effect. I'm just, like, the piercing thing is funny, the contact fusion is funny, but, I mean, the OCG doesn't realize that there's a problem with this, I guess, because it's unlimited over there. Maybe they just want to ban old cards.
I mean, is it the whole thing of, like, they mostly do locals, so it's, if you just do it to someone, you're just going to be able to play more games that day?
I mean, you will get to play more games that day, but it's also, like, I wouldn't want to run into this to locals. That's so annoying if you get, like, fucking Starving Venom OTK'd. Or FTK'd. Like, it's just...
Like I said, no one's going to want to play for the rest of the day.
But they have to. If it's a local tournament, there's brackets and shit. I don't know. Like, I know that their events are casual.
I know, I didn't mean the actual tournament. I meant just going to the local.
Well, yeah, no. I mean, the person who plays this at your local game shop gets murdered, but they still have local events. They have a tournament scene. It's mostly locals. They don't have nearly as many regionals and YCSs as we do over here, because Japan is smaller. There's less regions in it. But it's still like a card, like, that fuck you around, you know. So yeah, no, I mean, you can go around it. It's like, you say nobody plays Pendulum. Well, there's lots of really easy ways to get it out.
Yeah.
It must be fusion summoned or special summoned by tributing, but you can work around it. Hey, what happens if you make the non-Pendulum monsters that make it go out? Or, I don't know, just play Pendulum monsters you can search and then play Poly. Like, it's not hard.
Huh, I like this guy.
I don't think house shops house rule OTKs. Like, I can't really comment on the system. Like I said, I just think that they're drunk for letting this go. It's like, it's so unfun, and it's unfun in Mastery Duel, but Mastery Duel has a different problem. They refuse to put anything on the Forbidden Limited list. I mean,
yeah.
I also would not say OTKs. Also, I don't know if you can house rule that. Like, I'm fairly sure in Japan they're probably just as anal retentive about the official rules. If you're doing prize support, you have to follow the real rules of the game. Nobody cares what you do at the kitchen table. Anyway, I'm done with this. So many people are bringing up this analogy. Yeah. It's stupid. Anyway, I don't want to talk about this monster anymore. We're doing this for 5 hours. I don't know why we wide. Another card that's not super great.
I'll be surprised that we reached the point until we finally reached it where we reached the fuck it phase. It's like, fuck it, let's go on.
We've got like 3 cards left.
Right. We've entered the fuck it phase several times. I mean, if you guys all want to go to sleep, I can knock out these last 3 by myself.
Well, let's keep going. Like, I'm here in my ice cream.
Yeah, I'll go to sleep.
Can we
Loth is the most likely.
Just show all 3 on screen once.
No, we don't need to go that far. Also,
no.
one of them is Zark, so. Anyway, Supreme King Dragon Clear Wing.
This card is also technically bullshit.
It's legit just clearly, like, literally a different color scheme.
Yeah, they darkened the colors and gave him some Mountain Dew. Or her. Again, we don't know. It's unclear. It's ambiguous. They, them, army. Anyway. I'm just going to start spouting weird memes that only make sense to me.
Sure.
So, I don't think, as we discussed, there's a lot to talk about this card art, because this one really is just Clear Wing, but, like, with a different color palette.
It's got chest spikes.
So did Clear Wing.
I didn't notice that.
Now it's more outward pronounced instead of like.
Yeah, I think that bit of armor is bigger, so they can put the Tron lines on it. But yeah, it had those spikes before. It still has a pinchable waist. It's got the weird... They're not clear anymore, though. I mean, actually, no, they're still a little translucent. Some of them are foggier than others.
Sock fed his dragons nothing but Mountain Dew.
Yes, that is the joke we
To the
make.
point where they became insane. Murder machine.
So, stats-wise, Supreme King Dragon Clear Wing is a Dark Dragon Synchro that is 8 and is 2520. Hold on, do we need it? Yeah, we need to reset Master Duel for the umpteenth time. Play the music again, Sam. It's fusion materials. It's Synchro materials. 5.5 hours, everybody. I told you this one was going to be big. It's one tuner, one or more non-tuner Dark Pendulum monsters. If this card is Synchro summoned, destroy all face-up monsters your opponent controls. Just fuck them. You're bored? No more. Once per turn, before damage calculation, if this card battles an opponent's monster, destroy that monster and inflict damage equal to its original attack.
Be like, fuck you. It doesn't matter if I was like, even though it's crashing. I'm just
blow
gonna
it the fuck up.
Yep, just fuck you.
I kill.
And we do damage. You're dead. Die. And if this card is in your graveyard, you contribute 2 Supreme King Dragon monsters to special summon this card, which does mean you don't get its first effect because that's only on Synchro Summon, but still, yeah. This card's annoying. I think the only reason why you don't see it more is because it's kind of a weird one.
He's really good in Pen Magicians. Pure Supreme Kings, you have to run like a weird tuner or something.
Yeah, you need an additional tuner. Like, in Pen Magician, White Wing is a 4, though if you Pen summon and Synchro with her, she's banished, which is silly, but still, you can normal summon her.
Normal summon.
Yeah. And guess what? All the rest of them are dark, so it works. That's 4 and 4. But it's definitely a little bit of a weird one.
But he is a good option.
Yeah.
Because just board wipe.
Yeah. Oh, what's that? You have face-up monsters? Not no more, you don't. And also you can blow up monsters and do effect damage. Very spicy. And now, unfortunately, we have the even more easy one to summon.
Yeah, this guy.
I love this card so much.
Don't worry, Dallas.
Also, I do think this is arguably a better pose for the boy.
It is.
So this is Supreme King Dragon Dark Rebellion. So you've got kind of a head-on view, so you can see all of his greebles and extra bits.
You know, I know we joked about it, but I think this saying is too much uranium, too much like nuclear fission.
You keep saying that. That's not what fissile material looks like.
I guess it's more white, orange.
I don't know.
And Cherenkov radiation you see in nuclear reactors is blue. Radium is this color, but that's different.
Okay, I guess too much electric Mountain Dew. I guess.
Yeah, I mean, I just keep making the Mountain Dew joke. Yeah, I think this guy has
too much.
This guy, I think, has the biggest areas of green, other than on Zark himself, who we'll see in a second. But yeah, I mean, he's his usual noodle boy self. You can see his face head on. I think his shoulders got bigger, or are those his wings? Those might be his wings.
I think he's got like wing pauldrons now.
Yeah, he's got some extra bits, but no, he looks fine. He's ready to rumble. And
I can also barely never ever like figure out what its face is until I have to like stare at it long enough.
And he'll kick your shit in.
So Supreme King Dragon Dark Rebellion is a Dark Dragon Xyz. He's a rank 4, like the original boy. He's 2520. His materials are 2 level 4 Dark Pendulum monsters, so that's also ludicrously easy. Once per turn before damage calc, if this card battles an opponent's monster, detach, change the attack of that face-up monster to 0, and gain attack equal to its original attack. So that's like regular Dark Rebellion, but even spicier. And also, you can do it twice.
Yes, you can do it twice.
So I remember this being nicknamed as like, so, cry and die.
Yeah, I think we have used that phrase before. And then during the battle phase quick effect, you can return to the extra deck, special summon 2 face-up Supreme King Dragon or gates from your extra deck. So in Supreme King, it is a decent recycling effect. But yeah, if you're just playing Dark Pendulums, this guy slaps.
When you get hit by, when fighting this, being hit by this, it hurts so much.
Also,
like,
it was
perfectly 0 now.
This was a humble rare in Code of the Duelist. Like, this card's very accessible. And it slaps very hard.
Which means everyone has the ability to have mutually assured destruction.
What's that? You're running Abyss Actors? Throw this guy in here.
Yeah.
I mean,
Abyss Actors. Lots of other stuff too. I mean, obviously,
A lot of like
actual
the really
pen
good pendulum, a
magicians.
lot of the really good pendulum archetypes are like darks anyway.
Dark is a very well represented attribute in general. Yes.
I think it's a bit overrepresented, but that's
That means you. I mean, you got to be asking.
I mean, like I think like
Oh, hey, the actual character of Zark had
40%
gray
of all
hair
the
as well.
monsters
I
in
didn't
the
even know
game are
that. Yeah,
dark.
no, that's just his persona.
So then, it's
Yeah.
time for the boy.
Yes, it's our final one. The final count card. The final card down. The final slam jam.
what started and ended this whole quest.
And there's a lot of dead space in this art for some reason. Anyway.
One of my favorite boss monsters.
I mean, it was
to
a pendulum.
use.
It is a pendulum.
Yarg. This is Supreme King Z Arc. He is large
never-
and in charge.
I've never noticed that he literally just has glowing eyes or is
Yeah.
it eyebrows. I can't.
I don't even know.
Well, you wanna
Zark
zoom
is
in a
so
bit there?
huge that the scale of his face at this range is so tiny. Like, I feel they could have punched in a little bit, but yeah, no. Zark is big. He is a big boy. Like, look at, like, the scale of, like, this sky and this lightning and shit, and then look at his little hands.
Omega, can you like?
You want me to punch
zoom,
in?
Like,
Yeah, I can punch in a little bit.
just
Yeah,
like
similar-
there's all, you can ignore the dead space at the bottom. Just kind of take up those.
Yeah,
How's that
similar to
range?
Darkwurms.
Yeah, it's range.
What looks like the side of legs, then don't go anywhere.
No, but he has extra spike bits. And also, I like his wings go up and down into giant scythe blades. Also, you can recognize
Yeah.
those scythes as the down scythe bit as the same thing that Celestial has. He's got
Descriptions.
backhand spikes and elbow spikes and spikes on
Oh, bye,
spikes.
Dallas.
I think he has like a mustache.
Yeah.
Oh,
I also
this-
think
oh,
technically
Well,
this is his eyes.
yeah, that tiny.
Yeah, that's
We're
because
gonna
he's
say-
fucking enormous.
so as someone's mentioned in the chat that it's actually just a giant flesh mech.
I mean, it's a dragon, but yeah.
Giant.
This
Turbo
is
Dragon
his
mech.
giant monster form.
Yeah. Just pointy, sharp, scythe. Art-wise,
It's impressive. I don't think it's.
I do
don't think it's
really like this guy because he is dumb, and I can get
Yeah,
behind
he's a
dumb
big,
things.
dumb anime boss monster. Art-wise, I think there's something to be said for they went for this, like, scale of grandeur. They wanted to make you really feel how huge he is, but it means that a lot of the details get lost, which is a little sad. It's not bad, it just could be improved.
Yeah, it's funny that we don't have him be monster fusion synchro Xyz because that's stupid. No, we
Chad,
have him
is
as a fusion monster.
Chad is at least actually committing stuff, and it's like I didn't know that about Z-Arc. That's good to know.
Yeah, there is a lot of backstory that we're not going to delve into, and I'm glad chat knows it.
I more like the bit about just it's a giant mech.
I mean, it's not really a mech because it's a
Or
dragon.
I guess it's there's a dude inside
Right.
the pilot.
The metaphor is that this is his, like, embiggened form. So, this is a Dark Dragon Fusion Pendulum monster. He is level 12 and pen scale 1. He is 4K. It requires 4 dragon monsters to fusion summon him. 1 fusion, 1 synchro, 1 Xyz, 1 pendulum. Must be fusion summoned. If this card is
Yes.
special summoned, destroy cards your opponent controls. Just everything your opponent has, fuck them.
I think the only time Loff has done this on camera was against me. I forget.
No, it was against me. I got
Oh,
Zarked.
okay.
That was
I
the
think
first.
I think I've also been Zark too.
I think that was the second time. Yes. Loth has successfully summoned Zark like twice.
On camera. In test games,
He's
a
done it a
bit
few more, but yeah, that's definitely the Phineas and Ferb meme. If I had a nickel for every time Loth summoned Zark on camera, I'd have 2 nickels. But it's funny that's happened twice.
Problem is, I remember him doing it twice in my 3 like.
You may be thinking of a test game. Did you do it
you
twice
may
in a
need
row?
to. Hey, actually, you know what would solve this thing if you went and looked.
I
It's
have to
true.
find
We
the
have the
leakage.
footage. It's not
I
going to
know.
be that long ago. So he can't be destroyed by opponent's card effects. Your opponent cannot target this card with card effects. When this card destroys an opponent's monster by battle, special summon a Supreme King Dragon from your deck or extra deck. If this card in the monster zone is destroyed by battle or card effect, which is very funny because it can't be destroyed by card effect normally, you have to like non-targeting negate him, like Dark Ruler No More or some bullshit.
I believe he
Put him in
could.
pen zone.
I believe he can be kaiju'd.
Yes, you can kaiju him. He's not unaffected. He's just can't be targeted and can't be destroyed. He's a very basic towers. Though also, to be fair, you can blow him up with your own card effects if you want to. And then his Pendulum effect is Fusion, Synchro, and Xyz monsters your opponent controls cannot activate their effects. Once per turn, when a card is added from the main deck to your opponent's hand, except during the draw phase or damage step, destroy that card. So he's kind of like, not quite an Ash, but very similar. If your opponent adds a card to their hand, blow it the fuck up. And your opponent can't use the effects of Fusion, Synchro, or Xyz monsters. Now, obviously, with Lynx, that effect is less good, but if you can get to Zark, he is all around a motherfucker. Like, as an actual boss monster on the board, this guy is a 4K beatstick that cleared the board. He board wiped, and he can't be targeted or destroyed, so it's hard to, like, respond to him. I think you can negate the summon, technically.
And I believe, did you mention it when he destroys a monster?
Yes. If your opponent has a monster to destroy, guess what? You get to special summon a Supreme King from your deck or extra deck.
Yes. So
Supreme
there
King
have been
Dragon, I should
times
specify.
I have played this in Master Duel, and I have fought an opponent, and then Clearwing and Z-Arc, they still managed to have like one or two things on the field. Okay, here's my Z-Arc. Run over, another monster.
Yeah. No, it's pretty
And
brutal.
it's bullshit.
And then, God forbid, if you blow up mandatorily or your opponent somehow manages to blow him up, you can put him in your pen zone, and then he negates Fusion, Synchro, and Xyz monsters and stops your opponent from adding cards. It's stupid. Thank God he requires immense setup because his fusion requirements are crazy. The primary way you can bring him out is... I don't believe you can... I think you can use Miracle Synchro Fusion in Grave. You can use Dragon's Mirror in Grave because he's a dragon. Or the effects of Astrograph, yeah. Which involves the sorcerers, I believe. The specifically Xyz, etc. No, you cannot compulse him because he can't be targeted.
Yeah. Sadly, at the current state in our progression format, I have to use...
Miracle Synchro or Dragon's Mirror because we have banned Purple Poison.
Actually, I wonder. No. Oh, wait, no, you can't Future Fusion him.
No, because you can't send the materials from deck.
Does it need Purple Poison, or is it more just needs a Starving Venom?
I mean, I think it's just way easier to put Purple Poison in the graveyard as a fusion dragon.
Putting Starving Venom and then legitimately trying to... Yeah, it doesn't matter.
It's slower is what's up.
Yeah.
Now I will say there are to bring this up. There are cards
him.
there are cards that bounce that would work on Z-Arc. Storming Mirror Force, for instance, because that returns to hand and doesn't target.
Yes.
Drowning also works because that does not target and spins back to deck. But you have to somehow get those. You'd somehow have to keep those trap cards when this card is summoned. He blows up your whole board, so it's pretty rough.
Yeah. Don't know how many effects are there to just say, hey, I select this card, cannot destroy
Oh, there's
this
plenty
turn.
of non-targeting.
I guess you just get a Fusion Dragon.
I mean, you need a Fusion Dragon to do the Astrograph thing, but that means you have to make the guy anyway. But yeah, like, it's... The Astrograph way is obviously easier because those are main deck monsters that you can yeet us into the graveyard. Especially, Loth loved to use, what is it? What's the Xyz guy called? Shit, I forget. Time Star Magician?
Time Star Magician.
Yeah, Time Star.
Cheat those guys into the graveyard.
Yeah, because he lets you just yeet them to grave.
Yeah. What's that? A pendulum monster or pendulum thing in the pendulum zone wants to be destroyed? Once per turn, just throw a magician.
Yes, non-targeting banishment also works. But again, remember, you have to be able to activate an effect that either procs the immediate this guy summons as a result because he blows up your whole board. So trap cards are pretty useless.
Better hope you have a Solemn.
Yeah, that's the key one. Because, like, Solemn Strike would work because that would negate and destroy when you activate a monster effect. Solemn Warning would negate the fusion summon. Solemn Judgment can also negate the summon. But yeah, Z-Arc is a motherfucker. And if you want to see him in action, go watch some of our previous Pendulum episodes. Loth gets to him. I got my clock.
Yeah, I had the moral victory and the noble victory.
Loth had a good week there.
I think I still lost. It doesn't matter.
A card that is unaffected
No, I think
by an
you
opponent's, but except if they target. I mean, that would be funny because that gets around big wipes like TT.
There's a bunch of targeting cards.
Mirror. It would be funny. I think a lot of cards that people play anyway target. Like, I mean, I know there's Lightning Storm and there are, like, people do sometimes, like, side 3 Raigeki and stuff, but remember, the TCG is fucking unlimited Raigeki at this point. That's, like, how useless a one-sided board wipe is.
Like, one thing that would work really well against Z-Arc is non-targeting effect negation.
Yeah, Dark Ruler No More is a good example.
Yeah.
So many equalizers in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's almost like it's a race. Oh, who am I
I mean,
thinking?
you can technically do that kind of protection. A lot of cards do by just saying this card can't be destroyed by card effects.
I just still like the fact that, like, if your opponent manages to kill this monster, he could just be put in the pen.
He fits in the pen scale, and honestly, arguably, he's way more annoying.
Yeah.
Because you probably had to go to your extra deck to beat a 4K beater. But as one final note, I have something special for you, y'all. The OCG has announced an initial preview of Amazing Defenders, the new deck build pack.
Oh yeah, let's push it there. That looks cool.
So, your first archetype is Race, or R-Ace, but it's pronounced Rescue Ace, so it'll probably be Rescue Ace in the TCG. Firefighting robots.
Oh man, it's a Tachikoma.
Yeah.
And maybe some other shit. I mean, it's not really a Tachikoma. It's got, like,
This
tread
looks
wheels.
super busy art. It's like,
I mean, this is probably their
Machina-
boss monster, so
yeah, super
Machina,
busy.
is that you?
he does look a little
Wait, is it gonna be fire machines?
We don't know yet, but that could be cool if it was
As,
Fire Machine. I hope it's not Earth Machine, just because
this
that's really
reminds me of
oversaturated.
something,
No,
but I
like
can't
it'd have to be water or
can't
fire
remember
machine.
what
Honestly.
it is.
Water Machine would also be a really rad combo. Our next one is...
Salvage.
Well,
I
it's
feel
just
like it's gonna
because
be a light.
Pyro.
So this makes me think of the Earth fairies that came to be just Earth support. And these look like this would be like a light fairy Xyz deck thing.
Well, it is an Xyz monster. This is Purity, an Xyz monster that grows when it receives love. I assume that means it attaches more materials.
It
I
feels
don't
like
know what
it's
the
gonna
fuck
be
that
like a
means
light.
otherwise.
It feels like it's gonna be like a rank 3 or 1 like light fairy thing or something.
Well, we'll
Or maybe
see.
like light
6 or
beast,
more.
I guess.
All right.
It's the new Baguska.
We'll see.
And then last, we have Mikanko, which is, the
Worm.
name of a Shrine Maiden variant. A ritual monster that advents through a mysterious dance. So it's another ritual archetype.
I feel like it's gonna
This
be Worm.
will, so I'm going to warn you now. Usually there's one broken bullshit in every archetype. The last time they did a deck build pack with rituals, that was Drytron. So this archetype is either going to be fucking useless or it's going to be broken as hell.
Also, remember, splites are also broken, so Fury also could be
There's-
really crazy too.
No, there's no guarantee of that. You're just assuming that it's a low rank deck.
Yeah,
we don't
there's
actually know.
Unfair.
There's no other options of ritual. It's either broken or one way or broken another.
I mean,
Here's-
Megalith is playable, and I don't think it's broken. It's
What
just.
about Shido Baron? Aren't they
I think
okay?
that's rogue viable as well. It's definitely made some effect. Yeah, the problem Zed pointed out in chat. The problem with Mikanko is that that's the one that they're gonna make all like ultras or secrets in the deck in the TCG for no fucking reason, even if they are the shittiest archetype in this pack because it has a cute girl on it.
Yeah.
If they make Rescue Ace cheaper, that's more fun for me.
Yeah, but depending on how it plays, I'm already gonna have a problem with Labyrinth.
I don't think I'm a simp, but I am a machine shill, I guess.
I mean, yeah,
Well,
you are
Omega,
a
truth
machine
is-
stan.
The game was rigged from the start.
Correct. That's okay.
I
I'm
mean-
gonna activate mirror forces from my deck. Fuck you.
I mean, hey, Labyrinth is cool.
Actually, I think some of the Labyrinths have graveyard effects. I can play Mirror Force Launcher. I almost never get to play that card. I have 3 copies of that in real life.
I'm hoping to one day, Ruin Force OTK you guys just to see I can do it.
I'd love to see if you can do the Ruin Force. Technically the FTK line, but we have removed FTKs from our format.
I mean, I love to do it just as a proof of concept, but not actually in the game.
Yeah.
Well,
But yeah, no. There's some new archetypes. They've got some previews. We don't know anything about them. I mean, I think some of these are interesting. Puri is like very fluffy. They could do a lot with that. Reminds me a little bit of Melfi. Our ace is just machines. That's pretty cool. And I'm a huge weeb, so I don't mind traditional Japanese like art style stuff. So I could see Mikanko being cool. And I like ritual decks. I'm a huge fan of Nephthys, for instance. Which reminds me, I really need to play the Nephthys solo mode that they finally added.
Yeah. All I can say is that the final duel in the Nephthys gate, it'll make you rage.
Probably, but a lot of the final gates do that. They're stupid. Also, if you didn't know, you can go look up in your own time, but they are making Structure Deck R for Dark World. They're making a new Dark World Structure Deck. It actually has a Dark World fusion monster. No, it's not colorless. Is
it gonna be the monsters that were gonna be in the anime but never did?
No, that would be colorless. It's just Grapha but big. Ankoku Kukai no Ryushin o Grapha. Grapha, Dragon God King of Dark World. Dragon God King, Super Dragon God King. I added
Okay,
it
so
last
literally just his actual RPG boss mode.
Yeah. There is a retrain of Rainbow, which is good because the original Rainbow sucked ass. So they've got a new version of
Retrain
Rainbow, and they have
I
the Super
feel
Grapha.
Death Pain in chat. Please don't make them light fairy monsters.
What, the Puri? It's
No.
I mean-
The ritual archetype.
Oh. No, I bet they
No,
won't do that
I'm
because
feeling the
they have
worms.
to have learned their lesson with Drytron.
Actually, here's a question: if they're worms, would that be too? Would they just put Tinny in there? Or,
I mean, no, I know. Also, they won't be worms because remember, the girl is the target.
I mean, okay. I mean,
It's okay, actually. You can have a wormy girl. It's fine.
worm. It's worm as in
Yeah.
because I think about they're meant to be spirit dragons, and if it's a spiritual being that does a person has a spirit summon, it could just be if it's a draconic essence thing, it could just be.
But
more
it's
of, how,
not though,
I-
because she's
I
a
think
shrine
you're
maiden with the dance theme.
I think you're too far in your own headspace.
Her
with this.
literal translation of her title is August and Noble Spiritual Medium.
Then it's
It's gonna be Spellcaster probably.
spellcaster, or it's some spirit.
I mean,
thing, but probably
medium.
not.
They could do psychic. I don't think there's a psychic ritual deck. That could be cool.
There isn't actually. Wait.
She has a sword and
Libroman-
shield, so she could be a warrior. I don't
what is
fucking know.
Libromancer?
I think some of them are psychic, but I think there's a few of them. Is Slibbermancer? I don't know a lot about Libro because it's an OC.
Libromancer is also
It's
an
a
incomplete archetype
TCG.
anyway.
Well, they got their second half finally in D5, but
Did they finally get the girl ritual? No?
I don't remember. I think they did. They've got
I think
some of their
I think
cards.
they,
Like some
I
people
think they got 2 more main deck. I think.
didn't fucking. I think MBT went to his locals with a Libromancer build. I think. I mean, she
it
could
was
be a
only,
fairy, but they could do a lot with it. I kind of hope they don't if they do make it a light fairy, this archetype is just literally going to be, sorry, we apologize for Drytron. We're going to ban all those cards. Sorry. But also, it's funny. Mikan is orange. Why should it be a plant?
Yeah.
Reek does come back out of nowhere.
Yeah.
Nature
Because
is make a surprising comeback.
It's Miko plus Mikan, so orange Miko, but they have a really fancy Japanese name, which is Augusta Noble Spiritual Medium.
So,
But yeah,
well,
it
thanks
looks
for
good.
joining us.
Honestly, about this, if it turns out to be a spirit-based thing, sorry.
I mean, that'd be
I'm
funny.
sitting here trying to say thanks to the audience for sitting here with us.
Yeah, because we've been doing this for
Hoping
almost
to
6
give
hours.
Omega segue.
I know.
Yeah.
It can make Shino Baron. No,
I mean, Shino Baron already exists.
He won't stop!
No, he can't stop. Can't stop, won't stop. There's several people less than when we got here. But anyway, yes, thank you so much for showing up for this. I threw that in the little deck build pack as a little treat, Ancient Defenders. Still no Gate Guardian Retrain. I sleep every time. Axe is just gonna chuckle himself. My neck is really
tired.
stiff, by the way. I understand. It is 2 a.m. now, finally. Like you said, my neck is very stiff. Thank you so much for tuning in for this, everybody. Do please, if you like long-ass shit like this, please consider dropping us a line on Patreon or throwing us a channel membership or a super chat or something. If not now, some other time, you know? Just so that you can make sure that I have 6 fucking hours in my day to do this bullshit with these guys.
Yeah, so, and also to pay for his.
All right,
mental health
we
bills
should tease
from
them
this.
possibly the next goal could be, I guess.
Yeah, definitely 4K's numbers. I would have to think about what other stupid shit, like, because we got polls and stuff. Actually, really quick, to incentivize the patron, let me double check the patron poll.
We talked about 3,250 as like the next thing.
I gotta
possibly,
think about it. Like I said, I gotta think about what the next big one. Like, we did 5Ds already as just a fun one. We did this. Numbers is a shitload of cards, so you're gonna have to, like I said, you're gonna have to get real good for that.
I think that should be 3,500.
No, I like 4K.
Okay.
I
mean, yeah.
I joked about 10K, but like I said, 4K is much more realistic. Oh, we've got 3 days left on the poll. And Ancient Gear and Frightfur are still tied, so I will have to tiebreak if you guys don't fix that
How long
yourselves.
are
That's
both?
the 5 and up patron level.
Yeah, it's a shame I can't vote in that anymore.
Charmer is also. I mean, do you got $5 in your bank account right now? You could just buy a month.
No, I don't trust Patreon and.
That's true. You were burned by
Discord
auto pay stuff
anymore.
before.
Yeah.
I think you can make it where it doesn't redeem it, but fair.
Yeah, but you'd have to do the settings, and if he doesn't want
But
to
I'm
bother,
tired,
it's okay.
so
It's
I'm
a
not
joke.
fully sure.
It was just a gag. But yeah, it's at our 5 and up level. You can vote. Our current forerunners are Ancient Gear and Fluffle. We got some other shit in there. We'll throw some things out there. We'll see what you like. And remember, you can vote for multiple ones. So yes, thank you for joining, everybody. Thank you so much for being active in chat, everyone, for sharing your lore and all that other bullshit, and just being along with us in this journey of Fail Portrayal. The next episode, if it's not the poll-winning one, will be a return to the dual terminal style stuff. I think Satellar Knight is next. Ow.
And then it's Shadal, and I think that's... And then we do Fernoid, I think?
No, Cleave first.
Right, then
Then
Cleave.
Fernoid.
Right.
And then we die.
And then we find something else to do. I guess we can start doing the Alba. No, that's
No.
That's the Abyss storyline. We can't do that.
we start doing the World Legacy stuff.
Yeah, we can do World Legacy then. That's all complete, probably. We will also die if we do that, but that gives us a lot of shit to do. I mean, to be fair, World Chalice will be easy because half those monsters are fucking vanillas.
Yeah.
Thanks, all normal
fuck.
monsters.
We just put all of them on the screen at the same time, and then we show their Link monsters.
Yeah. Draco Slayer's got a retrain, that Pendulum retrain. That's funny. But anyway, we're gonna move on. Thanks so much for getting in here, the goop hole and all that stuff. Don't forget to.
We should do the rest of Draco Slayer storyline.
We could. There's a lot of archetypes around that.
There's a whole thing of Master with Luster Pendulum and that.
Actually, should be coming in with the the combo breaker.
Yeah, but that means we gotta do like.
I'm sorry.
That means we gotta do Dino Mist and
somebody actually
Magispector and all those other cards, because spoilers, the new Draco Slayer cards they made also count as other archetypes. Ignites also count in that, in case you didn't know. And technically, technically, by the way, means that Metal Foes and Ignites exist in the same universe. Anyway, I'll leave you with that fun fact. No more fun facts.
Dino Mist.
I activate Fun Fist. Fun fact, no more. Dax wasn't paying attention when I said Dino Mist out loud earlier. Anyway, I have activated Fact Drain. All facts are negated. So thank you so much, everybody. Please like this video if you're still here. Please subscribe to this channel for more. We try and do Fail Portrayal every week. Please, for the love of God, go watch our Progression Tournament series where you can watch us goop out for like an hour and a half to 2 hours and actually play Yu-Gi-Oh!
I actually cry every time it usually goes out because I'm so sad all the time.
Didn't you win like a couple weeks ago?
I
don't know. We usually get.
You guys are awful losers.
We get sassy when we lose as well.
You guys are awful losers.
You're also an awful winner.
I am. Stop. It's also because you're awful losers.
All right. Well, we activate
Gee,
Supreme
like
King Gate Salt Infinity. Supreme Salt Gate.
Yeah, exactly. Yes, Vega.
I'm gonna keep making these puns until I end the stream, which is actually right now. Goodbye.
Bye, guys.